We are live. How about you, everybody? Welcome into the early signing day Auburn Live recruiting show. Today is obviously a big day. It's December the 20th. It's the first day of the early signing period. We are going to do our best to keep you guys informed throughout the morning. I am Jeffrey Lee, Senior Recruiting Editor for Auburn Live on 3, and I'm joined momentarily or presently by Mr. Cole Pinkston. Mr. Jhead, I don't know. He said, I'm ready, and then I don't know, maybe I had to run to the bathroom or something.
It happened.
How about you, Cole? It does happen.
How about you, baby?
All right. Early signing day is underway. Auburn has already received his first national letter of intent from Malik Blockton, the 3-star defensive lineman from Pike Road. Others will be flowing in soon, I guess, throughout the morning. But Malik is the first one in. We're going to be keeping an eye on several announcements. The first big one being around 9 a.m. LJ McCrae, the Florida commitment, will be announcing his decision then. If you haven't already, go check out the Auburn Live HQ. I've got some important signing times, announcement times in there. LJ McCrae, let's see, Perry Thompson's at 10, Cam Coleman's at 10. Oh, thanks, baby. I had to get my breakfast. KJ Bolden's at noon. Amaris Williams is at 12:40. And then some commitments to Marcus Riddick, TJ Lindsey, DeAndre Carter, and Favor. We're still waiting on Favor Edwin to announce the time.
Yeah, what's going on with my screen?
Look at you.
Did you happen to catch Favor Edwin tweeting at Chad this morning or commenting in his?
I saw that.
Yeah, he just wrote LOL. So,
at Chad's report that it was
Auburn in Florida. Yeah. That's what he wrote. So
that dude, man, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Don't know. My prediction's still in Alabama right now. That's what I did last night in the gut feelings. Final call. Look, there's a chance I'm going to be wrong about every single one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, it was time to make a final call. You got to make a final call on things. I still like my gut feelings on the ones that I gave a final call on.
My gosh.
We'll update
Cole,
that.
What did you have? Go over what you have with the listeners.
All right, I've got as of right now, I've got KJ Bolden to Auburn.
Okay.
I've got Favor Edwin to Alabama.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Amaris Williams to Auburn. I've got Cohen Eccles. Now he's not doing it today, but I've got him going to LSU. And I've got LJ McCrae sticking with Florida as of right now. But honestly, of all of those, I'm really watching LJ, man. I am very intrigued by that recruitment.
I would agree with that, Cole. My predictions were slightly different from yours in that I had KJ Bolden to UGA.
Yep.
That is, I feel pretty good about that today. It's not like I want to. I know there were some people that were a little reactionary to some of my predictions last night. I get it. I understand it, but I'm trying to shoot you straight from what I get. Yes, there's some reading of tea leaves involved in what I put out last night, but I'd rather you hear it from me the night before than be surprised the day of if I don't give you everything that I think that I have.
I think the safe pick and the safe pick would be LJ McCrae, not Auburn, Florida. KJ Bolden, not Auburn. I know Florida State, and I wrote this morning on the corner, Auburn Live on 3, the message board, the corner. Man, as of late last night, as of late Tuesday night, Auburn was still in the mix with LJ McCrae. He had not said, "Hey, man, I'm sticking. Appreciate you guys. I'll let you know if things don't work out at Florida." That conversation has not been had or had not been had as of late. And I'm talking 11 o'clock Central Time. I was like, dude, I got to get up in the morning.
Yep.
So LJ McCrae was still in. And then as early as 20 minutes ago, Auburn was still in it with KJ Bolden. Again, he had not said, "Hey, appreciate you, big dogs. I'm going elsewhere." He had not said that. So Auburn was still battling for KJ Bolden. They're still battling for LJ McCrae. And Favor Edwin, listen, I just don't know what to do with him. Amaris Williams, still feel good about him. Look at Zach in the back, throwing this up on the front.
He said he's got multiple screens today. That's what I'm talking
about.
He's fancy.
He is fancy.
Let's see. Favorite Edwin, KJ Bolden. They're still battling. I mean, I listen. I get it. Again, the safe pick here is not Auburn. I think Georgia late yesterday afternoon. Now, listen. I this is how quickly things change. Yesterday afternoon, I put the final hot board. I might throw another one up, but my final one before early signing day, I moved him up to 50-50, and it was. I felt pretty good about Auburn's chances then. And then throughout the day, here comes Georgia, or at least the buzz around Georgia. So a lot of things can happen. I thought Chad Simmons said it perfectly, man. There can be a lot of twists and turns this morning. I mean, there's still, 5 hours to go before he commits?
Yeah.
Roller coaster here. So a lot of moving parts with LJ McCrae, a lot of moving parts with KJ Bolden. Amaris Williams seems pretty good. I haven't heard a lot of drama around his.
No. That was probably the one I felt best about last night, specifically from an Auburn perspective, was Amaris Williams. And I'm with you on LJ McCrae. I don't think any decision has been made there yet. I think some of my thought process is Florida is going to be extremely desperate to keep him in this class. They are going to do everything from a financial standpoint that they can, from a leveraged relationship standpoint that they can, to keep him. Can Auburn overcome that? That's what I don't know today. I hope that they can. I honestly do. And Jeremy Garrett has a fantastic relationship with LJ McCrae. I don't think there's anybody on this panel that would disagree with the fact that Jeremy Garrett has done everything he can from his perspective. Hugh Freeze has done everything he can. And now it just depends on what the kid decides to do.
Tell you what's interesting about today is we got to keep an eye out for transfers too.
Yes.
That's something that's really interesting. AJ Harris is a guy that we've heard, whatever the case may be with him, he could have a decision soon anyway. Derek Harmon is a guy that visited Auburn, Michigan State D-line transfer. When does he have a decision? We think it's soon. Auburn in the mix is what I'm hearing on that. We're watching some of these transfers right now, man. It's a day. It is a day, and who knows if, let's just say that Auburn misses on some of these guys, like we think could be possible. Do they go, let's get some transfers in there, let's make it a better day? It's possible. I know that this is a day that Auburn wants some good press, man. And as I'm saying that, Robert Lewis has officially signed.
Stevenson.
Yeah, Stevenson.
Robert Lewis, the wideout room. See, there you go, Cole. You mentioned transfers, and here you go.
Yeah. There's a lot of things to watch for today. Jhead, I'm curious, man. You first one in today was Malik Blockton. That's fitting. I don't think anybody's been to more Auburn games than Malik Blockton. I think he's been to more Auburn games than I have. Just what do you think about his progression over the the last year, his senior year?
I think he's a guy that has taken a real step. He's going to be a natural 3 technique. You diagnosed that extremely early, Cole, and the fact that he was probably going to move inside. And just look at his frame. You're talking about a kid that's a legit 6'3", maybe 6'3.5", 270 pounds now. What's he going to be like when he gets into a college strength and conditioning program? He'll be at 290 before you can before the end of his freshman year. Really liked his development with his hands was the biggest thing that I saw. He played with real heavy hands this year. His get off was better. I thought his effort, and people want to probably maybe dismiss that somewhat, but his effort was elite at times where you just saw him going. When he went all out, he was almost unblockable at times for Pike Road this year. So a guy that is continuing to improve, a guy with a very high ceiling, very high. Texas wasn't on this kid for no reason, okay? If anybody watched that Texas versus Alabama game this year, watch their 2 defensive tackles control the line of scrimmage, Bo Davis knows what he's looking at, okay? And he pursued Malik Blockton extremely hard. I think Jeremy Garrett did a fantastic job of locking up a kid that, in my opinion, has a higher ceiling than his brother. And his brother was a fantastic player for Auburn. I think he's going to go on to be drafted and be an NFL player for, a substantial period of time. But I think Malik's ceiling is higher. The tools are a little bit different, but really love this kid.
Do you think Texas had maybe the best defensive front in college football, one of them this season?
I think they had the best interior defensive line. One of probably top 3 interior defensive lines. I haven't looked at their pass rush to see what they were like from that standpoint. But as far as inside defensive tackles being able to control the line of scrimmage, when they said, you know what, you're not going to be able to run the ball on us, they dominated.
Yes, they did. I find it interesting that Malik Blockton was somebody they highly wanted at Texas. Bo Davis, the D-line coach. They wanted TJ Lindsey really bad. They even offered Dimitri Nicholas a couple months ago.
Yeah.
So I think Jeremy Garrett and Bo Davis have a similar mindset, whereas maybe these guys aren't as polished as an LJ McCrae right now, but I know what I can do with these guys. I see enough on film where I can turn them into something. And, I don't discredit either one of their Bo Davis or Jeremy Garrett's track records with these kind of guys right now. And I love the progression of Malik Blockton and how much better he's gotten. His hands. Yes. I mean, he gets off of blocks. He just gets off of blocks. High schoolers don't normally understand how to do that.
No, they don't. He knows how to rip and engage and just plays with those heavy hands, Cole. And you've seen he's violent with them. Like the way Marlon Davidson used to be violent with his hands. You can see some of that in Malik Blockton's game. And I hope that he continues on that kind of a progression. Because if you do get Amaris Williams in this class and you put him at the 5 tech and you get one of TJ Lindsey or Malik Blockton to take that kind of step forward to be the kind of player that I think they can be, you're cooking with something on the inside with 2 guys already that you've got in Keldrick Falk and DJ Reed. That's stacking classes there. Yeah. And that's what Auburn has to do on the defensive front to be back where we want to be, which is that Marlon Davidson, Derek Brown, Nick Coe kind of defensive lines where you're just rolling bodies through and everybody's effective.
Right.
Auburn is still at number 10. I don't know that any new commitments have come up for other teams. We saw Dylan Raioli.
Yes. Flipped to Nebraska, which doesn't affect Auburn because I think they're clearly behind Auburn at this point. I think they may have slid into the top 20.
Who, Nebraska?
Yeah. Let me take a look at the rankings.
Well, the good thing about team rankings is some of these guys, if they do go elsewhere, they're going elsewhere to teams already ranked above Auburn.
Correct. So that's the interesting piece to me is who slips today. I think Miami's above Auburn. They're on pace to flip Adarius Haynes from Florida, so that doesn't affect Auburn's status in the top 10. Florida's probably the big mover, right? Like if Auburn's going to move forward, Florida dropping out definitely solidifies Auburn in the top 10.
I saw something interesting that's going on right now elsewhere with Florida. Well, it's with Florida State, so it's relevant. Charles Lester, who is their big-time DB commit, I think is he a 5-star? Or if he's not, he's close to it.
High 4. I think he's a high 4.
Okay. So he has now delayed his signing until Friday. I find that interesting because Colorado Dion's making a push there.
Yeah.
They've done it to him once. Even before he was at Colorado, Travis Hunter, y'all remember that. But what does it mean for Auburn? Here's my question. Does it matter? Does it matter if – I don't know how close KJ Bolden and Charles Lester are, but do you think 2 big-time DBs like that want to play together? You look at Perry Thompson's, Cam Coleman's, and all these guys teaming up. Is this something that affects it? I don't know. Bottom line is the chatter about Florida State keeping him has died down a lot. Now, the chatter about Florida State died down a lot the first time too, until it happened. That's why I'm just kind of – I hear everything. I know what's going on, but there's no predicting this, man. I just don't know.
No, I'm with you, Cole. I'm with you. I think, all right, so if I'm looking at the point system right that we have here with on 3, if you only land Amaris Williams, that drops Florida out of the top 10, and it leapfrogs Oklahoma and puts you squarely at number 8. Which, if we're going to what we talked about, where we thought this class was capable about a month ago, we said 8 to 12 range, right? I think that's what we all were on pace with. If that puts you at number 8, that's high end of the scale. You get an LJ McCrae, you're inside the top 7. You get it's if I'm wrong, and again, guys, I want to be wrong on KJ. If he doesn't go to UGA and he flips from Florida State to Auburn, now you're inside the top 5.
And by the way, I got your messages, Big Pat, Scott. Charles Lester has signed. He has already signed.
He did.
He squashed those rumors. Yes.
Okay.
I missed it, but by the way, I wanted to address some of these bat signals going on Twitter. I think we need to address that. We're seeing a lot from defensive coaches. Yep. Josh Aldridge, Zach Mallard, who is a defensive analyst with the secondary, I believe. Jake Giannani is a defensive line outside linebacker analyst. Vontrell King Williams, defensive line coach. If I had to guess, I would say these are about Amaris Williams.
Yes.
That's my guess.
I mean, I know that everybody wants to, say, hey, it's more than that. And it could be. It very well could be. I'm speculating right now, and I'll be honest about the fact that I'm speculating with this. But I think that pertained to Amaris Williams, and it wouldn't be unprecedented for a lot of coaches to get involved on Twitter over one commitment. I mean, we saw that with Khalil House, and everybody was like, it can't just be for Khalil House, right? Well, it was, and it was a big deal. Okay. Amaris Williams is a massive deal to this class. That's a top 100 prospect and a guy they think can play sooner rather than later at the 5-tech spot.
Yeah.
I mean, they really believe this kid is something special. And to be honest, he's scratching the surface of what he can be. Watch his tape. Watch his huddle cut-ups. He plays both running back and outside linebacker for his high school team in North Carolina. He's explosive off the ball. Explosive off the line of scrimmage. On defense, at running back, he shows the kind of athleticism at 6'3", 270 plus pounds that you just don't see in a guy with those kind of feet, right? I mean, that's what makes him special is the feet, the athleticism, the twitch. You see all those things, and if you can get him playing at about 285 at a 5-tech like a Kobe Wooden, you're working with something. And I think he's got a better get off than Kobe at the same stage.
He's interesting. He's a unique athlete. There's no doubt about it. Not many 265-pound guys outrunning DBs, with the ball in their hands. So he's a special kind of athlete. And guys, I get it. There's a lot on the table for Auburn today, and if it's only Amaris Williams that Auburn gets, I know a lot of people probably are going, man, what a build-up for – but I'm telling you, this guy right here, and it came almost out of nowhere that Auburn was emerging for Amaris Williams. Now, this is my understanding, he was supposed to be at maybe Big Cat Weekend or Junior Day. It was one of those events.
A-Day.
A-Day.
It was A-Day?
It may have been more than one.
It was spring, one of those spring days.
He's from North Carolina, Clinton, North Carolina. I think whatever happened both of those times, he just couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Okay. He was also on our list for a football game one time. I think it was maybe the Georgia game or a big game like that. Wasn't able to make it. So we kind of wrote him off. I mean, we were just like, well, look, I mean, if you can't make it, then it's probably not going to happen. Well, credit Jeremy Garrett, Vontrell King Williams, Hugh Freeze, all these guys, they stayed on him, and look where you're at now. You got a chance to land him on signing day. It's amazing where they were at in that recruitment and where they're at now. I mean, that's amazing. It really is.
Oh, I think we all thought, okay, they're going to get somebody. They're going to get a dude on the defensive line. Before it was like, I can remember you discussing this in July, Cole, where it's like, you know what? Hugh Freeze is going to get a guy. He's going to get at least one, if not two. And if he gets Amaris Williams today, that's a dude, guys. I know that On 3 doesn't have him ranked as high as some of the other recruiting services. I love this kid. I think it's more of a projection. Cole's right. He's a tweener. Right now, he plays at the edge position in high school. Auburn projects him at the 5 tech. I think his body's going to continue to grow and develop. I don't think he's going to be a tweener by the time he's done at Auburn. I think he's going to be a fully fledged 5 tech that has a very high NFL ceiling. But I respect Charles Power. I respect the guys that do the recruiting rankings. That is a hard job, man. I would want no part of that because you're splicing very thin hairs, very fine hairs. You know what I mean? With some of these guys, because there's not, in the grand scheme of things, there's not a lot of difference between 50 and 150, right? When you're talking about ranking prospects. I don't think, numerically speaking, there's a lot of difference, but in actual skill set and impact, I don't think there's that much difference in the guys between 50 and 150 or 100 to 200.
I agree with that. I think when they do the rankings, they probably look, I don't know if they look at the overall number as much as they look at the position number. Who's the number 1 defensive lineman in the country? Who's the number 2? And then they go about it that way, and then they let it kind of layer out with the overall rankings.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've got Amaris Williams at number 13. That's in the industry with everything, 24/7 ESPN, Rivals, everything averaged in. So I'm telling you guys, that would be a massive pickup for Auburn. It sure would, because it was not expected about a week and a half ago.
Absolutely not. And then Corey Weber's got a great question. How does Amaris Williams compare to Deron Reed? I think they're different players. I think that Deron Reed is a pure 3 tech inside guy that can create havoc, pass rush. If his head's screwed on straight and he's doing all the things he's supposed to do off the field and on the field, DJ Reed is a difference maker, in my opinion, from that 3 tech position. I mean, he is a pure difference maker.
I agree. There's a lot of guys in that 2023 class that signed a year ago today, and we haven't heard much from them just because they've been working, behind others that are going to be pretty good. That's the thing, guys. Auburn is not in the situation it was a year ago when Hugh Freeze took over this roster. I mean, it is leaps and bounds better than what it was. It's not where it needs to be, but you are not having to be so desperate about things. You're not just having to go and sign 20 transfers and just grab, unfortunately, the leftover receivers in the transfer portal and the spring window. I don't want to say leftover because those guys were wanted by some other people, but it is what it is. They weren't, maybe they're top choices. I don't think you're in that situation right now. You could be again if you miss on a lot of people, no doubt. But right now, you're in a good spot, especially in phase 2 of what you're trying to do and rebuilding the roster.
A very good spot, Cole. And just look at it from a numbers perspective. I was looking at Justin's depth chart last night and his overall numbers count as far as how it pertains to the 85. Right now, we have, I think it's 9 open scholarships. That's what we have available to us. Think about where we were by comparison this time last year, and it was a significantly different number. If Auburn adds 2 players today, that leaves you 7 spots available that you can allocate towards transfers, Ryan Williams, maybe Dimitri Nicholas. I think that's something to watch today as far as how Auburn's defensive line room fills out.
Right.
Because if you get both Amaris and LJ McCrae, I would think that Dimitri still has a spot in this class, but I don't know that. And that's not me. I think Dimitri Nicholas is a unique and different player from every other commitment that we have in this class. He is a pure inside 1 tech that you have to have in this kind of a defense. But the numbers are what the numbers are. And so I think they'll figure that out as they go.
Yeah, I agree.
I will say this. Not looking good for KJ Bolden.
Yep. That's
not looking good. I think he'll end up with Georgia.
Yeah, that's been my intel since yesterday was UGA. That's why I predicted it last night. And look, again, this is not me trying to throw salt in the wound of several Auburn fans that I know were very upset at the fact that I made that prediction last night. I'm not giving you bullshit because, I think that I want to troll or anything like that. That's where my intel was coming, and I want to shoot you guys straight, and I get it. I understand it's disheartening, but again, top 8 class in the country. Put that in perspective. 4 wide receivers in this class. If you hold on to everybody that you've got that are all top 150 prospects. Linebackers in this class, all 4 stars. And the one that, I take that back, the one that's not, I think he should be. I think he's highly underrated and the most instinctual player in this class in DJ Barber. But you're talking about knocking off need after need in this class. And I really think that certain Auburn fans need to kind of readjust their perspective and understand that Hugh Freeze in year 1 getting a top 10 recruiting class was a massive feat. And they're setting themselves up for a massive 2025.
Yeah, so I did predict last night in my gut feelings, and it's more of a this is just how I'm feeling about it, rather than like this is a prediction. I'm saying he's going to Auburn, and I wanted to make that clear in the first part of that article last night. The reason why is because I have just continued to hear from a couple sources that Auburn, Hugh Freeze in particular, had felt pretty good about that one all the way up to this. And it's not over yet. Georgia obviously trending. But I picked Georgia the first go round. When I had to make a final call on KJ Bolden the first go round, I picked Georgia. Contemplated doing that again last night, but gut feeling said Auburn. Sometimes that's wrong. We'll see what happens. I think Georgia's – I'm agreeing with y'all, obviously. That's where I thought he would end up back when he made his first commitment too. So it's not shocking. It's not shocking in the least to me. And I knew by doing the gut feeling predictions last night, I'm going to be wrong on somebody.
Sure.
It's just how it's going to be.
And I think I could be wrong. I think I could legitimately be wrong on LJ McCrae. I don't believe a decision's been made there. That was the one I was speculating on more than anyone was LJ McCrae, because it was more or less I thought that Florida was going to be desperate. They were going to do everything it took to solidify that commitment, because this coaching staff, if they lose Adarius Haynes, they lose Amaris Williams in this class. Then you turn around and you lose LJ McCrae. Jeffrey said it the other night, does Billy make it to the turn of the new year? Because his whole thing, and obviously the buyout's a big part of that, but he was selling this recruiting class, right? That was what he was selling as the future. DJ Lagway, LJ McCrae, multiple other players in this class. Hey guys, we're going to get better. This is my proof of concept that you can hang with us. If that one breaks the other way, what does he have to stand on?
If Auburn's not able to get Bolden, safety is not – it's a spot where you could have a guy like KJ Bolden come in and play, but you do have options at safety. The only problem – the reason people might be concerned about safety is because of experience. You're losing Zion Puckett. You're losing Jalen Simpson. Those guys have been starting at safety for, a long time now. So that's the only thing. You got Terrence Love. You've got Laquan Robinson. You've got guys like Sylvester Smith who plays safety and can still do that. Colton Hood, I know, has worked a little bit at safety. Guys like K.N. Lee, what do they end up doing with him? You got some options there is what I'm trying to say. It's some talented ones. So I think that Bolden is more of a luxury when you're looking at the main needs of what Auburn's got to have. It feels like Bolden's a little bit of a luxury. LJ McCrae, to me, feels like a need. That feels like something you really need to have. So does Amaris Williams. So do Cohen Eccles and Favor Edwin.
I agree. Now, that's the other interesting one. And, Jeffrey, I thought your update on Favor was fantastic and something that not a lot of people had. I'll be interested to see how his recruitment plays out, because does Auburn decide, you know what, we're not letting this guy get – we are getting right. Lineman today.
I just got an update on Cohen Eccles, who is not announcing today. He's going to announce Friday, but he's expected to send in his national letter of intent today, signed it, and then he'll announce his decision Friday. Not looking good for the home team there, which is no surprise. But I have had him predicted to Auburn since he decommitted from Texas A&M. And listen, I don't think, man, it's so difficult to explain this, but a lot of this is guys close to the recruitment kind of reading tea leaves, right?
Sure.
Yep.
And the tea leaves right now are spelling out LSU. And I really haven't heard a lot of I haven't heard any reason to dispute that. I don't have any tea leaves. I'm the guys over here have tea leaves.
Mm-hmm.
So that's usually pretty telling, I've learned. So Cohen Eccles, I don't think anybody had him pegged to Auburn late.
Yeah, my RPM prediction right now is on Auburn. I think maybe yours as well.
Mm-hmm.
But put in the final predictions last night, LSU, and I wrote 2 days ago. The headline I used for Cohen Eccles was something feels off with Cohen Eccles.
Yeah, I think we've all felt that way the last 2 weeks. That something
I don't know,
not right.
I don't know if I can go into it on why it's way off. But I know that when Jake Thornton went to see him and when they had the in-home with him, they came away going,
Yeah.
And that was the reaction I got. So I'm like, all right, well.
We should preface this too by saying this whole show, when we bring up NIL as being a factor, that's not negative. That's not a slight to anybody. But Cohen Eccles in his recruitment, we knew weeks ago that it was going to be a big factor, and he valued himself extremely high.
Yeah.
Think that's fair to say?
I think that's a fair statement.
I think so. Yeah.
And so who wants him more? Who values him as closest to what he values himself? And at some point you have to say, listen, dude, this is our top. This is our best offer. And if that's not good enough,
we'll find what we're looking for in the portal. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. Auburn has not lost a offensive lineman yet to the transfer portal. You had 11 guys returning. You've got 2 in this class that are locked in, ready to go. That gets your number to 13. The number that you want to be at, 15 to 16. Okay? So if Cohen Eccles is going to potentially overvalue himself, if that's a sticking point for you, and I don't know that it will be. I think maybe by the time we get to closer to midday, hey, that's not a sticking point anymore.
Yeah.
But if that's a sticking point for you and you say, you know what, all I got to do is go get 2 guys out of the transfer portal, there are still plenty of options available for interior offensive line. And then we reshuffle the deck for next year and we take an extra interior lineman to compensate for what you would have had on Cohen Eccles. And Auburn is in on a ton of guys in that 2025 class. Cole, I know you've got an active prediction right now for Tavares Dice. There are several other guys that we're in on that are big-time players. So, again, offensive line is a need in this class, but can you get what you need from the transfer portal to get you by into next year and then restock the decks in the 2025 class and also take another portal guy or 2? Yeah, and Cole, you've been well ahead of this. I have tried to use the phrase layered depth, and is that attainable? You posed a very valid question. Is layered depth attainable in the day and age of the transfer portal and NIL? I think that it is, but to get there, it's going to take 4 years of stacking classes at Auburn. And that's stacking classes with the portal and with high school, where you're getting 3 to 4 guys every year from high school and another 1 to 2 from the portal. I just think that's where we are.
Well, I go back to the Elijah Pritchett deal. Elijah Pritchett, offensive lineman at Alabama, entered the portal. We'd heard rumblings that he was going to enter the portal for a while, back to last year, right?
Yeah.
And it would make sense. Nobody would question it. He's been behind others. He's a good player. somebody that can play anywhere. Auburn would definitely have interest in him when he hit the portal, right? Well, that's your layered depth if you're Alabama. That's what you're trying to hold on to because once these guys that are ahead of him move on, you can replace and be in the same shape, right? That's what you're trying to hold on to. Well, he hits the portal, and they said, we're not going to let that happen. We have got to do whatever it takes to get him back over here.
Yeah.
Because as Alabama's looking at it like we may be the last true, besides Georgia, maybe Ohio State, that still has layered depth on the offensive line. Everybody else is trying to obtain that. And it's just not easy.
No, it's not. I mean, it is an extremely difficult thing to do. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think some of Elijah Pritchett, the timing on that probably wasn't right. I'm still going to pay attention to what he does after the playoff is over.
100%.
Like, I don't think that one's done just yet. Doesn't mean that Auburn's going to get him. And I don't know that he's going to re-enter the portal, but just my thought process on reading some tea leaves, I think it was more about where they are in the playoff aspect of things and less to do about maybe where the kid sits with Alabama right now. And that's not me trying to throw shade to, anything that's been reported by Alabama. That's my gut feel on it.
Yep. And listen, there are things, as much as we try to be plugged in and we try to learn everything that's going on in these recruitments, there are things that we don't know and we'll never know that people don't want us to know.
Correct.
I know this, and Hugh Freeze, I think, would even be honest about it. Boy, you better make good investments right now.
Yeah.
You better make good investments. Because if you don't, and you get on the wrong side of this NIL thing, and you end up having to constantly turn your roster around, you're going to be in trouble. Make sure you're bringing in guys, number one, that you feel like are loyal to your program. Number two, can upgrade your roster.
Yes.
And
sorry. Some on the corner last night called these a lip pillow.
He sure did, dude.
That's hilarious. Little upper decker for the morning.
Hey, look, between that thread and I'll say the comment offline that I won't say that somebody posted with regard to Jeffrey being able to sit comfortably today. And then the Cole versus Jhead thread that got started last night, dude, that was phenomenal. Like there was some good things in there in that thread.
Quality cornering.
Some quality cornering in that thread for sure.
Oh, the beach is that way.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's review real quick the guys that are signed.
Yeah, it's just Malik and Robert Lewis right now.
Well, I think they haven't released it yet, but I'm pretty sure Joseph Phillips, because he's going through bowl practice, has already signed.
Yeah.
And Marcus Riddick, because he's going through bowl practice.
Correct.
Barber, Harris.
I want to share with y'all, because we've been sitting in the complex a lot here lately, Jeffrey and I. So we actually got to see guys like DeMarcus Riddick, DJ Barber, Joe Phillips walk in for their first practice. Like they're coming in. It's time to go to practice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a recruit. I'm not here visiting anymore. I'm a football player at Auburn. And the first one was DeMarcus Riddick. And I'm going to tell you, he's a confident dude, and he should be. He's one of the most elite athletes in the country. He looked a little nervous. That's okay. Hey, I've been there, bro. I know how it is. But it was an excitement, and he was smiling, and he looked at me like almost like a young child would go, "It's my first day."
Oh yeah, the kid that's ready to go to daycare, or the first day of school. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Got their outfit picked out.
My favorite. Gosh, I love both those guys. DJ Barber.
Yes.
He walks in. He's got the same expression I've always seen on his face. It's just another day, man. I'm just here to work.
Yeah, I'm starting practice tomorrow.
Hey, I said, DJ, you starting today? He goes, yeah.
Hey, here's something that I was talking with somebody on the radio yesterday about. Talk about the biggest needs in this class on offense was wide receivers.
Yes.
On defense, it was linebackers.
Yes.
And if you don't add anyone else to either one of those two groups, which sans Ryan Williams in February possibility, those groups are done. How well did Auburn fill those needs?
Okay, let's go back to when friend of the show Keith Niebuhr was still with us here at Auburn Live. When we talked about who were going to be the recruiters that stamped themselves in this recruiting class. And the two answers that we got were Marcus Davis and Josh Aldridge. Minus Keith's response. But that was what the three of us, those were the two that we came up with. And guess what? At the end of the day, guys, those two have stamped themselves in this class. They have absolutely killed it. DeMarcus Riddick, top 50 player in the country. DJ Barber, one of the most instinctual linebackers in the country. Joe Phillips. Is he a top 50 player in the country now? What was where was he at on the latest update?
He's top 100, I believe.
Top 100. I think who's our outside linebacker?
Eugene?
Jamonta Waller.
In the class. So.
Top 150 outside linebacker. Like, absolutely killed it. And then look at what Marcus did. Cam Coleman, number one player in the state, right?
Yep.
Number one player in the state, number one receiver on the board.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, is Jamonta Waller not the number one player in Mississippi?
Number one or number two. I can't remember if he's behind the kid that committed to Ole Miss.
Oh, Cam Franklin?
Yeah, Cam Franklin's number one, I think, and Jamonta Waller's number two. Your boy JJ Cannon there, Jeffrey.
Oh, Johnson Tractor Supplies over in
Claude,
Alabama. Oh, Claude. Jamonta Waller is number two. ESPN has him number one, but everybody else has him number two. Of course, On 3 has him number 6. That's crazy. On 3 does have him as a 4-star. ESPN has him as a 5-star.
Right. I mean, look, you murdered it in this class. It's your two biggest needs. Two top 10 receivers in the country, not just in the state, in the country, in Perry Thompson, Cam Coleman. That's unheard of at Auburn. Auburn has never done that. And we've had some stellar wide receiver classes, but never two top 10 guys to the best of my memory.
I certainly don't remember a time when they did it.
People saw me hit my elbow.
It's funny.
So let's see here. It's 7:45 a.m. Central Time. So far, Auburn has got signed national letter of intents from, at least that they've released, Robert Lewis, the transfer wide receiver from Georgia State, as well as Malik Blockton. Jhead says some of these guys have already signed. Joe Phillips, DeMarcus Riddick, but they have not been released by Auburn. They can't be released until today. Nothing becomes official, and they can sign all they want to. But they're spacing it out a little more than I was expecting.
I agree.
Hey, anybody want to get dibs or call their shot on who's the next to announce?
Ooh, are you talking about announce as far as Auburn releasing? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who had Malik Blockton being first? I thought about this last night, and I almost came up with Amon Lane because he's been committed the longest. I thought it would have been fitting for him to jump in there and be the first.
Right.
I think it'll be Joe Phillips.
One of the already signed guys?
One of the already signed. I think they'll probably go in order of which they receive those LOIs from those players to attend practice. I'm going to go with Joe Phillips as the next guy that gets released. And maybe they're going to release everyone on the hour, every hour of the guys that they already have.
Shit, we'll be here till Friday. Yeah. Of the guys we already have. Yeah. Well, they're probably going to hold off after I got thinking about Amon. He's got a signing ceremony.
Correct.
This afternoon, so they might wait on him to have that. Some of the guys that don't have signing ceremonies, Kinsley Falston, Let's see. TJ is announcing. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. TJ is announcing this afternoon. DeMarcus is having a signing ceremony this afternoon.
Yes.
DeAndre Carter is this. Well, I tell you what, it was very interesting to me that Hugh Freeze scheduled his signing day press conference for 12:30 Central Time when you've got Amaris Williams and some of these guys are going to be announcing this afternoon, but not announcing, but signing.
Yeah, it'll get interesting around probably. Oh, here we go.
Hold on. Let me get my pick in. My pick is going to be Caleb Harris.
Okay.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Who is it?
That'd be D1 Joe Phillips.
Oh, shit.
How about that, baby?
The boys are still asleep.
Mine's been up since 6 a.m., brother. I was trying to sneak out for a jog before we got the show going this morning. Say, nah, big dog. He said, Dad, go ahead and get that breakfast ready.
Joe Phillips. Let me tell you something. You talking about, Cole, I think we talked about this last week. Physically, man, this dude is impressive. And he is taller than you think. I can't imagine what Booker T. Washington, which is a smaller school, their opponents must have been thinking when they looked across and saw this dude lining up at like what, quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's 6'3", 250 plus coming downhill at you, dude. I want no part of that, especially playing in that. I mean, Tuskegee plays in like 3A, 4A, right?
Oh, dude, is it 3 or 4A?
Yeah, 3 or 4A. That's guys like me playing safety coming downhill on that. Ain't no way, dude. I'd pretend like I had a shoulder injury on that one.
Let's see. Oh, it's 4A.
4A. Yeah, I knew it was 3 or 4A. It's same division as Catholic, I believe, Montgomery Catholic.
Sounds right, because the Catholics stomped the crap out of them early in the season, and I think Booker T kept it pretty close in the playoffs. I think Booker T went to like semifinals.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, did they?
They did. And look, I mean, Joe, he was phenomenal at quarterback, but he couldn't, they weren't trying to throw the ball a whole lot with him, which is understandable. They get Elijah Hall back, who is going to sign with Troy today, I think.
Yes.
And then they could start throwing it to Joe Phillips again. Then he had something, and it was over from there, and people couldn't stop him.
Elijah Hall's a guy I'm watching, not necessarily for Auburn today, but Troy obviously had a change at the head coaching position, and I don't know exactly. I think there's some other schools that have been watching him. So I think he's a kid that could get a Power 5 offer late from someone. So I think that's one to pay attention to for sure.
Sure.
Just for guys in state. And let me talk about another in-state guy real quick, and then I'm going to get into Joe Phillips. But Towns Mago, however you say his last name. I know people thought I was trolling last night by including him in my signing day predictions. This kid's talented.
He's good.
If you don't think a kicker is important, what do you think Alex McPherson meant to this team this year?
Towns is good. He's the number one kicker in the country.
Right. He is a very important prospect. I know he doesn't, obviously, when you're talking about 5 stars, and you throw a kicker in there at the end as far as your predictions go, that would make it seem like a troll. It's not. He's picking between Auburn and Ole Miss this year. That's 2 SEC schools for potentially the number 1 or 2 kicker in the country. That's an important signature for Auburn to get that done today. I firmly believe that. Special teams are a big part of what Auburn does. It's a big part of Tanner Burns and his vision for the special teams squad there at Auburn. I think getting Towns is a big piece of the puzzle today to make sure you get that one locked in.
And I wrote, Cole, I'm updating the HQ with Joe Phillips.
Yeah. Flip it back to the top there.
I wrote in the I'm going to read this while I'm in here. Speaking of specialists, Jhead, J.R. Buckner and Keaton McNutt.
Yes.
Both of those guys, long snappers. Both of those guys will be at Auburn. Both of those guys are preferred walk-ons, but I do believe I was told that they might be included in the class. So if Auburn releases its class at the end of the day and you see these guys on there, you'll know. But Towns Magoo, Auburn has offered him preferred walk-on with NIL to cover basically a scholarship without counting against the 85. So right. It's not like Ole Miss is offering him anything more. I think he was at Ole Miss last weekend or the weekend before. So Lane Kiffin and those guys pushing for this kid. But Auburn absolutely wants this guy in the class. And you saw some activity last night on Twitter. I think it was JR who started it. Let's show some love. They absolutely want this kid, and it would be a big get for them, Tanner Burns and the Auburn special teams unit, if they can get him.
I agree.
So definitely let's don't look over him or those guys.
Let's talk about Joe Phillips a little bit, Cole. What do you love about Joe Phillips, other than the fact that Jeffrey already noted it, he is an absolute physical specimen. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be tough to keep out of that edge room. I know they're playing him at linebacker right now, specifically at the Sam spot is what it looks like. But what do you think about Joe Phillips? What's his ceiling at Auburn? What does he bring to the table, and where do you think he fits best?
Well, I'll go ahead and give you a spoiler for the superlatives later tonight. He's going to win Best Interview. He's going to win that and by a long shot. I loved talking to this guy every chance I got. First time I ever called him, when I heard that Auburn was interested, I gave him a call. He answered the phone. He goes, hello, kind of in a hushed tone.
Yeah.
I was like, hey man, this is Cole Pinkston from On 3. Yeah, Mr. Pinkston. Hey, listen, I'm going to call you back in 15 minutes. I got like 10 more burgers to flip here. I'm on my break. I'm going to call you back. We'll do the interview. I was like, all right, sounds good, man. He calls me back. I said, flipping burgers, where you? He works at McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, cool.
I didn't know that.
Working kind of late, too. Like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So, anyway, I love his personality. We've had talks, me and him, about edge and inside linebacker and what he prefers. He actually likes inside linebacker. You would think most guys would like to be on the edge rushing, but he likes inside. He likes to be able to roam. He likes to be able to see things, he says. I like to be able to see it happen, unfold. And look, if go back to Luke Deal. I know you're like, how does that even match up? Luke Deal played quarterback in high school.
Yes, he did. I knew where you were going.
Jalen Simpson played quarterback in high school. These guys that are chosen to be their team's quarterback, I don't care what the size of the program is, 4A, 1A, I don't care. There's a level of trust in that person. I mean, they're willing to give you the keys to the entire football program by calling you the quarterback. They made Joe the quarterback. Didn't hesitate. When their quarterback went down, they said, we're rolling with Joe, and they were winning.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of guy he is. He's a cerebral guy. He understands the game, but then his athleticism. He's got some freaky athleticism going on. He can high point the ball as a receiver. He's relentless on the pass rush, which is why a lot of people think he could be an edge. I think he definitely needs to play some edge if he doesn't play it full time. I love this one. Huge. He's huge for what Auburn was trying to do. He's huge for perception. When you got him over Georgia, I know he's from Tuskegee. I don't care about that. Georgia wanted him, and you shut the door on that if you're Auburn.
Yeah. That's over the reigning national champion. Okay. And Kirby Smart, who recruits at as high a clip as any head coach in all of Power 5 football.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And I think the quarterback part is the interesting part. If he does play inside, you have to process things so quickly. I don't think people understand how quickly you have to be able to see it develop, know your keys, read it, and get downhill. It's pivotal to play inside linebacker. Playing quarterback means you process things at a very high clip. You can kind of see you have experience in processing an entire play and seeing the entire field. I think that will play to his advantage, particularly early as he's learning and getting set at inside linebacker, because he was kind of an athlete in high school. He's played all over the place. But when you watch his traits on tape, I think he's going to be so hard to keep off the field as a pass rusher. I really do. And as much as I love Jamonta Waller and think he's special, I think Joe Phillips may even have the higher ceiling than the two at that position. And maybe they find a way to get all of those guys on the field at the same time. That would be ideal. But I truly think Joe Phillips is going to be special. I've comped him to Marcus Washington. That's what I'm going to stick with that. I think that's where that kid is as far as a developmental prospect.
Let's see here. Let me give it a little update on make sure Auburn has not fallen any in the team rankings. No, they have not. Let's see. Notre Dame's right behind Auburn at number 11, LSU at number 12. I wonder if LSU picking up Cohen Eccles probably would be negated by Auburn adding Amaris Williams.
Yes.
Tennessee A&M right behind them. Auburn in the SEC is, I think it's number 6, last I checked, which is more than the top half when you consider Oklahoma, Texas coming in. Let's see. Cole, you were talking about the bat signals on Twitter from the defensive guys, and you thought it was Amaris. You know, first guy came to my mind was Dumas Johnson.
Yeah.
And that's why I said, listen, I don't know. I know A.J. Harris, and I wrote this on the corner. I think it was yesterday. There's been a holdup with him. I mean, he was set to commit, and the position, oddly enough, there's some hesitancy from him on playing cornerback, oddly enough. And, you know, that's where, man, which is baffling because I thought we had read that Georgia wanted him to play safety and he wanted to play cornerback. And that's why he was leaving. That might have been what he was telling them. But anyways, so could Auburn smooth that out with him? And if so, would he go ahead and sign, especially now with KJ Bolden presumably headed to Georgia at safety? That's a good question. I don't know.
I did some checking around after I saw your update yesterday on that, Jeffrey, and obviously we were talking about that before that. There was some confidence that was going to get smoothed out. From what I heard back, there was some confidence that would be smoothed out and that A.J. Harris would be at Auburn with the people that I spoke to yesterday. So I think that gets done. Dumas Johnson, I still think we got some legwork to do there. I don't think that's a done deal. I think it's a real battle with Kentucky right now, and we'll see how that one shakes out. Now, I could be wrong on Dumas Johnson.
That's surprising to me.
Do you think that it might have something to do with Keontae Scott moving to corner?
Hold on.
I don't know if Scott's a full-time corner, but he's definitely going to be taking a lot of snaps at corner in the bowl game. He's going to probably be playing a lot of corner next season. If he's willing to come back, he probably wants to improve that draft stock.
Yeah.
And playing corner is going to do that if he does it well. So
I think if I've watched A.J. Harris's tape once, I've watched it 1,000 times. And where I think he probably fits best is at the nickel and as a replacement for Keontae. And I don't know where he sees himself, if he sees himself more in that Jalen Simpson type role. So when they say corner, I don't know if they mean pure outside with A.J. Harris or if they meant slot corner. I don't know that we ever got clarification on that, but maybe that's what not Zach, but the Auburn coaching staff is thinking as it pertains to A.J. Harris. Maybe it's pure outside. I think Jeffrey could probably give us a better update on that than I could.
On what?
A.J. Harris, do you think that they want him at slot corner or pure outside?
I don't know. I was just told cornerback.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
And that's what I was telling Cole. I think I've watched this tape about 1,000 times, and to me, he fits best as a nickel slot corner. I think that's where his skill set plays best. And it makes sense if Keontae moves outside.
He's such a good open field tackler. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You want to utilize that in the field and not necessarily on the corners, right?
Correct.
That's the idea there. I would like to read y'all a Joe Phillips quote while we were on him, and he just signed. It's one of my favorites. He said, my question to him was, this was back when maybe Georgia was getting some momentum with him. I asked him, well, how much of a priority do you feel to Auburn? His answer, I feel like they just don't want to have a player that's in their backyard get away. I'll put it like that. And he says, it makes you, I don't know how to explain it, but it's a good feeling. It's kind of like having a girlfriend who wants you, makes you want her more. That's always been a great, great quote to me. and really played into what happened with him and how Auburn was able to get him in the fold or back in the fold, because we thought he was definitely going to Georgia.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, Jeffrey said it 1,000 times. The quotes he gave the day before were, "I'm headed to UGA. Sorry, guys. You know, it's just that's where I'm headed." And then the next day it was, after a conversation with Hugh Freeze, "No, I'm going to Auburn."
Yep.
And Cole, Joe Phillips probably starts. This class, in my opinion, is built around about 4 guys that they made statements on early. Joe Phillips being the first one of those, Crawford, the next one, and then obviously Perry Thompson and DeMarcus Riddick. Those 4 guys, to me, are what made it possible for where we are today in this recruiting class.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you get an Amaris Williams if you don't have those guys in the boat.
Very true.
And one of those players is from Georgia. The other 3 are from the state of Alabama. That shows you that Hugh Freeze knows how important it is to recruit the city of Atlanta and how to take care of in-state prospects and make sure that you have them on your commitment list and in this class. Got to defend your backyard, and Joe Phillips coined it perfectly. I think Hugh Freeze understood that coming in, whereas maybe the previous coaching staff thought that they could kind of go national and be able to cherry pick from other spots, and it would mean just as much. I think it's tougher for a school like Auburn to do that from start. I think you got to build your brand and work your way out. Hugh Freeze has done that in this class. He has made his brand in state, in Georgia, and in Mississippi. Those are the states he went to get his talent, and the state of Florida. He hit all those regional states that produce draft picks year over year and went and got guys that fit his scheme and guys that were high-end talent.
Jordan Burns signed with Tennessee, in-state guy. I think I saw where Bradley Shaw from Hoover, the linebacker, was headed to Arkansas, maybe.
I think so. I know that that was my gut on where that was going to go. I thought T. Will was going to be able to get him in the end. I thought he'd built a really good relationship with that young man.
Who can recruit some linebackers? Xavier Story, the former Georgia quarterback.
Is he there now? Did he commit?
Yeah, he committed last night, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. T. Will, hey, listen, the talent's always going to be there at linebacker with him.
I agree. And Story's going to be interesting. He's more of an athlete, in my opinion, that still needed some development. I think Trav can develop him there. And that was kind of the hesitancy of why he left Georgia, is he just thought he wasn't necessarily getting the playing time that he felt like he deserved in that inside linebacker room. I think Trav has the potential to get him to where he needs to be, and he is a NFL-type athlete. I mean, there's no question. Xavier Story has physical gifts that not a lot of guys have. If Trav can get him where his eyes need to be, and coach him on some of the nuanced things that go to playing inside linebacker in the SEC, the sky's the limit for that young man.
For sure. Bradley Shaw was an interesting one, man. That was a hard one to keep up with.
Oh, my goodness. He was frustrating at times.
He's a little bit like Reese Baker. Like, is he going to play football? Like, does he even talk to coaches? I'm not sure what's going on here.
Reese Baker will be – I would love to see what he does, if anything, today.
Yeah.
I don't think he's signing anywhere, guys.
Cole thinks he's just going to be a student.
All right, we got a new one. You want to guess who it is?
Yeah, let me look at the list.
Let me look at the list. I'm not looking. I'm not cheating.
I'm going Caleb Harris.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go Malcolm Simmons.
Both wrong.
Oh,
it's gonna be DJ Barber, isn't it?
Hey, wrong again.
Crawford.
Wrong.
Bryce Gaines.
Yeah, it's Jalen Crawford. Yes.
I know he is.
Oh, look at you. Second time's a charm, Jamie.
First try.
Yeah. Jalen Crawford now. This was a big get, if y'all remember that.
Sure was.
Yes.
Sure was.
It was a big get. I can't remember who else was in the play for him.
Florida LSU.
There you go.
It was really Auburn, Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. LSU was the early favorite, and then it was Auburn and Florida that snuck in there, and they battled it out. And this was when Florida was hot.
Right. They were getting whoever they wanted.
They were not missing. Yeah. And
whomever.
he was Jalen Crawford was the summer chain reaction starter, if I remember correctly.
I think Joe was the chain reaction starter, but Jalen was right after that. I mean, Crawford happened, and then we had Riddick, and then Perry directly thereafter.
You know, Jalen is the lone true cornerback in this class from high school.
Yeah.
Well,
and they took a ton of corners last year, right? I mean, you took one from junior college, and then you took – let me take a look real quick.
Jeffrey, you're going to have to readjust the front page unless you want me to do
okay. Did you have a story on him?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go in and update the HQ with your story and move him to Signee, and then I will put it back on top.
All right. Welcome to Behind the Curtain, folks. This is why the signing day show is fun, because we got to work. So
Yep, you see it. So Kayan Lee, cornerback in last year's class.
Rim was in the year before, wasn't he?
JD was the year before. Tyler Scott, cornerback, last year's class, both blue chip guys. Colton Hood, who I think has some versatility and is potentially playing some safety now for us, was a cornerback in that class. Don't forget about Jacorius Hart, JC Hart, but that's another guy I think that could grow into a safety. I mean, I honestly believe JC is probably going to be 210-ish by the time it's all said and done. And at that weight, can he stay outside at corner? Does he have the hips to flip and the quickness? He's got the speed. There's no question. I mean, he gets from 0 to 40 in a hurry, but is he better playing downhill or over the top at that 2-deep safety position? I think he could be. I honestly, I'm very high on JC Hart's upside. I think that kid's going to be something special. I really do. He's one of those 3 stars that, to me, he's a hit.
I agree with that. Man, there's a lot of prospects in the secondary right now. Tyler Scott, I haven't even mentioned him. You know, that's another guy.
Right.
So far, all 4 of the released signees are early enrollees: Jalen Crawford, Robert Lewis, Malik Blockton, Joe Phillips. Some of the other signees are future signees will be today early signees. Man, this is huge, dude. I think all but 4. Let's see. Perry Thompson is not. Malcolm Simmons is not. DeAndre Carter is not. Amon Lane is not. And the rest are early enrollees. Go through spring. Some of them will be going through bowl practices. That's pretty big, huh? Can y'all hear me?
Very big. Sorry, I was responding to some.
I wasn't looking at this page, and I was like, "Am I talking to myself?"
No. I was responding to some intel that just came through on a text message. If you're a fan of LJ McCrae, there's still some life there. There's some chatter there. So don't know that I would predict him to Auburn just yet, but not out of it either. So still battling.
There you go.
What'd I miss?
A bunch of awkward silence.
Bunch of awkward silence. Sorry,
which it's to be expected, as Cole said. We do have to work.
Yeah, we're responding to things in real time, guys. They're working. I'm responding to text messages. I promise you, it pertains to recruiting and not what I have set up for later today. But what I just mentioned is that I got a text that we're still alive for LJ McCrae. Wouldn't predict him to Auburn just yet, but there's still chatter there, and that one's ongoing.
I told you that was the one I was watching really closely this morning.
I agree, man.
Heard some really, really positive things there. I've heard positive things about KJ Bolden, and I know we're all thinking Georgia right now, but as we've said, there's still time there too. But we got about 50 minutes probably more than that because I'm sure he won't do it right at 9 for LJ.
That will be like that would be the interesting to watch for me for sure.
Here's the thing. All right, there were 2 recruits that the schools that they committed to. It felt like you were not going to flip them because it wasn't just about the coaches. It was about the school itself, maybe the proximity to home of the school, the state, and it was Cohen Eccles at Texas A&M and LJ McCrae at Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Cohen Eccles did something I would have never expected him to do and decommitted from Texas A&M. That was the last thing I was expecting from him. Right? And I think the reason is because of perception of the program. All these guys leaving. Look, it's close to home. We got that. But, man, is this where I want to take my chances? I don't know. Is it possible that LJ has considered this? I mean, he puts the tweet out last night of the guy with the 2 buttons. Like, what do I do? That was interesting. I'll say that. I still don't trust Twitter, but it's interesting. And then the things that we've heard about Auburn and LJ McCrae, or at least that I've heard. Look, I've heard that Mike Norvell is the head coach he's closest to. And I've heard that Jeremy Garrett is the position coach he's closest to. Guess what? Doesn't have a position coach at Florida right now.
No, he doesn't. I know there's been some rumors of who they're trying to get for that position. Nothing has been solidified to this point. So that's an interesting one to me. For you to sign, you would have to have infinite trust in the head coach. And I don't know what Coach Napier and his relationship is. Do you have trust in Billy right now if you're LJ McCrae? Because go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'm not listening to you. I'm sorry. I'm just bursting in.
Go ahead.
Cole said it. Auburn's still fighting for KJ. He's not announcing for another 3.5 hours.
Yep.
But it's not looking good. And I feel good about my prediction right now.
You said
KJ.
I heard LJ.
I'm sorry. I was thinking, hell, LJ's in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't have a good feel for that. I mean, the safe pick here is Florida. And if somebody said, hey, we've been saying Florida for weeks now. I've had him 50-50, but again, put me to the ledge, and I'm going to say Florida. And I think that's the safe pick here. But again, I could go either way.
I agree, man. I'm with you on KJ to UGA. My sourcing on that has been UGA since yesterday. That was what I was told. I have not heard really anything different from that same person. I trust this person completely. LJ, I have not heard 100% to Florida. That was a projection by me because I thought Florida would be desperate and would do what it took to take to get that one across the finish line. But I don't know that. You know what I mean? I think that could be the surprise. If there's a surprise today, I think LJ McCrae is the surprise. I agree with you 100%, Cole and Jeffrey.
Definitely can't rule it out. Definitely cannot rule it out. My prediction's still in Florida. I'm not ready to go this far as to say Auburn's going to get this guy. But, man, I just know that they've been close, and they've been close for a little while.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. Jeremy Garrett, really good recruiter, done a fantastic job in this recruitment. I like the position Auburn's put itself in. Can they close? That's what we don't know. You got to overcome to get a flip. It's tough, man. It's tough in the SEC to flip an in-state kid from a power program like Florida.
Then you get back into the desperation deal.
Yeah.
This is what keeps pulling me back every time that I think I want to say Auburn could really, really land LJ McCrae. I go back to desperation and say Florida is not. I mean, they can't handle that. They can't take a hit like that. They can't take a hit like DJ Lagway if he decides to go elsewhere. There are reports of it. Who knows? they are not in a position to take a hit like that. So if that's the case, what do they do if it gets hairy right now?
Whew. I don't know, man. Cole, I don't know.
I'll tell you what, this is where whether or not Auburn gets LJ McCrae, can we all just collectively have us as people who cover Auburn, a collective sigh of relief? Hey, whew, Auburn's not going through a coaching change.
Oh,
poor Keith.
I know, man. Keith got the raw. Man, he had to cover Harsin right when that was over. He jumped right over to Billy, and that.
Listen, by the way, Lord George in that thread, when he was talking about the downfall of Auburn's recruiting, and then he said, well, maybe it wasn't Brian Harsin. Maybe it was Keith Niebuhr, because now he switched to Florida, and you see that recruiting class falling apart.
He's just got a black cloud following him a little bit, I guess.
So, man.
I pass on what I've got on Cohen Eccles.
Okay.
Cohen Eccles was leaning LSU after the weekend and as of last night, but A&M and Auburn are still very much in this.
Would not shock me at all if A&M got him back. Just wouldn't. That's what I was just saying. I couldn't believe he decommitted from A&M.
That's why I felt so good about a flip to Auburn at the time. It was odd that he decommitted,
right?
And the way he did it, it was just, I don't know. But keep this in mind: decommitting from A&M gives him more leverage.
Oh yes,
with NIL.
And if you're talking about desperate, and you're Texas A&M, and your class, not what it once was, for sure, and you're Mike Elko and you're trying to make a statement, you want to lock in as much in-state talent as you possibly can. You want to do what Hugh Freeze did this time last year and flip a Keldrick Frog on National Signing Day to show, hey, man, I've got some teeth. We've got some recruiting chops here at A&M still.
Austin Keys just put out a tweet that was interesting. He puts the Kevin Hart gif. It is gif, not GIF. That's how I'm going to say it.
Of course, you're not an idiot.
It's about to go down.
I mean, about to go down. Here's the thing. And a lot of the members and stuff, they see the bat signals, Damari, man, listen, nothing's done. Nothing's done. When it is now, this leads me to believe maybe Dumas Johnson.
That would be, look, ain't nobody expecting that.
The Aldridge tweet last night, and then this is just looking. Maybe I'm. What do you call it? Stretching. What do you call it? Reaching. Maybe reaching. I'm reaching. There you go. Reaching. Stretching. Yeah. Sure. Maybe I'm stretching here, but it just we don't have any idea what's going on with his recruitment. We know he went to Kentucky. We know Kentucky. There's some confidence up there. We guess, but other than that, man, this guy's all about business. And I said it earlier in the week. These transfers right here could just pop up and just be signed. Just sign and be released by Auburn. Let me see if I can.
I'll tell you all a funny story while we're talking here.
Please do.
The gang, the whole beat of the Auburn recruiting beat. Jason Caldwell, Christian Clemente, Caleb Jones over at Rivals, Jeffrey, myself. Maybe I think you were. Jeffrey, you were doing something else. You were there, but not in the building at the time.
Okay.
It was in the summer.
Okay.
This was the day that things were still trending towards Georgia a little bit for Joe Phillips, right?
Sure.
Josh Aldridge walks through the complex. He's heading to the other facility because they got campers at both of them. He goes, "Hey, y'all let me know if y'all hear any news." And he walks out. We're like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He walks back in after Joe Phillips has committed. He's going to the other facility. He goes, "Y'all get some good news?" Like, total confidence.
Yep.
I was in the bathroom talking to Joe Phillips, washing my hands.
Yeah.
Brushing my teeth. Listen, here's one thing I forgot to say this. One thing I loved about Joe Phillips was, man, he was God, please don't do this to me, Jhead. Is he straight up told me I was going to Georgia yesterday. They valued me more than I thought Auburn did. And Auburn came back and said, "No, they don't. No, they don't. We value you too." And he said, "Okay, I'm in." Jhead, don't do this to me.
I know, man. I'm trying to run it down on my end.
Is that from a semi-legit? I mean, is this?
Let me talk to somebody legit.
Okay. All right. Certainly don't want to signing day, folks.
Always, man.
It's fun. I love it. Man. I'm trying to process that.
Me too. Me too. So again, and I don't want to, you're talking about seeing behind the scenes here. This is sometimes what it's like between us when we hear, when you get something,
it's a lead. It's just a lead to look into.
Exactly. Nothing to say just yet.
Let's see here. Caleb Odom signed with Alabama, the former Auburn fan. Auburn really never made a push for him, believe it or not.
Who was it?
Caleb Odom?
No, I think early on, Ben had his eye on him, thought he was somebody that was interesting. And I think after they had the kid on campus a couple of times, they just went in a different direction. I never got to feel like you said that they went all in on that on that kid.
No, I don't think they did. They had him on an OV, and it didn't seem to go all that great. in all honesty,
yeah.
Boy, there's a bunch of things.
All right, so we're 35 minutes away from LJ McCrae. I'm going to give you about 30 more minutes. Figure out what the hell's going on. I mean, before we, hey.
Yep.
It's the fourth quarter.
It is the fourth quarter on that one. Who's on the phone with LJ McCrae right now? Does it actually happen when it's supposed to happen, or does it go late?
I'll say it probably goes a little late. But that's like predicting it's going to rain when it's already raining.
Let's see if we can find out. But we're definitely going to be Zach said people are freaking out in the chat.
It's not a decommitment, guys. Okay.
Oh, no. Yeah.
For those that are freaking out in the chat, it's not a decommitment. It's something I'm looking into. Don't worry. It would be a good thing. Okay. But I don't think there's much to it. I don't think there's much to it at all. I don't mean to cause consternation or panic or anything like that. Just inhale, exhale, breathe, let it out. Okay. If there's anything to truly report, I'll say it.
So pepper sauce, right? You got to have it in a restaurant.
Oh, for sure. Man, and it will be.
I know.
Jhead, are you aware of this?
What happened?
So I was complaining the other day on the corner about going to a restaurant and ordering collard greens and them not having any pepper sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was like, I was like, well, am I wrong? And they were like, no, dude, you got to have pepper sauce. Got to have pepper sauce if you're going to serve collard greens. Well, dude, it wasn't like 30 minutes. I got a little DM from the head chef. And I think he knew what I was talking about. He was like, we're going to make that happen. I just took over and got peppers on the way to make the homegrown pepper sauce, homemade pepper sauce, I should say.
I will take this moment to talk about a transfer that I've heard some things on here lately.
Okay. I think that's a good thing.
Auburn picked up Gage Keys from Kansas. That's your D-line addition so far. I think Auburn's going to get a couple of D-line additions, whether it be, obviously somebody like LJ McCrae, who they want, somebody like Amaris Williams. I think Auburn's in the game with Derek Harmon, Michigan State defensive line transfer.
I agree. It's
Ohio State and Oregon, and I think it's really Auburn and Oregon. I don't know how much Ohio State's actually in it. Derek Harmon, that's a 6'5", 320-pound guy that can play three technique or nose. Would be huge, guys. That would be a huge one.
And, it would be rare in the transfer portal world for a guy to take a visit immediately after the contact period opens. So he was in Auburn the first day he could be in Auburn, wasn't he? Well, the first couple of days he was in Auburn for an official visit. Then he takes a couple of more visits. Very rare for a guy to come back after going through all that and commit to the school that, you know what I mean? Like the first visit.
It is.
However, it's not, it's certainly possible. And I'm like you, Cole, I might have even talked to the same person, but there was still hope that there was a chance there.
Yep. There's an in with Auburn with Vontrell King Williams. They're both from the Detroit area. And then you have Justin Rogers as well, who is from that area. So there's an in there, and that probably helps a little bit. You hit your elbow again?
I did. Did you hear me?
I just saw your face. Somebody in the comments said this is better than Squid Games.
What's Squid Games?
You got to see Squid Games, man? I got to tell you, I struggle with shows that the mouth, like they've dubbed over it because it's in another language. I struggle with that. But I got into that show. That show was pretty good.
Vontrell's from Chicago.
Yep. Mentored under Bo Davis at UTSA.
But there is a connection there.
Yeah.
Yes. Eastern Michigan is where he was the D-line
There you
coach.
go. There you go.
That's it.
The D-line.
Let me
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it was completely off topic. Vontrell King Williams. Listen, this guy's going to be a defensive line coach very soon. He's awesome. I like this guy a lot. Very personable. Knows what he's talking about. But you were talking about Squid Games. Is that a movie?
It's a show on Netflix.
Oh, is it good?
It's like I don't know if it's Chinese, Japanese, it's Asian, and it's in their language, but it's dubbed over in English, which I struggle with, like I said. But it was pretty good, man. It keeps you on the edge of your seat. There's no doubt. But apparently, the Auburn Live show does too. I mean, the comments could not be coming in any faster. I can't even read them; they're too fast.
Speaking of movies, I thought this was a fantastic moment the other day to show age. Cole, myself, Caleb from Rivals, and Christian from 24/7. We're all sitting around the table, and Jennifer Coolidge, a commercial popped up. Jennifer Coolidge, and Cole said, "Jeffrey, what do you think of when you see her?" I said, "Shit, man, that's Stifler's mom."
Oh yeah.
And Christian and Caleb went, "Who?"
I knew. There's like just a fine line right there of an age gap, and I knew neither one of them would know who it was. I've
never seen American Pie.
Are you kidding me?
Didn't know who Stifler's mom was. Didn't know what I was talking about.
Jeffrey, we're showing our age here, man.
Dude, that was the first Cougar.
All right, guess the signee.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm going to go DJ Barber.
DJ Barber. I'm going to go Seth Wilfred for the win.
Wrong.
Damn it.
Again.
Oh, no, we get two guesses.
Trick question.
We get two guesses.
Trick
Oh,
question.
for real?
Kind of.
Oh, man.
It was who?
Gage Keys.
Gage Keys.
Hey, you know what?
I'm 2 for 2 on my second guesses, man.
Checks, baby. 60% of the time, all the time.
It worked every time.
Yep.
All right. Gage Keys is in the house. Let's see. Who else did he visit?
I don't think he did.
I think
you know what? This is a great story. Cole and I are sitting up the complex, and was it Saturday, Cole?
Yeah.
And
Saturday, Sunday, we were
this
there.
dude walks in with some people around him, and we're like, "Who the hell is that?" And Cole was like, "That's freaking Gage Keys." I was like, "Who the hell is Gage Keys?"
Only Cole would know, right?
Nobody else knew who he was either.
He said Auburn offered him like 2 days ago.
You know why? You know why I knew who he was?
Don't get yourself in trouble on here now.
I watched his film.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I took a look at it, beforehand, before I had an opinion on it.
Oh, interesting take there. Interesting system.
How I roll.
I tell you what, now I want your guys' opinion on it. But as far as like frame, I mean, I heard that kid's put together, man. Like,
even though, I knew who he was just based off of his look because I've seen him a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else was going, "Who's that?" that kind of thing. Like, oh, that guy, he's got the look. He's definitely got the look, got the length. He reminds me of Andrew Williams that used to play for Auburn. Andrew Williams had one of the better frames, honestly.
He did, for sure. Now, yeah. I will tell you this, Cole, watching his tape, I thought Andrew was always a little stiff at times.
Right.
I think Gage Keys is more athletic.
You remember that Andrew came in as I think he was a strong side defensive end recruit.
Yes.
That's what everybody thought he was. And then he ends up being a strong interior guy.
Yes.
And now he didn't fill up the stat sheet. But he was tough, man. When they put him in the game, they weren't running on him. That's the kind of guy I see as Gage Keys. Now, he's not going to help you in pass rush. Don't expect that. That's not his strong suit. But, boy, he takes a double pretty well. So, I like Gage Keys. I don't know if he's a starter for Auburn, but he is definitely an upgrade for that room. In my opinion,
what's in that room right now, at the 3-tech spot, I would place him as my starter, giving his Power 5 experience.
Yeah,
he would be the guy. Don't know, again, like you said, they got a whole spring practice and a fall practice to go through, so it's far too early to kind of make an assessment on the depth chart. But all things being considered equal today, Cole, I think he would be your starter. Let's see what, the step that Bobby Travis takes, because I think he moves outside of the 3-tech.
Sure.
Because he's been playing a lot of shade nose. It looked like when he got into the game this year, it's his quick nose, shade nose, when he did get some snaps against Vanderbilt and a handful of other teams. But him moving out to the 3-tech, what does DJ Reed do at the 3-tech? So you've got some options there, and Gage Keys is just kind of, he's another option and a guy that can play, in my opinion. I'm with you. When you watch the last 3 games he played at Kansas against the opponents he played against, he was making plays against Texas. He was making plays against Oklahoma State. He was making plays against legitimate Big 12 teams that have Power 5 guys that, Auburn, that are comparable to the competition Auburn's going to play.
Yeah. Hey, SR71 Blackbird wants to know, has Alex Kozan signed yet? Do y'all know?
That was a running joke.
Yeah, what happened there?
With old Kozan?
Yeah, I remember I covered his recruitment, but what happened?
So he didn't sign on National Signing Day. And then it was like 4 days later, he finally had his announcement ceremony or whatever it was. Jeff Grimes sweating that one out to the very end. But
so
go ahead.
It's just been a running joke ever since.
Oh, yeah.
I do vaguely recall that.
I love the running jokes like that. The Alex Kozin thing, the ankles.
The OG though is the Arkansas running back.
Yes,
Fred Talley.
Greg Talley, ran by my window.
Oh,
man. And you remember Reggie Fish?
I do not remember.
Reggie Fish on that Woody play to ice the game for Arkansas versus Auburn.
Yeah. Little bitty guy.
Funny dude, man.
Like Sean Shivers.
Yes.
Wasn't it Gus that sort of created that play, or maybe?
Yeah, he was the OC at Arkansas that year. That's when they had Mitch Mustaine starting for the first 10 games that season.
Jeffrey, I know you know the play. They did it with Ryan Davis. They've done it with Sean Shivers. They line up like everybody's bunched up like this, the offensive line, and then they put a little guy behind him, and he's like squatted down.
Yeah.
And so the defense can't see him, and then they do like a fumble rooski with him.
Yep.
Do they call it the sugar huddle?
They usually broke out of a sugar huddle to do it because they hit him.
Yeah. Right? They would hide him head down there. And I could always remember every time we ran that play, even if it was for a positive game, you know what I mean? You'd see somebody on the board immediately after, there's Gus running his high school stuff again.
Yeah, that's what he did. He did a lot of high school stuff. I mean,
and in Gus's voice, no doubt.
So
me and Christy go to Waffle House after we get done with this win.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't bring Christy into this now.
No. She's look. There are people that still, for whatever the reason, have some ill will about Gus. Gus is a good man. Christy's phenomenal. I wish them all the best and success at UCF. I mean, Gus did his job when he was here. He didn't probably capitalize in the way that some Auburn fans wanted, but he worked extremely hard. He's a good man.
He's a good ball coach.
Yeah, he is a good football coach.
You know, the thing about today, there's a big potential for a letdown for the fans because it's hard for fans to go back and look at what they've done to this point because fans are, what have you done for me lately? That's what fans are.
Yeah.
Okay. What have you done for me lately? That's what they are. That's what most of them are. You have some that aren't that way, but that's why it's such a big deal to have perception wins on a day like this.
Yes.
It's a big deal to the staff. It's just that way. Well, I'm just curious. I want to see this is new territory for them, in my opinion, for this staff, because they do have a class that's really good. Top 10 class right now. At last check. They may change, as people are committing and signing, whatever. But I want to see how they go about a day like this where they're trying to put the cherry on top of what they got instead of we have got to get a couple of wins today or we're not going to have a worthy enough class, if that makes sense.
Agreed.
Because that's kind of how it was a year ago. If you didn't get Keldrick Falk, if you didn't flip Connor Lew, if you didn't flip Kay and Lee, what does that class look like?
You're not inside the top 20. And you're missing on several difference makers. I mean, I think, honestly, you got several really good developmental prospects in last year's class, and you got 5 difference makers. You got Connor Lew, DJ Reed, Kay and Lee, the running back that we all love. I mean, and Keldrick Falk. So you got 5 legitimate difference makers, in my opinion, that are all future SEC starters. And then you got some really good developmental prospects that I think have the potential to be SEC starters and good players in this league. Now, in this class, I see 8 or 9 difference makers in this class. I honestly do. Maybe even 10. Like it's loaded with guys that I believe are potential starters, 2 deep players sooner rather than later in their career, but guys that can create impact and are potential NFL draft picks.
That's right.
And one of those, Laquan Robinson. Guys, I love this kid's tape. I think he is a day one starter at Auburn, given our room right now.
I feel the same way. They loved him in high school. He was an Under Armour All-American in high school.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a guy that he's a plug-and-play kind of guy.
Look, say what you want about Derek Mason, but he ID'd that kid early. And Derek Mason has coached at all levels of football. He's coached in the NFL. He's been a head coach, a successful defensive coordinator at Stanford, and now he's a head coach again at Middle Tennessee State. He knows football players. He absolutely, and specifically secondary.
Yeah.
Raquan Robinson was his first offer. Zach Etheridge was the guy he built a relationship with. That relationship mattered in this recruitment because Ole Miss pushed and is still pushing to try to flip. They haven't given up on him by any means. So getting that signature today is a win for Auburn. And I know people want to say it's Ole Miss. Look, man, Ole Miss's NIL game is as good as anybody's. Okay? And if you don't believe it, look at what they're doing in the transfer portal.
Right. Exactly. Let's see.
Okay, let's see here. We got about 20 minutes.
Yep.
Till LJ. Is anybody aware of a streaming option for that?
Let me look.
A good thing to do in this situation, I have learned, is to go to Facebook and find the school Facebook page.
Look at Cole giving his tips.
A lot of times you can find it that way. I don't know if that's the case here.
Mainland High School.
Daytona Beach, Florida.
Do I have to follow them? Hey, dude, not a bad. They've got pictures posted. Bella De Julio signed her national letter of intent to St. Leo University. Congrats there, Bella. Good for you.
So while you guys are looking for that, I'm going to go over some times for people to pay attention to as far as announcement schedule. LJ McCrae, 10 a.m.
Hold on. 9 a.m.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry, 9 a.m. I apologize. I'm 10 a.m. my time, guys. I forget I'm in Eastern Standard Time. So,
Weirdo.
Yeah, I know. I'm that guy. So LJ McCrae, 9 a.m. KJ Bolden, 12 p.m. Amaris Williams, 12:40 p.m. Towns Magoo, 3 p.m. And Favorite Edwin, still TBD. Yeah. Those are the ones that I'm paying attention to today. Obviously, Cohen Eccles will be Friday. Ryan Williams at this point is still February. But I know that is a guy that both Auburn and Alabama would love to have signed today. Now, I'm not expecting that by any means. But you want to talk about getting weird on signing day, let there start to be some buzz that Ryan Williams wants to do something last second.
I'm just a big homer, Jhead. I'm just a big homer who's always wrong. If you don't believe me, just ask the Alabama fans.
No.
I can't wait to meet one of those people in person. I've been sitting here like,
they ain't going to get outside.
If I go like somewhere and I got an On 3 hoodie or something, I'm waiting for somebody to go, hey, you work for On 3? It happens sometimes. It's usually an Auburn fan. And I'd be, yeah, man. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm on the Alabama site. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you?
You won't ever meet those guys in person. They're all calling Paul Feinbaum. Hey, Paul, you know Jesus is an Alabama fan, don't you? He wouldn't want Ron Williams to go nowhere else but to God's school. That's where he'd want him to go. Now Paul, he should be rolling with the tide now. Rolling with the tide.
People are asking about a Reese Becker story. Do we have a Reese Becker story?
Only what I know, which is we had him. Remember, I think we put our predictions in. Maybe you did it back in March or whatever, but
my prediction is still on Auburn, and I've got to find a way to change that. But I don't think you can put it on not going to play football,
right?
And that's what is probably going to happen.
But the weird thing about him is he's a great football player.
He is.
Yeah,
he's a great football player. Some people just don't have the. If he doesn't aspire to want to be a great football player, great college football player. And we're just I don't have any direct knowledge of this, but I'm just looking at his actions. Like, he could have committed to Auburn. He could have committed to Auburn as late as or as early as Big Cat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was coming in. I think I probably had him on commit watch. If I didn't, I mistakenly left him off. Matter of fact, I think I had him on commit watch. Like, this guy's going to commit. It just all lines up. Or he's a take. And what did he say, Jhead? He had the flu or something. He got sick.
The flu.
Right. And so I'm going, okay. And then I think after that, Auburn was like, okay, we're done. All right. We did. We're not going to waste any more time, efforts on this kid. Like, you had a chance and you didn't take it. So if you remember, Joe Bernardi had gone to Troy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe Bernardi was Jake Thornton's assistant until early spring, last February, maybe, or the coaching. He left.
I think February-ish, because the Troy offensive line coach got the assistant offensive line coach job for the Houston Texans. And then Joe was very quickly hired at Troy.
So Joe had been recruiting Reese at Auburn and started recruiting him at Troy. And I'm thinking, well, that probably where he's going to end up. I think West Virginia was involved at some point.
Yes, West Virginia, Tulane, Troy.
Yeah.
One other Power 5 school was also in the mix. I'm trying to think of who that was.
Was it Vandy or Georgia Tech, or was it a smart school?
It was a smart school. I think it is Vanderbilt. I think it was Vanderbilt. It was a nerd school, let's be honest.
Yeah. But dude, he goes to Troy. And when I went to Cole with that, Cole was like, dude, he may not want to play football.
And for those that don't understand the sacrifice that some of these guys have,
you ain't kidding.
It is a legitimate sacrifice that these kids go through. You don't live the normal college life when you're a college athlete, specifically a college football player. It is very different. I've seen it up close and personal as it pertains to the basketball side of things. It is a very different life for some of these kids. And so some people just want the college experience and to be a normal college student. They don't want to go through the rigors of having to do that. And hats off to the young man if he knows himself well enough to make that kind of a decision. Now, for me, my old man wouldn't have given me a choice. He'd be like, your ass is playing football. You're doing something. You better get a scholarship.
Yeah. Hey, you get paid to do it now.
Yeah.
That's the thing, man. I played Division III football. You don't get paid.
No.
You barely get lunch.
Did y'all have scholarships?
No. Negative. No scholarships. Barely got recruited. Hey, I talked to a guy one time. He said, hey, you want to play for us? I was like, yeah, I do.
Oh,
cool.
Yeah.
Be here this day. We sign this day. Get your pads and all that.
Yeah. Right, cool. Do you still have a helmet?
Yeah.
Bring your helmet.
Bring a helmet.
Bring your own helmet.
It says I hurt people on the back.
All right, now let's get serious.
Okay.
10 minutes.
There we go. Lock it in. Everybody take a deep breath.
Okay.
I don't know. What are y'all thinking?
I want to hear something.
I still think Florida, but I hit it in our private chat, but there was still some Auburn chatter.
Is it Florida until it's not? I feel like that's where I am right now.
I am. It's Florida till it's not. I don't know anything just yet. I do know that Auburn was, as of 30 minutes ago, still felt like they were in it.
But is that what you say when you're probably not going to get him, but you're still fighting?
Maybe. To be honest to our listeners and subscribers, maybe. I think that's a fair assessment, Jeffrey. But I just don't know. I don't know how to read this one, man. LJ doesn't talk to a whole lot of people, so I'm limited on what I'm hearing. And I just don't know.
I think I just got some interesting news, but you just give me a minute. I got to figure it out first.
Okay. Cole, go ahead and take your camera down so people don't start freaking out.
Just that's what's happening. We got 10 minutes to go. This is the kind of thing that happens when we're checking around on things.
Correct.
But so yeah, give me like a minute.
That's what I just heard.
Huh. That would be good.
Okay, so enough silence. We're coming up on the LJ McCrae announcement. I think we're all right now just kind of waiting to see what happens. It's signing day, guys.
I'm curious to see how long it takes. It never happens at 9. If he says 9, it never happens at 9.
He doesn't. And so we'll see how it all shakes out, man. As of now, we're still going to pay attention to the time frame of 9 o'clock, and we'll see what happens when he speaks at 9, if he speaks at all. Like you said, the time may shift on that, and he may move backwards on his timeline.
Who else besides LJ we got coming up shortly here?
Walker and Amon.
Yes.
Are signing.
Yes.
Good.
Zach had that announcement time.
Let's see.
And I think Caleb Harris maybe at 9:30. A couple of commitments.
Yeah.
Or a few commitments, I should say.
Oh, we got a new signee on, I guess.
Okay.
Don't look at the comments.
I don't even have it up. I'm going to go with Caleb Harris. That's my man.
No, he's signing at 9:30.
Okay, never mind then. We're going with DJ Barber.
You get 2 guesses, Jhead.
Yeah, 2 guesses.
You get 2 guesses.
I'm going with Malcolm Simmons and Bryce Kane.
Yeah. I'm going with nope, because Malcolm's supposed to go at 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dog. I got this one bookmarked.
Kinsley.
I'm gonna go DJ Barber.
No, I'm going back to Seth Wilfred and Bryce Kane. No, yeah, Bryce Kane.
Bryce would be a good one.
Cole?
Who is it?
Oh, it's Laquan Robinson. Sorry.
Ah, yes. That's a big one, guys.
That's what I said.
That's a big one. Look, I will be, now that one's signed and done, I will be honest with what I heard about a week ago, that Ole Miss had really laid an NIL offer down.
Hey, breaking news. Hayes Fawcett on threes. Hayes Fawcett says 5-star defensive lineman LJ McCrae tells me there is a high possibility that he will no longer sign today.
And that's what I was hearing.
Never mind. I'm not going to say anything.
Wow.
Yep.
Heard that from 3 sources. One last night, heard it could possibly happen. So that cannot be bad news for the Tigers.
No,
I don't see how it is. Don't see how that's bad news.
Go
now listen. Listen, though. That doesn't mean he's going to Auburn.
No, it does not.
But, boy, he's got to think about it.
Yes, he does.
He might come out at 9:30 and say, all right, let's do it. Florida.
Yeah. Or he might come out and say, let's do it at Auburn. Or he might not come out at all and say, you know what, I'm waiting until February.
Right. Exactly. Okay, well, that is big news. That's what you want on signing day. That's the kind of news you want, right?
Wow. If you're Florida,
dude, I would
I'm telling y'all, they cannot take that hit. What are they gonna do?
I'm with you, man. If you don't get him and DJ Lagway with as much as you have leveraged on this class,
hang on, I'm y'all go ahead. I'm putting up Laquan here. Just entertain yourself in the chat.
All right, Jhead, back to Laquan.
Okay. Back to Laquan. Heard a week ago, Ole Miss had laid a hellacious NIL deal down for him, was really pursuing that young man, thought he was an immediate starter for them as well. This is a big win for Auburn to get Laquan signed because I think he's an immediate impact guy for us. Don't think that wasn't a victory to make sure that Zach Etheridge locked that one in and got him across the finish line, okay? So big signing for Laquan Robinson. Do not undersell that one, Auburn fan base, please. This kid was valued by this staff, and he was valued by other teams in the SEC.
No doubt.
No doubt.
All right, got to get that. What do y'all think of the graphics this year? Did y'all like the bobblehead cartoon character last year better or this?
I don't remember.
I honestly don't either, man. I just got, guys, I'll be honest with you. You know how you get those waves of anxiety that come through sometimes and you just like lose train of thought? That's exactly what just happened to me right about now. I almost out, man.
That's funny.
Full Frank the Tank from old school.
Yeah. Oh.
Because that LJ news, I was not.
Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it.
Yeah. Got to keep. Oh,
boy.
But no, last night I was not expecting LJ not to make a decision today. And that is a shock on National Signing Day, guys. Now, again, as Cole has said, that's the big news right now that obviously Hayes Fawcett from On3 has released that information on, I'm assuming on X and or probably other multiple social media platforms. That's big. If you're Auburn, that means you're still in the hunt. If you're Florida State, that means you're still in the hunt because I don't think they're out of it either.
Yep.
So that's one to watch. What happens with Amaris Williams now? That's it. KJ Bolden, Amaris Williams, and then obviously Favor Edwin. We several big commitments on the horizon, guys.
Boy, that's big. Y'all mentioned it though. You know what? A lot of times in the past, these guys will pop back up around 12 o'clock. So, as Cole would say, head on a swivel.
Sorry, still trying to get Facebook going here.
I can only imagine.
Yeah. I'm not going to flood y'all with newsletters today. Sent one out for the first, which was Malik Blockton. So that kicked the day off. Other than that, for our Facebook people.
Facebook. All right, so Walker White's coming up at 9. Go ahead and get him officially in the boat. I'm on Lane Gaines, the guy who's been committed to Auburn since Brian Harsin was still the coach. Is having a signing ceremony at Amon Lane Gaines. Did I say Amon Lane Gaines? Love Amon Lane Gaines.
Yes, great kid.
Love it. I love it. Caleb Harris at 9:30, and then you've got Perry Thompson and Cam Coleman both at 10. So those will be 2 big signees right there. Jamonta Waller at 11.
Mm-hmm. So
starting to pick up some speed. Good morning there, dear. You want to walk behind me and say hello?
No.
Oh, you know what? We didn't do your ad.
No, let's go ahead and do that now.
We didn't do her ad. I'm blaming Zach in the back.
Yeah.
Geez, Zach.
Zach in the back? What?
He brought it up for you. He's now Zach in the front.
I know. I'm just reading the damn chat. What in the hell's going on? Hey, if you're in or around Auburn, Opelika, Lee County, you're looking for some help. Look no further for the help you need. Miss Jessica Andrews with the Talents Group. Give her a call, man. She's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Going for a closing now, aren't you, babe?
Yes, I am.
All right. Closing it down. Might be able to retire here soon if y'all give her a call. 334-704-4442. Give her a call. Tell her we sent you. You smell fantastic.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Happy signing day.
All right. Well, go on now.
Hey, I might give Jessica's number to somebody here in a minute.
There you go.
They're trying to sell a house in Auburn, Opelika area. It's got a tough driveway. I will say that. All right.
What?
What you got?
That's.
Oh yeah, no. That is yeah.
I'll look, Zach. I can confirm on the first part of that. He absolutely did that. I need to look at the other side.
I'll say again with LJ, the information that I got over the weekend, right? The information I got over the weekend was that Auburn was feeling some confidence that they were in this thing. And now you have got, I believe that him delaying his announcement is confirmation of that. I think that's confirmation of that Auburn believed they were in it. I've been told by other sources that, I don't think Auburn's in it that much. Because it wouldn't be smart, I don't think, to just check with Auburn, to just check with people around Auburn, whatever the case. You got to get every angle of this thing when it comes down to this. So that's confirmation for me, at least, that my sources were pretty good on that. Auburn felt it had a shot. Now, my sources felt it had a shot with KJ Bolden too, which is why I went as far as to say pick Auburn on that last night. I'm not feeling good about that right now, guys, but look, it ain't over yet.
No, it's not. My intel yesterday was UGA. We'll see, man. That would be a massive move for Hugh Freeze and his staff to get that done in the final hours. Because that's a guy that UGA is all chips to the center of the table on right now. They're all in.
Apparently, let me make sure this is legit. I have to go to Instagram here, which I hardly ever use.
Jeffrey, what are you thinking?
J.R. Buckner said you didn't put up 5 stars for 5-star realtor Jessica Andrews.
JR's right. I got distracted. But
I don't even know if I said it. She's a 5-star realtor.
She's 100% a 5-star realtor, fellas. Yes, I do think he signs with Auburn. Jhead, Cole, do y'all really think that Towns Magoo really signs with Auburn with McPherson being a sophomore? Yes, and I will tell you why. It is my understanding that there's a high probability that as a redshirt junior, that Alex McPherson would turn pro. That he's going to do at least 2 more years of school, but that allows you to redshirt Towns and to have him ready to go as a ready-made replacement. And I know a lot of people don't think that you should have 2 scholarship kickers on the roster. I think when you have a kid of Towns' capability, what happens if you have an injury? McPherson's special, but if he gets injured, what happens? So
yeah, and McPherson's good enough. I mean, kickers don't normally go early, but he definitely can.
And you're not – all right, so the offer to Towns is a preferred walk-on with NIL money to cover his scholarship. My guess is the second that McPherson turned pro, you would immediately put Towns on scholarship. So you're not hurting yourself from a numbers standpoint as far as scholarship athletes. So I think he is I think absolutely they would love to have this kid in the class.
Jamin Dumas Johnson to Kentucky.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I was afraid of that too.
Ooh.
That's a tough one, but you got a backup plan there. And in the Duke linebacker, I'm struggling to find his name. Should they choose to pursue that? I know they're going to get a linebacker. Is that the guy they're all in on? I don't know that just yet, but you've had a guy to come in and visit. Now you can turn the screws and really start to press if you want him in this class.
Okay. Well, it is 9:00. We were expecting LJ McCrae, in case you're just joining us.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hot in here.
Anyway, we were expecting him at 9. He now is not going to do it at 9. We don't think. The actual report from Hayes Fawcett of On 3 is it's not that he's not going to sign today. It's that there's a high possibility he doesn't sign today.
Correct. High possibility he doesn't sign.
I think we got a new signee. You want to take a guess?
Oh, 9:00, Walker White.
Yeah, well, either that or Amon Gaines Lane. Or Amon Lane Gaines. How do you see it? How does it?
All right, one pick this time between those two. Who you got? 50-50. Let's see how good you are under pressure.
I'm going with Amon.
I think it's Walker. They haven't tweeted out quite yet, but
oh man, anticlimactic.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Cole got us all built up. It would only be fitting that I'd be wrong again.
I'm pulling up my Walker story now. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
I get it. A lot of people were putting on Twitter last night that Perry Thompson sort of started the thing for Auburn. But honestly, first of all, Amon Lane started it before anybody knew what was going on. That dude was in the class in July of 2022. Right? But you talk about starting the how should I put it? Believing they were going to go somewhere and then Auburn makes the move and makes it happen was Walker White. Because he was going to Clemson, guys. 100% was going to go to Clemson.
Yeah. He did. He definitely was. I mean, there's no question about that. So big. Look, Amon Lane, and for those that don't know his story, we can talk about the skill set in just a second. Walker just officially signed live. Okay. Well, then you two were right. I was wrong again. Let's check that one. Another one for you guys. But back to Amon Lane, and then let's talk about Walker White. But Amon Lane, not only was he the first commitment in this class, doing it at Big Cat Weekend almost 2 years ago now, the kid's story is phenomenal. A young man that really has overcome adversity in his life, was adopted by his coach, Jake Gaines, when they were at Thompson, followed him to Moody High School. Amon is a fantastic athlete, penciled into us as a slot corner / nickel. And I think he's a young man that, given his character, his skill set, what he's been through, he's already proven himself as a man to be able to get through that. And I think he's a young man that's going to hit with a certain level of maturity in that locker room. And you're not going to have to worry about him doing the wrong things off the field. He's a kid that's going to come into your program and do everything right. And a young man that I'm going to be rooting for to get on the field sooner rather than later. And I think he's a good player on top of all that. Nicole, let's talk about Walker White. What are your feelings about Walker White in this class, what he means for this class, what his ceiling is at Auburn?
I'm kicking myself a little bit because I never got to go see him in person. That was my goal the whole time, was to make it over there to Little Rock and watch him play, and I didn't get to do it. But I did get to see him in camp, which, you know, I know how people feel about, oh, you're going to grade them while they're wearing shorts, whatever. Quarterback, I think there's a lot you can find out about a quarterback mechanics-wise. Well, everything. I think you find out just about everything about them mechanics-wise when you watch them in camp. And, boy, Walker can absolutely spin it, son. He really can. He's got that arm strength kind of like Holden Geriner has, in my opinion, that you hear a lot about Holden Geriner and his arm strength. I think Walker's got it, but he's got a higher level of athleticism that goes with it. And he's a much bigger guy. Walker's a huge guy. You know, have y'all, I mean, Jeffrey, you've been around him. Jhead.
Yeah, he is.
He is massive, man. Almost has like a Tim Tebow look, if we're being honest. The way that Tim Tebow looked as a quarterback, where he's all, you know, he's big. Got a big upper body, big lower body. He's just a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Walker White is, you know, the future. I think he's going to be the starting quarterback at Auburn one day. I don't think he's going to be the starting quarterback next year. I think you would not want that to happen. Not sure he would even want that to happen. It's going to take some time, but man, I'm a big fan of Walker White. I have been since the first time I looked at, you know, his film and said, wow, that's a big time quarterback. And look, Dabo Swinney's had lots of success with quarterbacks. That's the guy he wanted.
He very much has. And two guys that I would compare Walker White to, and these are high ceiling guys. So, you know, obviously I'm leaning into something where I'm predicting him to, or I'm comping him to somebody that's had success. But Dak Prescott, obviously at Mississippi State, and then with the Dallas Cowboys, and then Jackson Dart with Ole Miss right now. I see a lot of him in their game and how he translates to the next level. More of a power runner, but a guy with good enough speed and athleticism, above average arm talent. I think he probably is going to continue to work on his accuracy at the next level, but a guy that has all the attributes to be a transcendent player in a Hugh Freeze, Philip Montgomery style offense. He fits what they're trying to accomplish. I think he'll be successful in the read game and the RPO game as far as that side of things go. And he will continue to develop as a passer in the drop back passing game. And he's got the arm strength to throw it to, you know, make all the throws that you need to make at that level. Particularly, he's even got the arm strength to make the deep out throw, which is the true testament to arm strength. So guys, really got a player that fits your system. He's a great locker room fit for this team. He's a true leader. And a kid, again, like Amon Lane Gaines, you don't have to question what Walker White is going to do on or off the field. He's a kid that's bought in. He's about the right things. He's going to be great for the culture in that room, in that position room, and on the team. And so it's all pluses for me. Is he the best quarterback in this high school class? Maybe not. Is he the best fit for Auburn's offense? I think so. I think he's that kind of a player. And they landed on him early over several other quarterbacks that they had an opportunity to go after. But he was their number one from very early on. They went after him and they got him.
On3 just reported Jamon Dumas Johnson has committed to Kentucky.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Now, I want to say something as it pertains to transfers, and you've seen this already with Matthew Bedford at Colorado. They can commit to one school, but there is nothing binding for a transfer to go to a school that they commit to and or sign. They don't sign national letters of intent. They sign the grant and aid that allows them to have direct conversation with that university during the dead period. So that's what that does. But guys can sign multiple grant and aids. And again, it's not binding to the transfer. It's not binding to the day they show up on campus. So if Auburn really wants Jamon Dumas Johnson, they still have an avenue there to go get him. Would I put it as likely that Auburn's going to flip him? No. Is that window still open? Absolutely. And I know they have a high opinion of this young man.
Okay, so make sure we got everything straight. Got all my stories out here. We got Walker White.
I checked, man. I'm not wavering on my UGA pick for KJ Bolden.
I'm not either. I just asked again while we were all doing that, and it was still UGA. Now, look, maybe certain people in the industry know something we don't.
Sure.
Good for them that they do.
I also checked. I'm not getting gung-ho Georgia.
Okay.
Look, it is what it is. We're going to get some different things at times, I think. Maybe, you know, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think it's fair to share all of the things we're hearing, and that's just what I'm hearing. Now, I'm not hearing it's not Georgia. I'm just hearing that it's not gung-ho Georgia. In other words, Auburn still has a shot here.
Okay.
So we'll see. My confidence personally is not very high.
But still in it, not done yet. Still
sure. I mean, listen, let's be honest here. None of these guys, none of these top dogs are going to be done until they sign the damn letter.
Correct. And we go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. You were going.
And I'm not saying that it hasn't already happened. You know, if I'm Georgia, if I'm Auburn, Florida State, or whoever, and you know, listen, if you're coming, sign the paper and send it to me. We'll keep our mouths shut until you want to announce. But this is going to get done. But I was told whenever I put in the prediction, it's done.
Yeah.
And I just checked, and nothing has changed.
Right. I wasn't told that it was done yesterday, but I was told it was heavily leaning that way, and they would be shocked if it went the other way. It wasn't. I think probably you're the only one that was able to confirm done, Jeffrey. But all my intel, and I'm still speaking to the same people that are telling me that they still think it's UGA. So, but again,
yeah, those are the words.
If you're Hugh Freeze, you want, Jeffrey said this already, you want guys like me and you saying it's UGA.
See, that's the thing about signing day is it's almost hard, man, and I've made this mistake before, to trust what's being, because you don't know if you're being used.
Yeah.
Or if they're telling you the truth. Now, with this recruitment, I learned back in the summer when everybody was saying else, it was Florida State and Auburn for KJ Bolden. So I trust my sources here.
Yep.
I don't think I'm being used. I don't think I'm being, sandbagged, slow played. But I did check, and it's still the same. So I'm still at KJ to UGA.
All right. Well, let's see who's next on our docket to make a decision.
Yeah, Rusty at Dogs on 3. Who put that in there? Cole. Oh, there you go. Yep. Yeah, it's Auburn or Georgia. Rusty's saying. Rusty Manziel, who is as plugged in as they get.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to Georgia recruiting. He said it's Auburn or Georgia, and KJ probably is the only one that really knows who he's picking today. And I will say this. If it was Auburn, my sources would probably be telling me the same thing.
Yep.
And Georgia would probably be telling Rusty, it's Auburn.
Yeah. I tend to believe that's how it works, right?
Mm-hmm. And Rusty would be saying, hey, I logged in on 3 RPM for Auburn.
Because Rusty's, I mean, look, say what you want about anybody else in the industry. Rusty Manziel is honest. He puts his opinion out there. He tells you what he thinks, what he believes. And I don't question what he reports at all. And not that I question anybody, any reporter in the industry. I'm just saying that I've watched Rusty. I don't think he has an agenda. I think he honestly reports what he hears and what he knows when he gets it.
Ooh, I'm going to have to get my charger.
So I guess of the uncommitted, KJ's who we're looking at that's next. So we got about a 3-hour gap, guys, of hopefully good news coming in. Now your 2 big next ones are going to be Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson.
Yeah, huge.
I mean,
huge.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely huge.
Kobe Savage, who Auburn took a look at, Kansas State transfer safety, has committed to Oregon.
Okay.
Auburn liked him. Let me see if I can find anything out about A.J. Harris. Now that Dumas Johnson.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome if we can get a live update for our fan base.
All right.
Still, I would still love to hear Favor Edwin, at least like, hey, I'm going to do something today.
Yeah, that's the weird one, right? Like, obviously, to catch everybody up with where we are, everybody to this point that was scheduled to be announced to Auburn has been announced to Auburn. We haven't had any flips from our current commitments just yet. Not that anybody on this show anticipates that. Right now, LJ McCrae, as of 9/23, has yet to commit, and it has been reported by Hayes Fawcett of On3 on X and multiple other social media platforms that it is likely that LJ McCrae will not be deciding today as to what he's going to do. And we are moving forward towards 2 massive commitment ceremonies with Perry Thompson and Cam Coleman, and 2 guys that we absolutely need to get across the finish line.
I wonder if that Perry is streaming anywhere.
I don't know about that. Again, I would check the Foley High School Facebook page.
Hey, by the way, huge how about you to freaking Eli Drinkwitz, man. Holy cow. Have y'all seen what he's doing at Missouri?
Yeah, they're getting after it.
What happened today? I know that they got somebody big.
They got the #1 player in the country or something.
Let's take a look at their class.
Of course, that would be Jeremiah Smith, so that's not it. But I saw LaRondo. He's not following me anymore. It hurts my feelings.
Oh, Brad.
The #1 recruit in the country is a Mizzou Tiger. And his name is Williams Wanieri.
Yeah.
So they have the number 23 class in the country, as it is according to the On3 industry rankings, with 1 5-star, which is the guy that you mentioned, Jeffrey, 4 4-stars, and 15 3-stars. But they've also got a heck of a portal class going right now.
Yeah.
And they snagged probably the #2 JUCO offensive tackle in the country, Javen Richardson, over Auburn.
They got a running back, too. I saw Curtis Looper, I think it was last week.
Got him over Alabama and Ole Miss. If
you're the AD at Florida, are you looking at Eli Drinkwitz?
So let's talk about this real quick. If you're Florida and you have the season that the 3 of us on this panel think you could have next year, who's on your short list? And to me, it comes down to 3 candidates. It's Eli Drinkwitz, it's Lane Kiffin, and it's Jhead Fish at Arizona. Fish is a Florida alum and runs a really explosive offense out there. And you probably are trying to get one of those three, in my opinion. You got to get an offensive guy at Florida. You got to get a guy that can recruit. And right now, unfortunately, Billy is just eating it over there. And I just don't see that one as survivable. Who do you guys think would be on the short list? What's your honest opinion?
Eli. I think he would kill it at Florida.
I agree.
I think he would do fantastic at Florida. I mean, if you can – did he win 10 games this year at Missouri?
Yes, 10-2 at Mizzou. Kiffin went 10-2 at Ole Miss. Eli went 10-2 at Mizzou. Fish went 9-3 at Arizona. All guys that have hard to win at programs. Now, look, obviously Ole Miss has had more success than the other two, but those are all programs that are hard to put sustainable products on the field with, and all three of those guys have done a really good job at those universities.
Kawan Lacey, I believe, is the running back I was thinking about with Looper.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Fred.
Got him over Bama and Ole Miss. And both of those teams wanted him. He was valued by them. And Curtis Looper went into the state of Texas and got a big one. And Loop's done that.
Hell yeah. He's good for a stud running back every year.
He sure is.
Let's see here. Mike Matthews did sign with Tennessee. No surprise there. Joey Slackman, the Penn transfer defensive tackle, who was scheduled to visit Auburn last weekend and canceled, has signed with Florida. And I thought I saw another one. Oh, yeah, we mentioned Kobe Savage. Kobe Savage, the Kansas State transfer defensive back, who was on Auburn. Auburn offered him and liked him. He has signed or is going to transfer to Oregon.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see much good transfer news right now other than maybe A.J. Harris, maybe Derek Harmon, because, I mean, Hugh Freeze said it, dude. He said it himself. Let me read you the quote again. I put it in the story yesterday.
Zach, when you get us after Cole gets done, put that whatever Corey Bender just said about Florida back up so we can read that. Corey Bender, I know Florida's still hanging around, but most of the buzz is on Auburn. Okay, that's our Florida on 3 site, guys. Corey Bender's he's plugged in. Him and Keith Eber down there.
This is what Freeze said Monday. Well, if I knew what was going to happen Wednesday, the question to Freeze was, what about the needs from the portal? Can you kind of run through those for us? What are your major needs? And he said, well, if I knew what was going to happen Wednesday, ... basically, let that trail off. And he said, that has been one of my issues too. When I say, I don't think I've been very good at some of this portal deal because I'm really committed to trying to sign the best high school class we can. It is really hard for me to juggle the numbers in my mind and manage the 85. If you're really committed to that, you've kind of got to see a few things through. I thought that was a quote that needed to be rehashed. I thought it needed to be talked about yesterday, which was the day before signing day. I just don't think you should expect any big time transfer news right now. I think
unless they just pop up and sign.
Yeah, because I mean the reason why LJ McCrae may be waiting,
okay,
you know what I mean, is because Auburn is not going to relent. They're not going to relent. They're not going to give up. So that's
I hope he gets done today. I really do. Hold on, Zach. Anon Rush, we appreciate that, big dog. As much obliged to you.
Yeah, man.
Certainly don't ask for it, but we do appreciate it. Great live show. This is for some coffee because I feel like y'all are going to need it, which is true. Although I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I have one every morning, and I drink just a little bit. Is LJ McCrae an early enrollee? I do believe so. Thank y'all for everything you do. Appreciate you, Anon Rush. Also, man, if you haven't already, like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I hate that.
Hit that like.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know where it is. I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, you have to be on that.
We do want you to subscribe to the Auburn Live YouTube channel, though. It does help us. We appreciate the with the tips or whatever they're called. We absolutely appreciate the hell out of that. But we'd be just as happy if you go to the Auburn Live YouTube channel and subscribe to it, like this video, whatever the hell that does. I don't know. But I do like that you can turn on the notifications, and anytime we go or there's a new show, you get notified that, hey, don't forget this one.
Just as good as that, man. Take a trial run with us at Auburn Live. $1 gets you in for a month.
Or you can get that 50% off.
50% off signing day sale. Hey.
It's like $4 a month for the entire year.
Y'all are getting you're getting good info on this show, especially this one today. But it's not always going to be like this. Usually, the people that are on the corner have already heard a lot of the things we talk about when we get to the show. So
they just want more in depth, and we're able to speak more to it. Believe it or not, man, it's easier for me to talk. It's probably not easier to listen to. But it's easier for me to talk about things than it is to write about them.
Oh, me too. Me too. I don't think writing's my specialty, if we're being honest. I mean,
I hear you.
Do the best you can, right? Just get the info out there. But anyway, so I bring the quote back up to say, look, I don't think today is a day of transfer portal news.
Okay. Other
than AJ Harris is a guy that we know Auburn's got a great shot with, even with things going on, So where others might go, look, I mean, you can look at Ole Miss, you can look at Colorado, Texas Tech. They don't care. They're going out of the portal. They just don't care. Okay. Auburn's not going to be that way. They don't see it that way. Hugh Freeze doesn't see it that way. He sees it as we've got to build from high school, build that depth, get guys in the program, guys that trust us, guys we trust. And that's how it's going to go.
Kevin from Wilmer said he was right about Walker White. He's going to sign with Auburn. Appreciate you, Kevin. I know you're out there listening.
Kevin ain't been wrong, man.
He does not miss.
He doesn't miss. We have a new signee, I believe.
Oh.
It has not been tweeted out, but it has happened.
Let's see here. Who's left? Oh, I bet it's going to be one of the 9 o'clock hour signees, which is going to be, where's my announcement times? Amon Lane Gaines. That's my final answer.
You got it.
Yes. Dude, I'm on fire, son. Have they tweeted it out yet?
Not yet.
Dude, I'm like 4 for 5. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, doing pretty good. Oh boy.
Did you say that they tweeted it out?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm waiting to post a story if they do that.
You didn't hack the system, Cole?
I mean, notifications. That's the trick.
I got them on, but what are you being notified of? Like,
I keep eyes on the chat always, and they're always ahead of everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think we're delayed?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Auburn whenever they're probably watching some kind of live stream.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I wonder if the AuburnTigers.com has got like I don't know if you remember this, Cole. This might have been before your time, but back in the day, back in like 20 years ago, they would have a camera set up on the fax machine. And you'd see it roll in, and then
gosh, that's yeah.
And there was this chick, I think it was Georgia. It was the fax machine girl. She became an instant legend, let me tell you. You remember that, Jhead?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, fax girl. Was it Georgia?
I don't remember. I don't remember the name.
Making copies.
Yeah.
Look, that's the part. You're the go-to when you were the fax machine person on National Signing Day, because you're running down the hallway like, Coach, it's in. It's in.
Y'all don't remember the Saturday Night Live skit with Rob Schneider?
Yeah.
The Bradster making copy.
Listen, Rob Schneider as the copy boy, aka uses the same voice in Necessary Roughness when he's the announcer for the Fighting Armadillos football team.
Wow.
Love that.
Don't think I've ever seen that.
Roughness, right? Or am I showing my age again?
I don't think I've seen that one.
All right.
Let the record show, though, I have seen American Pie. I know who Stifler's mom is.
Okay. Do yourself a favor. Go watch. It's a football movie. Go watch Necessary Roughness when you get done with National Signing Day. When you unwind, get you some wings with Emily. Watch Necessary Roughness. All right, my man.
All right. I'll pull it up. We like a good movie.
Was that Adam Sandler?
No, that was Scott Bakula as the quarterback. Yeah, he was the Paul Blake, like the 40-year-old freshman.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No,
I'm thinking of the prison, the remake of
Necessary
Roughness. The longest yard.
Longest yard.
Longest yard. There you go.
Yeah.
With Crew.
Do it.
Yeah, Paul Crew.
I think Burt Reynolds had played that role back in the.
He did. He also was in the new one too. With that,
he was the coach or something, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yes. Still no tweet in for Amon Lane, but I do believe he has signed.
Logan Adams. Hey, big dog. We appreciate.
You're dropping some money in here, guys.
You don't need to.
Oh, here he comes with the GIF. GIF is the peanut butter, big dog.
But Logan, we appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Logan.
Yeah.
Well played, Cole.
Oh, Logan Adams. I love it.
My father-in-law chimed in and said Kathy Ireland was the field goal kicker.
Yes,
she was.
He was.
Hey, he's a pop culture stud, son.
Okay.
I like that.
Kathy Ireland. Well, she got me through some dark days.
You and me both, bro.
Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. All right. So I'm trying to get serious again, but I can't. All I can see is Kathy Ireland. Man, she used to bomb on those Sports Illustrated swimsuit issues.
You can't get back on topic. Brought up Kathy Ireland.
We've transferred National Signing Day guys to Sports Illustrated Fantasies, swimsuit edition.
Bo Derek.
Perfect 10, baby.
I gotta. He's gonna hate that. My buddy's watching right now. I know he is. He always does. Best friend from high school. We play football together. He was Jhead. You'll understand this.
Oh yeah.
He played. I think he played left tackle. He will be mad if I don't get left or right. He takes that very seriously. He was one of the tackles. Okay, we ran the veer.
Okay.
All right. Well, based on alignment, sometimes he didn't have a guy in front of him.
Correct.
So he tried to get to the linebacker. Well, the linebacker be gone. So he tried to get to the safety. And we go back and watch it on film, and coach would say, golly, man, look like Bo Derek out there just running, not blocking anybody. And we didn't know who Bo Derek was, so it never made sense to any of us.
Oh.
No, we didn't know who she was.
First Playboy I ever saw, Bo Derek. And it's awful, where it was the neighborhood. It was the neighborhood, library. So there was like four. There was a 14-year-old boy, and then I was like 9 or whatever.
Sure.
And he showed me the stash, man, and they kept it in the crawl space of the church.
Dude, we all had that one friend, right? You know what I mean? Like smoking cigs before everybody else.
Yeah, we kept our dip out there, a Lucy or two.
That's
Listen,
right.
Where my wife went to school was one of our rivals. I'm not going to name the school. When we pulled up, they thought it was real intimidating to be sitting there with their pads on with a fresh dip in, right? 10th graders, 9th graders, whatever. And they'd just be looking at you when you pulled the bus up and they watch you go by. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
That's the kind of league I played in, boys.
Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Oh, let me give you a little rehash here. We are
Coach Lash is in the comments.
signees confirmed through Auburn University: Walker White, Laquan Robinson, Gage Keys, Jalen Crawford, Robert Lewis, Malik Blockton, Joseph Phillips. And we've got some signee announcements coming up. Amon Langanis should not be far behind. Neither should Caleb Harris. And then Perry Thompson is the next big one at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Cam Coleman at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Those are going to be in the next 30 minutes. Huge signees right there because, I mean, Perry Thompson has been so public about his commitment to Auburn. And there's been, I don't know where it's coming from, but there rumors.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Alabama ever let up on recruiting him, right? I think that part I know to be true. They've never let up as far as recruiting him. I know that they value Perry Thompson. And I think there's probably some fear and angst amongst the fan base as it pertains to players in the state of Alabama that Alabama values. And understandably so. Look, they've earned that reputation. So to get that one across the finish line and make the Auburn fan base feel good about what you already have in this class. And again, let's not understate the value here. 2 top 10 wide receivers in the country in probably the worst room in the SEC. You're getting an infusion of talent of guys that can be featured guys on the outside sooner rather than later. So those are massive commitments and signees should that happen.
I did check on our affiliates at Bama Online, and they acknowledge the smoke, I guess you would say, that Alabama's maybe in it a little bit, but they also say that they expect Auburn. So that's where they're at right now.
It's like he's committed to Auburn. He's probably going to sign with Auburn, but Alabama hasn't given up. They're still trying to flip him, which is absolutely noteworthy.
100%.
So
100%.
listen, and we've seen this story a time or two.
Sure.
So you want to get this, you want to get that paper signed, you want to be done with it, you want to announce him and move on. So Perry Thompson, absolutely. Cam Coleman seems like he is locked in. He was, tweeting him an Auburn Tiger last night or the night before. So, but still, got to get it in, man. That's what it counts. I tell you what, somebody else we're going to be watching today, Martavius Collins.
Yeah.
Tight end from, I think he moved to South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. He's originally from Rome, Georgia. He committed to Alabama back in the spring and then decommitted and flipped to Auburn, or didn't flip, but he committed to Auburn. I think it was in the summer. And then Auburn decided it was not going to take a big hand-on-the-ground tight end, and that's exactly what he is. He couldn't really stretch out, flex out, whatever it is, and do that Rivaldo Fairweather type role. So they parted ways a few weeks ago, and looking to see where I think he visited Austin Peay. I think he visited UTEP in the last couple of weeks. So curious to see. He's a great kid, man. I'm going to be pulling for him wherever he goes. So let's see here. Big announcement at 4:00 Central Time. Okay. Wow. 4:00.
Man, I'm getting dizzy here. I'm seeing Jeffrey Lee on 2 opposite ends of my screen over here.
Hey, that's me right there.
Look at that handsome fellow down there in the corner.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. As far as team rankings go, really haven't had any big commitments for anybody. So Georgia's still number 1, Alabama number 2, Ohio State number 3, Florida State and Texas round out the top 5. Miami is making a serious play to jump into that top 5. Oregon's right there behind them. Then it's Florida, Oklahoma, and Auburn rounding out the top 10. Notre Dame, LSU, Tennessee, A&M, and Penn State are your top 15 classes as it stands now. Let's see.
Perry Thompson just went live on Instagram for those who would like to watch that.
Okay.
Let me go down and read it real quick.
Yep. Strap it in, boys.
Jeffrey, pass me one of them. Them. Muted.
Had to adjust his bird dogs for the big dogs, guys.
Believe people in the comments are saying DeAndre Carter has signed.
Okay. All right.
Haven't seen it. Still haven't seen him on yet either. Come through the Twitter. That's kind of our landmark, guys. I know they're doing it on live streams or whatever the case, or at their announcements, but when it comes through on the Auburn football page is when we put it out. And there is DeAndre Carter.
How about you? Big one.
That's huge.
For Jake Thornton. That's a kid that can play sooner rather than later on the offensive line. Got some versatility to him. Could play guard, could play tackle. I think he probably starts on the interior and works his way out. But, Cole, you're our offensive line expert, and I would love when you get an opportunity to talk about him and his value in this class and what his upside is at Auburn.
Well, bear with me here.
I'll continue. Zach, if you want to come to the front and me and you can talk while Cole does a little bit of work. I know you're also an offensive line guy, so I would love to get your input as well.
I bet that there's a lot of people watching Perry Thompson right now.
That's what I'm doing right now. I have his live pulled up on Instagram. He has an Auburn and a Bama hat in front of him right now.
Of course he does.
Oh, yeah.
Zach, talk to me about DeAndre Carter. What do you think his value to this class is? What do you think his ceiling is at Auburn?
I mean, I think obviously I don't think he's a day one starter, but I do think he is going to be a massive contributor in probably year 2, year 3. I like his size. I like his power. I think that first punch is there as well. And then for an interior guy, I think he can play across the line. 340 for a high school guy is huge. A lot of the times you see kids sign where they're a little bit undersized. They have to put on that weight. I don't think he has to do that. I think he's going to be. He's got the size already to come in, and I don't think that there'll be probably a little bit just getting him into collegiate shape. But we're not looking to put like 30, 40 pounds on him like some of the other prospects that you might get from high school.
No, you'd probably reshape his body and he would lean out a little bit and then probably add more good weight back. If I had to guess, don't know that to be a fact, but that's typically when you're in the 340 range in high school, that's typically what's going to happen your first year in the strength and conditioning program is you're going to lean out some because you're not accustomed to lifting and the cardiovascular exercise they put you through, the way they strain your body and adjust into a nutrition program. So I would expect his body to have a little bit of a transformation, but I'm with you on that punch and that power. That's what you see from him on tape, the ability to kind of maul guys at the line of scrimmage and to move them backwards, man. So really big pickup for Auburn. Obviously, I'm also high on Seth Wilford, who was a JUCO All-American this past year. He's yet to send in his LOI, I think, at this point. But two really good players that I'm with you, Zach, probably year 2 guys, year 3 guys. Wilford will be able to play before DeAndre, in my opinion, but probably a year 2 deep guy. I think DeAndre Carter's capable of that. I think he's got that kind of upside.
And then also, too, I always look at the schools that are recruiting him. I mean, there's some reason this kid had offers from USC, Texas, and was a top prospect for all those programs who have historically developed offensive linemen really well. And, I mean, he's a, consensus probably almost top 10 interior offensive lineman across the board, except for maybe I think on 3 is a little bit lower on him, but he's still, number 9 interior offensive lineman in the country. And also too, I have no questions. We talk about high school competition as well, but playing from where he's from out there in California, man, he's played the highest level of high school competition that you can. So I don't think it's going to be a huge speed adjustment for him like you might get from a kid from like a 1A or 2A high school.
About to be back with y'all guys. I apologize.
Still waiting on Perry. Perry's on live right now. 2,400 people watching. There's been an Auburn and Bama hat, obviously. His mom's wearing orange, but there's a huge Bama sign in the front row based on the video.
Look, guys, as confident as I feel, I'm getting that anxious feeling right about now. I need that. I need the Auburn.
I don't know who else is signing. There's a kid next to him from Foley, but I don't remember Who else
It
is
might
signing
be
from Foley?
Colton Nero,
The running
Colt.
back there.
Oh,
which is his cousin.
no, the kid's big. Like this is a big. The kid looks like an old lineman. That's
Oh,
definitely
that's
not.
that is
That's
Luke,
definitely not a running back.
that is Luke Joellenbach, and I believe he's
That-
going to sign with South Alabama.
Good
Okay,
for
that
him.
makes way more sense. When you said running back, I had to look down
Yeah,
at my
no,
phone. I was
it's
like,
not.
I don't think that kid's playing running back anywhere.
No,
Did
he camped at Auburn. Luke did. Pretty good player, man. He'll be pretty good.
Did Nero commit to UAB? Was that where he was trending to?
I think so. Logan Joellenbach, not Luke. Logan. Sorry, Logan.
Hey, good on you for knowing that name, Cole. That's that's what our subscribers are getting here today. You're getting not just guys that are signing with Auburn. Cole's able to pull the South Alabama commitment list. So
Yeah. Okay, so everyone's freaking out in the chat. There is an Auburn sign too. It was just the Alabama one was much more visible because it's on top. I looked at the chat and I didn't even realize the chat was freaking out.
oh, of course they are. Look,
Oh, buddy.
the chat feels like they're-
Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Logan.
We can now, Jeff.
Logan says, "Chill, Cole." And somebody said, "Chill, Logan." Oh boy.
So DeAndre Carter must have sent his in first chance he got.
Yeah. Yeah, he signed first thing this morning, man. So
So the big news so far, some newsworthy notes that I've put in the On 3 HQ or the Auburn Live HQ, Sunday Day HQ. Jamon Dumas Johnson, transfer linebacker from Georgia, committed to Kentucky. And then the biggest news of the day so far, five-star defensive lineman LJ McCrae has decided, at least according to On 3's Hayes Fawcett, that he will postpone his announcement. He was supposed to announce at 9 o'clock in the morning, Central Time. Been committed to Auburn, been committed to Florida since October, but man, Auburn is making it absolutely difficult for the Gators. Also, I had put in a On 3 RPM prediction for KJ Bolden to go to Georgia. He will announce in about 2 hours. I know Auburn's still working that, but from what I'm told from two different sources is that one of them used the term "done deal."
okay.
So we'll see. Nothing ever final, but I still feel good. DeAndre Carter, Walker White have signed national letters of intent with Auburn. Laquan Robinson, Gage Keys, Jalen Crawford, Robert Lewis, Malik Blockton, and Joseph Phillips. Carrie and Pam, Cam and Perry will be signing in approximately 5 to 10 minutes. It's a big one. Both of those are big ones, I should say. And let's see here. Caleb Harris has already signed. He should be a release soon. And then Jamonta Waller at 11.
Okay. Yep, it would feel really good. And I don't think anybody's sweating Jamonta, but it's just going to feel really good to get 3 signatures right here in a row from all guys that we think can be in the 2 deep next year. These are three guys that if you're Auburn, you got to nail them down on National Signing Day. I think that they have. Obviously, to give you guys kind of my feeling on this, as you inch towards a commitment ceremony, you're kind of holding your breath a little bit because you just don't know sometimes. Like you feel all the intel says Perry's with Auburn, right? Like I don't think there's anybody that I've talked to that said Perry's not going to sign with Auburn, but that apprehension's always just there as it pertains to, Nick Saban and what he's been able to accomplish there at the University of Alabama and how they've recruited over the years. So again, guys, I know that some of you were probably a little upset at the fact that I was only projecting Amaris Williams to Auburn and for us to hold on to the rest of our commitments. That is the number 8 class in the country. If you just add Amaris today, you've already had LJ decide not to make a commitment right now. He could later in the day. He could tomorrow. He could by Friday. He could wait until February. We don't know. We don't have that information just yet. We just know he's not signing at 9 o'clock. And as of this minute of this hour, he has not signed yet, though Corey Bender with our Florida on 3 side has said that the buzz is with Auburn from what they're hearing down there. So I think that's kind of where we are in needing to nail down 2 guys that you absolutely want.
We're still waiting to hear something on Favor Edwin. We believe it's down to Auburn in Florida, but Alabama certainly cannot be dismissed so easily. Haven't heard a time or a plan for him. It's another guy to keep an eye on. Let's see. Yeah, if you can, Zach. I don't think there's any issue there, is there?
No, there's no recruiting service that has this. He's doing it on his own Instagram, I'm pretty sure. So there's no copyright issue as far as that's concerned.
There it is.
All right, guys, you're going to get a live play-by-play because Zach in the back is the man here. This is why he earns the big bucks and is the producer for this show.
That's right. I certainly couldn't do it. I tried to do it one day without him. Nope, not happening.
Bro, I can't even restart my computer good, much less do this. What are you talking about? You don't want me anywhere near doing what Zach does for us. All right, Hayes Fawcett's giving the eyes.
That's interesting.
What was he doing in there?
Have seen Damari Austin in there, seen Caleb Odom, who's committed to Alabama, seen Hayes Fawcett now. Some people are like, I don't even want to watch that, dude.
Watch, he'll be the last one to go.
Of course. Always.
People are asking him questions. Where are you going? He's sitting up there at the table.
I am never, ever. Somebody just commented my name in there. That's weird.
J.R. Buckner represent.
Get on in there, big dog.
Dude, I can't see. I gotta go get my glasses.
That's why you can see my face come close to the screens, Jeffrey. Me and you are in the same boat, dude. I crossed the threshold of 40 and my vision is not the same, my man.
I had to go cut the heat up, man. Whew. Freezing in here.
What's in front of Perry? Is that an orange hat?
I think it's an orange and a red. He's got an Alabama
He's
hat.
got he's got a
What?
Auburn hat and a Bama hat.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. Can we hear? Is it or is?
He's got audio, yeah.
Okay.
Bro, they said cameraman reveal. They said cameraman reveal.
No, we're good.
All right, here we go.
Here's my name again in there. Why is my name in there? No, it's not me. They're not talking about me.
Interesting.
All right, coach is about to start talking there, I think. Coach Scott.
All right, well, it's 10 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started. First off, welcome to Foley High School from my administration and principal, Ms. Jessica Webb, and all our administrative staff. I want to say thank you for being here. It's an opportunity for us to recognize our student athletes that are signing today on the early signing period, and we want to make sure that we give them an opportunity to to be recognized, and we're excited for their endeavors, their future endeavors, and because of their choices. First off, we'll start off with Logan Jolenbeck. Logan is a career 80% grade blocker for us. He had 146 knockdowns over his career with 27 pancakes, and he had 1.5 sacks allowed in 40 games, which is outstanding. He's a 4-time All-County, 2-time All-Coastal, 2-time All-State, which is a really, really high accolade for an offensive lineman, and we're really proud of the way he's developed. We're proud of the young man he's become. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Logan Jolenbeck.
For the next 4 years, I'll be signing with South Alabama.
Jaguar.
Good for that young man. Good for him.
Hey, I got one. All right.
We want to say congratulations to Logan signing with the University of South Alabama for the next 4 years. We look forward to all the great things he's going to do there in the future. So congratulations, Logan. Next up, we have Perry Thompson. Over his career, we got 3 different levels of career stats. For passing, he's 6 or 7 for 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. As a rusher, he has 27 rushes for 112 yards and 1 touchdown. And receiving, he had 219 catches for 2,785 yards over his career, with 24 touchdowns total in his career. He's a 3-time All-State, 2-time All-Coastal, 2-time All-State, and numerous county and local awards that were too many to name. But we're excited for Perry and his future. Perry is right now about to make his decision. I'm going to pass the mic over to him.
Just start off, I want to thank everybody coming out, family. Thank my coaches for the years, just dealing with me and helping me get to this point in my life. Just want to thank everybody. And for the next 3 to 4 years, I'm taking my talents to
Everybody breathe. Everybody breathe.
Because
Hold on. Let's wait till the ink dries.
Yeah.
Actually,
he's writing it right now.
Yeah, he is. He had me, man. He had Perry. Did pretty good for me, brother.
Can I go ahead and drop that score different?
yes, sir. Well, I mean, he has announced.
Okay, everybody in the chat, breathe with me. Woosah. Yes, that was a big one.
I could drop that now or wait till Auburn Twitter puts it out. What do you say?
Let's wait till Auburn Twitter. Let's
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, let's let
because you still got to send it in.
Yep,
sounds good to me.
But I will say this. Now, I was going to wait, and let's wait till Auburn puts it out.
Yep.
Let's make sure it's official.
Yep.
And then we'll talk a little bit more about this. We'll tell you guys a little bit more about what we were
there
hearing.
Auburn Twitter.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, they just posted it.
Wow.
All right. Let's talk about what we had been hearing.
What's the Nicolas Cage gif? The let's roll.
Yes.
I love that one.
Yep.
Man, as late as last night. Sorry. As late as last night. I don't know if y'all noticed this, but Cole and Justin and I were talking about this, but there was an active campaign to make sure Perry Thompson felt love. You go look at Ron Enders' account on Twitter and, crediting Perry for all that he had done for this class. And that was not, it almost looked like it was orchestrated. There was some concern.
Yeah.
From some people. Now, there were other people that weren't concerned. Yeah, or at least they didn't voice their concern as much as some of the others behind the scenes were voicing their concerns.
Fair. Very fair. I think inside the complex was a little calmer than maybe some of the people that I had spoken to as it pertained to Perry in the Mobile area. And so this was big, guys. Like to see that one come through, get that one announced. Absolutely, big, man.
Look, of all the things that could happen today, might happen, might not happen, whatever. Boy, you need to be celebrating that one.
Yes, you do. Like that's a statement win for Perry Thompson, a kid that was committed to Alabama for a full year. Auburn flipped him, held on to him, saw it all the way through the end. And I will tell you what one industry source asked me when we were first talking about this flip potentially happening in July. This person, and I trust them completely, said, how does a kid from Foley, Alabama flip to Auburn? How do you pull that off? Because that's Alabama territory. That just doesn't happen. Hugh Freeze got it done, man. And then that should give you, and held on to it all the way through signing day for a kid that I know that Alabama didn't let up on. That was a big one.
That to me is another. So, okay, getting him committed, getting the flip, that was awesome. That was huge for Auburn. Huge for Hugh Freeze, Marcus Davis, everyone. What you just had there is a milestone. You held off Alabama. You did what you had to do. Got it done. That's a milestone recruiting win for this staff, in my opinion.
Man. I was recording myself just in case he flipped. I wanted to see my area.
Did you get text from Doug?
Yes. Was it that noticeable?
Yeah. Me and you both, dude.
I was ahead of y'all because I was watching on my phone. It was about 15 seconds ahead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you cheated, man.
Yeah, that's no fair.
Yeah. All right, so now we need to pay attention to Cam Coleman, which I don't think there's a whole lot of anxiety about that. All the same, we want to see that signature come through here very quickly, guys.
Eagle 5 screenshot of this.
I'm getting texts from like people right now, like, "Woo, big one!"
Let me tell you something else that I noticed just now. You see how quickly Auburn released that?
Yeah, got it.
They had him this morning.
Yep. There's no way that they don't put that out. He didn't email that.
He didn't docu-sign that, and then them just happened to have. I mean, they got that done.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wow, man! I tell you what.
All right, I'm ready to see that documentary now.
Yeah.
He evidently, I mean, did y'all see the little preview for the documentary on his Instagram by chance?
Did, yes.
It's got Freeze in it.
Right.
So he's going to be in it a good bit, it seems like.
Yeah, I saw the part. I think Freeze was saying humble beginnings and to Perry and got a bright future or something like that. Oh, everybody can exhale a little bit, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I had some serious anxiety, like a little bit of I'm feeling what's going on in the chat, and not because, look, Perry Thompson's a fantastic player. He is a linchpin in this class, and a guy that we built this class around. So to watch, for this coaching staff to go through something like that, for this fan base to go through something like that, you just don't want to see it. Like if Hugh Freeze would have gotten somebody in the portal, we would have been okay. But, dude, that was a big one. I mean, and a statement win, again, for this fan base to take a guy that Alabama definitely wanted, top 5 player in the state, top 10 wide receiver in the country, potentially, and not potentially, he will be a 2-date player for you this time next year. All right, here we go. Zach in the back is stepped up to the front again. Looks like we got Pat Nix right there.
Hey. He used my strategy, the Facebook.
There you go.
Come up here. The individual is standing to come up. We'll have a highlight video on the far screens when they come up. And we'll have their stuff on the other screens. We'll have a chance to speak, sign. After the sign, we'll have a chance to get some pictures. And then we'll let them go for the next person comes, so we'll have an individual signing for each player here as we go. Once again, very thankful to have you. I'm very thankful to all those that support us and help us, our administration and everything else to allow us to have the venue that we have to be in this morning, which I think is as good as anybody in the country. So very thankful to be here. Without further ado, Mr. Cam Coleman, will you take center stage?
There he is.
Hey,
What's up?
Walker White.
What's up?
Well, we just watched Perry Thompson.
Hey, how is he gonna do that to us, man? Scare me like that.
I'm telling you, I think we were all kind of like a little bit like, wait a minute, hold on, what are you doing here?
Cam's doing it now, Walker.
Is he?
He's doing it now. Where are you headed?
I'm headed to breakfast with my family.
Oh, man. What y'all having?
It's called toasted yolk.
You going to get your eggs runny?
No, I do
What?
not like my eggs runny.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
You must be from Arkansas. Walker, Perry Thompson, dude, were you a little anxious like we were?
Man, only because I had some of the coaches being like, "Hey, Perry's not answering. Perry's not responding. Like, try to call Perry." And so I was like, "Oh crap! This is right after my signing." And so I'm like, "Frick!" So
So you're talking about this morning?
Do what?
You're talking about in the last hour?
In the last hour, yes.
Wow.
And so I tried calling him, and he didn't answer. And sure enough, I'm watching his live, and he fakes out the Auburn hat, fakes out the Alabama hat, opens up the jacket. It's an Auburn jersey, and I start freaking running around yelling. And I'm like, he did that on purpose, and that is not okay. I called Coach Montgomery. I was like, man, my heart is not built for this.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. When he picked up the Auburn hat first, my stomach dropped.
Oh yeah.
And then he picked up the Bama hat, and I thought, "Oh my God, here we go!" And then he threw it down.
He Superman the Auburn jersey, which you needed. You needed that Cam Newton pose.
Walker, you officially have a 5-star receiver to throw to when you get to Auburn. What do you think about it?
About to have two.
About to have two.
Yeah, no, I mean, me and Coach Montgomery and Coach Freeze have talked about this a lot. We see Cam and Perry, the 5-star receivers, and we're like, yeah, they're freaking crazy good athletes, and they're going to be absolutely huge Auburn success. Sometimes people kind of want to overlook Malcolm and Bryce, but those dudes are absolute dogs too. I've seen their film. They are freakishly fast, and I've thrown with Bryce before. I mean, he's just so smooth, and his routes are crisp. And I mean, we're only going to get better. And so that receiver core so far has got to be one of the best in the country. And then hopefully later, if we add Ryan Williams, we'll be the best in the country, probably historically best Auburn receiver core that Auburn has ever taken in. So it's really special and really, really, really fun and cool to kind of see it all come together. I've ever since I committed in February, it's been a hardcore recruiting up until now. So it's been fun to see it all come to fruition.
Walker, looking back, man, how close were you going to go into Clemson?
How close?
Yeah.
Going. So I had taken my Auburn visit January 16th, and then after that visit, I was like, Auburn's the place. It was really hard to go into Clemson with an open mind, but I felt like I did a great job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it could have been really easy just going into Clemson being like really shut off towards them because deep down I knew I wanted to go to Auburn. My dad was like, you just never know, just keep an open mind. So I was like, all right. And so I just really bought into the day at Clemson, and it literally the day could not have gone better at Clemson, and Auburn was still the choice for me in my heart. So
Cam has officially signed, Walker, so you do officially have 2 5-star wide receivers to throw to.
Let's go.
I hear you on that.
Walker, I'm curious, man. Have you gotten a chance to look at Robert Lewis, the Georgia State transfer, or talk to him at all?
I have not. I've been seeing him, and I would love to somehow find a highlight clip of him, but I've not seen any of him play.
You're moving first week of January, I believe.
Do what?
You're moving to Auburn the first week of January 7th, maybe?
8th, yes, sir.
That's what I said. So, you got the All-Star game coming up.
Yeah, I leave January 1st for that. The game's on the 6th, and I'll be back in Little Rock the 7th and spend all day here and leave early morning and drive to Auburn on the 8th.
Do you have a roommate?
Bryce Kane.
Oh, really?
Oh,
the felons are rooming up.
That's right.
I'll still tell this story until I'm old and I can't forget it anymore. But Walker White and Bryce Kane looking for a place to throw off campus, and I take them to Auburn High School. They've got fences up around it. And I'm going, man, they're not going to want to jump it. And Walker's brothers and uncles pull up, dude. Before I can get out of the truck, they done hopped over that. And they were ready to go. I'm like, these are my kind of people right here.
It was under complete construction. We were like, all right, we've already tried 2 different places. Screw this. We're getting through this gate. So we opened up that gate and went in and did our thing.
All right, one more question from Jhead, Walker, then we'll let you go.
Walker, talk to us about the Army All-American game. What are you most excited about? What are you looking to accomplish while you're there? How big of an honor is it for you to get to play the most prestigious All-Star game for all high school football players?
Yeah, I mean, it's sick. You know, they take the top 100 recruits, and it's so cool to be a part of that. One of the things I'm looking forward to is just being around all those guys. I know there's going to be a lot of big names there. And I think games like this are so cool because you're about to be teammates with dudes who you'll play against later on in your career. And so it's going to be just really fun to create those relationships because one thing I've learned in this recruiting world is you get to meet and know so many different guys from so many different backgrounds and states. And I think this is just another opportunity to further those relationships that hopefully will carry on all the way through the NFL. So it's really cool. And, guys like Trevor Lawrence, now I'm blanking, but Trevor Lawrence, Drew Lock was in there. And then there's just so many huge quarterback names that have gone through this bowl. And it's just really cool to be a part of it.
Good deal, Walker, man. I know you're in the right lane right now. Looks like you need to slow.
I'm in the right what?
You're in the right lane.
I'm actually in the left.
Get out of the damn left lane, idiot.
Look, it's I'm moving with the traffic.
Okay, all right, you're passing. That's fine. You're in the passing lane. I see you passing. Good job.
Right. And I'm about to have to turn left.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I'm a planner.
Where's your seatbelt?
Right here.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna tell Miss Amy on there. That's unacceptable. All right, Walker. Appreciate you joining us, big dog. Tell Mr. David, Miss Amy, we said hello, and have a great time. Merry Christmas to all of you. Appreciate you again.
Yes, sir. Merry Christmas for you.
Yeah, buddy.
Appreciate you, Walker. All right,
there you have
Walker
it.
White.
Living on the edge. No seatbelt. Who doesn't wear a seatbelt anymore?
Driving in the left lane. Well, I don't on some days, but wow. Okay. 2 top 10 wide receivers in the country, both signed in the class. Auburn fans, this is a hell of a day so far because let's do a quick recap. Everybody at this point.
Hey, real quick. No tweet yet, but I went ahead and went with the story for Cam Coleman.
Fair enough.
I think you're good on that one. Everybody that was expected to sign at this point has signed with Auburn. LJ McCrae did not sign with Florida this morning as scheduled at 9 o'clock, as reported by Hayes Fawcett. It is likely that he does not sign today. That said, who knows what happens a little bit later today, tomorrow, Friday, or even in February. Corey Bender from our own 3 Florida site has reported the buzz is with Auburn. So that's something to monitor as we kind of go through the rest of the day. KJ Bolden's commitment is probably the next one to pay attention to at 12 o'clock, as well as Amaris Williams at 12:40. Guys, do you have anything that you want to get? You know what I mean? Whether we want to talk about now, do we want to talk about what Perry Thompson and Cam Coleman bring to the table?
Absolutely. My goodness.
Cole, give us 2 minutes. Perry Thompson, what kind of receiver is he? What's he going to bring to that room?
Well, as you know, I do my own ranking for the class, and I'll have an updated version of that later. I have Perry Thompson above Cam Coleman right now.
Wow.
And that was met with a little bit of controversy. I mean, you can't do anything without being met with controversy, but that's my ranking. That's the way I see it. I've seen them both in person. I just think I've seen them both in a camp setting, and I've seen them both on the football field. So I've seen all of that. My takeaway is that Perry Thompson is lethal after the catch.
Yes.
That's the part about him that I don't think it's talked about enough. When he catches the football, he's going to make the first guy miss every time. It happened in the game I went to. It's happened. You watch his highlights. A lot of what he had were screens, and it was like maybe a 2 or 3 yard run because he didn't have any blocking in front of him, and he just made 2 or 3 guys miss. It didn't make his highlight tape. You just go watch him in a game, and you're like, man, he makes the first guy miss every time. He's jittery. He's got some jukes about him. He's got moves. He's quick. He's urgent. And he's tough. He's tough to tackle because he's a big guy. I don't know if you've seen his hands, like in pictures. If you ever shake his hand, he's got huge hands. So does Cam Coleman, by the way. That's part of it. I mean, these guys are obviously they're ranked high, but you got 2 of the best wide receivers in America right there.
Okay, so we're still waiting on Malcolm Simmons, Bryce Kane. No worries there. Seth Wilford, TJ Lindsey, Jamonta Waller, DeMarcus Riddick. These are guys that we're waiting on Auburn to release. Of course, Cam Coleman, they haven't yet to release as well. But Amon Lane Gaines, got to figure he's going to come out soon. Kinsley Falston, Caleb Harris is another we're expecting soon. And then Demetri Nicholas, we do not expect to sign today. He will wait until February, and there's no guarantee Auburn will Texas is coming in on him. I think there was a couple of other schools he told me were coming in on him.
Louisville is the other one to watch, to my understanding. And Louisville recruits the South Florida area where he is very well.
Let's see. That's Cam Coleman. So Jamonta Waller at 11, like Jay had said, and then KJ Bolden at 12, Amaris Williams at 12:40. Still waiting to hear something from Favor Edwin. Probably some things going on behind the scenes with him. Otherwise, I don't know what he's waiting for. Of course, I've been saying that since like early November. Let's see. Auburn is still – I know somebody flipped from Ohio State to Oregon. I think both of those schools were ahead of Auburn in the team ranking, so it would not affect Auburn, I don't think.
It was McClellan, wasn't it, the wide receiver
Jeremiah
that flipped to Oregon? Yes, yeah. Jeremiah McClellan was the guy who flipped.
Auburn is still holding strong at number 10. Of course, we're expecting an addition of Amaris Williams and possibly ALJ McCrae. If you get those two, you're certainly moving up to number 8 because Florida's –
yeah, you're above 8. I think just with Amaris alone on my numbers count, you're at 8 with Amaris. If you get LJ, you're inside the top 7. Probably sitting right at number 6, I think.
I'm looking at Texas. Yeah, I don't know that you're going to leapfrog Texas because they've got Auburn would have 3 5-stars, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would. And so then it's –
Hey, let me get this straight real quick. Who is the early enrollee? Is it Perry or Cam?
Cam.
It's Cam. Perry's not until the summertime.
I got that backwards. Let me fix that.
Okay.
I've made that mistake 12 times already in the past 4 days. But yes, Cam. Yeah. Cam was actually trying to get in for bowl games.
That's right. He told me that the other night.
To practice, and there's just been delayed with the paperwork, and it takes a lot of people working like diligently to get this done in order for them to practice.
Yeah,
and that just hasn't come to fruition for Cam. So I think he's.
Well, you still got to go. You got to go through the NCAA clearinghouse, and then you got to go through Auburn's admissions and everything else that goes into that. And like you said, there's some red tape with the NCAA.
You still got to get through Phoenix City Central. Like they've got to stamp it and then send it to Auburn, and then they've got to stamp it, and they got to send it to them. And they got to send it back. So there's a lot of red tape to.
Yeah, you got to think it's kind of a weird deal that they could possibly practice with the team when they're not even like fully moved in and all that. So there's a lot of things you got to go.
I don't know. Look, people don't always think about this. It's also holiday season, guys. You're probably on some skeleton crews with a couple of these folks. You know what I mean? Like their motivation to get this done before January 1 probably isn't as high as it is for some Auburn fans, if I had to guess. So look at that big old smile on Jeffrey's face.
Uncle Rico said I was cornering Joe Phillips in the bathroom. No, I was on the phone, big dog.
I think we got a new little update here. I got to find it first so I can confirm.
Okay.
It's going to be on Favorite Edwin.
Okay. That's what we've been waiting on.
I got to find it, though. Somebody's saying in the comments that Andrew Bone from our Bama Online site at On3 is saying that it will not be Alabama for Favorite Edwin.
Welcome to last night.
Oh, but, then Favorite Edwin puts LOL under that story. So you're like, I mean, is he saying LOL like, man, how'd you know that? I don't know.
If you're Florida or you're Auburn, who wants him more right now, right?
Yeah.
I got to think that's the way that the wind is blowing on that one. It's who wants him more, who needs him more. And if you're Auburn, do you value a developmental offensive tackle more than you value Cohen Eccles, an interior offensive lineman? Decisions have to be made on that one, guys, I would think.
Certainly don't see them getting both.
I don't either. I don't think we got the slots for both, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, got to keep that in mind, dude. I that slips my mind all the time. Like how many slots you've got open right now? Did you say 8 at the beginning of the show earlier this morning?
I think we've got 9. I anticipate Amaris Williams flipping, so that's why I've already dropped it to 8. That's not a guarantee. So right now you've got 9 open scholarships if you don't add another commitment.
And you want as many as 3 defensive backs from the portal, 2 offensive linemen, a tight end.
Yep.
Another defensive lineman, a linebacker.
I mean, that eats you up, right?
And maybe another wide receiver.
Potentially. Yeah, what happens with right now? Because look, right now in the wide receiver room, you've got Coy Moore, who's likely not to transfer. He's already used his one-time transfer. So unless he becomes a graduate, I don't see Coy leaving the program. You've got Jay Fair. You've got Caleb Burton, who also has utilized his one-time transfer. And then you've got Camden Brown. You've got 5 guys that you're bringing into this class. So that puts you at 9 slots right there. And you're probably sitting there thinking, what's Ryan Williams going to do?
These people on Twitter, man. at Lefty Barner. Ha ha ha, it's a new day, Emmer Effer.
I swear, man.
That's funny.
Are they tweeting at Alabama fans?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Bama fans thought there was a chance Perry Thompson was going to flip. Those idiots.
Yeah.
By the way, I can't find anything by Andrew Bone on that, so I'm not sure. I just can't find it. I probably just can't find it. I can't hone in on it right this second.
We got Hugh Freeze in 2 hours.
That's what I was going to say. Jeffrey's going to have to start shifting colors here in a little bit to head up to the complex, guys.
Yep.
Well, let's see. Who am I going to leave after? There's an open window. I need to be up there before 12 because KJ and Amaris.
So probably KJ, right?
Yeah. Probably hit I'll probably leave after 11.
Is KJ at 11 or 12?
He's at 12.
Okay.
I'm going to stay for that.
Okay. You think you can make it to the complex in time?
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving.
Man, yeah, that's we'll figure it out.
Let's see. How we feeling?
All right, I like that. I'll allow it. All right, we need some news.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I missed the favor update, Cole.
Here's the.
Oh, okay, that's right.
So I'm reading from Bone. I apologize. These guys do a great job, by the way. Excellent job, Andrew Bone. We would have not. He says we would have listed Perry Thompson in the final predictions feature if there was a 1% chance of a possible flip. And they said Alabama was not in it beyond this past weekend. So, in other words, they felt like there was a chance before this weekend, but after this, they got word that no, that's not happening.
After the Sunday visit.
Yeah.
Perry Thompson was in Auburn on Sunday. So was Ryan Williams. Interesting.
He was.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think Ryan is a fantastic kid. He's a generational talent at wide receiver. I don't know what he's going to do. I still don't. I don't have a gut of whether it's – and I know what people have said. I know people who we've talked to, confidence, all that other stuff. I just don't know, man. Can Auburn get 5 in-state wide receivers, 3 of which Alabama absolutely wanted?
Yep.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough, man. I just don't know. And I'm not in any way – I
think the safest thing to do is to expect him to stick with Alabama and be happy if he doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair play, Alabama, until it's not. That said, I mean, I know Auburn has made this interesting. Look, you don't come to Auburn on Sunday before the start of the dead period, or the quiet period, I should say. The dead period will start, I think, after Friday. Are we quiet or are we dead right now?
It's dead.
Okay, it's dead. The quiet period starts again on January 3rd, which is when mid-year enrollee transfers can start to visit campus again. So right there in the middle of the rut for you, Jeffrey.
Of course.
So it'll be busy around January 3rd again from an action standpoint, Auburn's campus. But that's going to be interesting, man. Ryan Williams tracking him through February. That's going to be one hell of a recruitment, that's for sure.
It is. Absolutely.
Okay.
We're just now getting to Eagle Fives.
The chat is saying that we have another signee. Would y'all like to guess?
Oh, I got this one. It's Amon for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you on Amon.
Okay, then I'll take Caleb.
You don't want to? Okay, get your second one in there, Jhead.
Let's go my linebacker from Clay Chalkville, DJ Barber.
Boy, y'all just ain't hitting on him today, except for Jeffrey. He's hitting on.
I've been all over it. But I will say this: DeAndre Carter came out of nowhere. I would not have even had him as an option.
Bryce Kane,
Malcolm Simmons.
That's what I
Bryce Kane too. There's talk of that as well, but again, Auburn Twitter hadn't put it out. We haven't seen it happen. We saw Cam Coleman happen,
right?
So that's
have they released it?
Not who Cam?
Not yet. Anybody since Perry?
No.
Okay.
I'm refreshing this page over and over.
I tell you what, I love these interviews with the position coaches on all these.
Yeah,
guys.
I'm going to go back and watch every single one of those.
Oh, I definitely am. I haven't had a chance to watch any of these just yet, but they started doing that like 2 years ago or so, and I thought it was fantastic, man.
I mean, they've got every one of them.
What time is KJ Bolden again?
12.
12. Okay. Well, I didn't plan appropriately. I am absolutely starving right now.
Go get you something to eat, B-Dog.
Me and Jeffrey can carry this for a hot minute, dude. Go get you a hot dog. Come on back.
Yeah.
You can be like you working in the Auburn press box.
Yeah, right.
Shit, a hot dog would be a lot better than what they give us.
All right, so listen, I was reading a review by one of y'all's peers the other day.
Oh, they love to give reviews. They're going to tell you everything about it.
The top 15 meals that they received in the press box for the games they attended, and Auburn's was number 15, for the Auburn Alabama game. They got a cold Whataburger.
It was awful.
I like Whataburger. It was cold. The patty was about that thin.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
you've got to know what's going to eat good cold. Oh, hamburger's not going to be good cold.
No, it's not.
Bring me a sandwich. Bring Daddy a sandwich.
Nice turkey sandwich after Thanksgiving, right?
Would have been nice.
You know, they'd have some extra smoked turkey left laying around there for what they serve the players for Thanksgiving.
All right, let's see here. Let's go sign with the Gators. Okay.
Let's see what if our rankings update has changed at all.
Oh, of course, the damn yard people are here.
You can't hear them in the background, man. You're good.
Yeah, you can't hear them.
So Auburn's still 10th, nationally speaking, as of right now. Now, I don't know if they've done the update just yet or not, but Ohio State is – all right, so let's go. Georgia 1, Alabama 2, Florida State 3, Ohio State 4.
So Ohio State dropped.
Ohio State did drop. Texas 5, Oregon 6, Miami 7, Florida 8, Oklahoma 9, and Auburn sitting there at number 10. Now, the two teams that are liable to make movement inside the top 10, obviously KJ Bolden, Florida State. Got to watch that one. That's going to be a major swing for them if he does flip to UGA or Auburn. At this time, both Jeffrey and I had predictions in for KJ Bolden to flip to UGA. So we'll see how that situation plays itself out. I think there's still hope on Auburn's side, but we'll see as we get closer to noon what the buzz is there. And then obviously Florida, if you are to lose Amaris Williams, if you are to lose Adarius Haynes, that moves them squarely outside the top 10. So those are the two teams to watch as it pertains to Auburn's move in the rankings. Where can Auburn adjust to? I think as of right now, if LJ McCrae does not make a decision today, you don't land KJ Bolden at 12 o'clock. The highest you're going to get as of today would be 8. I think that's where you would see Auburn place itself today. If you land KJ Bolden, obviously you get significantly higher. But that's where we are, guys. I think a number 8 finish is squarely on the table. And then what happens with LJ McCrae and Ryan Williams? That's where the focus and attention will turn to. And can one of Florida or Auburn get him to sign today? Is it possible for him to sign later today? Or is he going to just kick the can down the road and reset and start in February?
Oh, Snobby Jogger. How about you, Snobby Jogger?
She just give you a how about you?
She did. Well, she's watching at home with her domestic partner, Mr. David.
Okay.
Golly, I've never met such a snobby jogger before.
I don't think we know what Favor Edwards going to do, but I don't think anybody thinks he moves the needle as it pertains to jumping a full place in the rankings, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the algorithm there, but I can imagine. What is he, a mid?
I think he's a high 3.
Oh, okay.
I think he's a high 3-star.
Still, I don't think he moves the needle much, does he? The team rankings needle.
I don't think a 3-star moves you from 8 to 7 looking at what Miami has in that class. Don't know that, but I don't know that it moves you all the way to 7. It could. Cole went to go get that sandwich. Let's see where
Landon Marshall signed with Georgia Tech. Landon Marshall, the teammate of Fat Burnett.
Good for him. So
and the loser kid, yeah.
On 3 has Favor Edwin ranked as an 87 3-star. So you're closer to mid 3-star than high.
Is 90 a 4?
90 is a 4, 89 is a 3.
Okay. And he's 87.
He's an 87. So I don't see him moving you a full spot in the rankings. But that doesn't matter because at the end of the day, Favor Edwin is a need in this class as it pertains to the offensive line. And this coaching staff values Favor Edwin and has worked really hard on that recruitment to land him. So regardless of where he moves the national rankings, he moves the needle for the Auburn coaching staff, and that should matter to the fan base.
Man, I wish these kids would. Oh, I need to go get my charger. All right, what's up next? It's 10:40. We've got Jamonta Waller at 11.
Yes, Jamonta Waller at 11. That's the next one to watch.
And surely they're going to be releasing some signees before then because there's still several guys, Malcolm Simmons, Bryce Kane, that haven't been released yet. Hell, even Cam Coleman, Seth Wilford, TJ Lindsey, Riddick, Barber. Amon Lane still has not been released. Kinsley Falston. Caleb Harris still has not been released. So there's still, what's that, 2, 4, 6, 8, I don't know, 10 or 12, half the class.
Yeah.
Still haven't heard anything on A.J. Harris.
You know they're going to get all that information out before Hugh does his press conference. There's no way kids that they know are going to sign.
Well, there's going to be a little lull here for the next 2 hours because, hour and a half, hour. Well, hell, KJ's in an hour and 20 minutes. But surely they're going to get all the – are they just going to like mad rush to get them out in the next hour and 45 minutes?
I think they'll probably release them all here pretty quickly, lining up with Hugh's press conference so that he can discuss those. Obviously the kids that are having signing ceremonies later on in the day, they're probably not going to do that. But let's see at the Auburn committee.
I haven't heard anything on A.J. Harris. That's what I was going to say. Haven't heard anything on him. Still waiting on Favor Edwin. L.J. McCrae.
Yep.
KJ Bolden. The uncommitted guys. Amaris Williams.
Yep.
So still a lot to sift through.
Yep. Jamonta's at 11. TJ Lindsey's at 1. DeAndre Carter's at 2:30, but his is already out. J.R. Buckner is at 3 p.m. Keaton McNutt is at 5 p.m. And then guys that we are aware of.
Is Towns at 3 or 3:30 or something like that? You know what? He might be going the same time JR. Aren't they high school teammates?
I think they are.
I wonder if Auburn's school system or Auburn High School is going to hold a ceremony kind of like for everybody.
Yes, Towns is at 3 p.m.
Yeah, so they'll do that at 3. Let's see.
So ones I would expect to get released before his press conference, guys that have already signed. My expectation is Bryce Kane, Malik Blockton. Wait, Malik's already been released. So Bryce Kane, Kinsley Falston, Caleb Harris, and D'Angelo Barber will all be released here relatively soon, in addition to Jamonta Waller. I think all those should come out in the next 2 hours, I would think.
Amon.
Yeah, and Amon. I think all those should come out.
Seth Wilford, what's the holdup there?
I don't know on Seth when junior college signees are going to do their thing.
I just had me some Viennas.
Oh yeah.
Hot dogs.
And that's how you pronounce it, by the way, Vienna.
Put a little salt on them. Hey, let me tell you something.
Tabasco.
You remember when I was talking about salt on a watermelon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people were like, put that Jenkins on there. What's it called? That Mexican salt?
Oh, the
Tahine.
Yeah.
Tahine. That stuff is good.
Is it really?
It's really good.
It's excellent.
I think we're calling it Tajin sauce.
Tajin.
Tajin.
That Tajin's good. Tajin.
My wife calls it tahine. I don't know if it's Tajin or tahine.
That is proper Spanish. That's proper Mexican, yeah.
I would trust your wife to enunciate words correctly before me or Jeffrey. I'm going to be honest with you on that.
Well, I was thinking it. I wasn't going to say it. I was thinking that.
Actually, tahine.
Tahine.
Tajin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tahine.
Tahine.
Yeah, I took advanced Mexican in high school.
Vienna sausage is hobo food. Well, I like it. How about
Vienna? What country is that from? Germany?
I don't know.
It would be my expectation of.
I don't think that's the right pronunciation. It's just the way that I say
the way you say it.
Yeah.
I got you, Cole.
Is it Vienna? Is that like
Austria?
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Austria's right there by Germany. And I think they have a city called Vienna in Austria.
in Italy, right?
I thought that was Venice.
Venice.
Yeah, Austria's in Italy.
That's what I said.
Bro, we got some spelling.
Lord have mercy.
Oh, look. Zach, I didn't realize Zach had us a little runner down here.
Oh, yeah, he's fancy, man.
He is. Look, let's take a segment here to take some appreciation for Zach in the back and all the things that he does, guys.
Yes.
I don't think for those of you that are watching this live stream right now, and those for us all the things that Zach does in the background, he's fantastic. Not only as our producer on this show, but he also covers the FCS for his own channel, as well as doing some writing work and some written work for Athlon. So a really rising star here in this industry and somebody that you guys should have a lot of appreciation for. So if you can give him a round of applause in the chat for me, it would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Z in the B is what Emos said.
Zach in the back.
Emos,
I think that's in Italy. Yeah, old Nick Bryan coming in here hot. Dude, you got two first names when we come in here like better check your tone.
Check your tone, girl.
Oh boy. Did I miss anybody signing while I was gone?
No, dude. Perry Thompson's the last release.
Okay.
Man, this class is about to fall apart.
Oh no. Oh no.
I got Perry Thompson said, we good.
Everybody panic.
Cole,
So
go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
I thought it was interesting, and I probably missed it, but Cole said he had Perry Thompson ranked ahead of Cam.
Yeah.
I do. I just think
let me ask you this, Cole. When you rank him ahead of somebody else, so are you saying, because we were talking about on threes, kind of what their system is, it's more of an NFL outlook. Are you saying I think Perry will be a better college football player than Cam?
Really and truly, it's like 1A, 1B. I mean, there ain't much difference between the two. But I had to give somebody the edge, and I gave it to Perry. And the reason for that is because I think his ceiling might be higher.
Okay.
Because of what he can do after the catch. Now, Cam Coleman's fast too. You saw him race the other day; they were neck and neck.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
I just the way that Perry's already built, I just cannot imagine what he's going to be when you get him in that weight program. I mean, the dude could be 220.
Do you think he's too big though?
No, because he's fast. Because he's fast and he's agile. I mean, he's got all of that, man. So that's why I give him the slightest edge in the world when I'm ranking him. But I don't do it on NFL. That's not how I do it. I do it as the day that they take off the Auburn uniform for the last time. How good were they at Auburn?
Okay. That's the way I think it should be. Because well, here's why. The fans of these networks are college football fans.
I know.
They don't care how good they're going to be in the NFL or what you project them to be in the NFL. They want to know how good they're going to be in college.
Yep.
That's the way it should be, in my opinion.
And I think
you got to look good on draft day, you know.
Yeah. Well, sure, because these are the metrics that they measure themselves against, right?
Yes.
That's how they credential themselves. Because if they're an NFL draft pick and they had them rated a 5-star, that's a hit for them, right? Like that verifies their evaluation talent of what this kid's ceiling was. Now, the problem that I have with that is kids are on different developmental tracks. And so it's really hard to try to rubber stamp that because you don't know what the situation is they're walking into, what the quarterback situation is going to be, who the wide receiver coach, you know, what the kind of offense they're going to run. So all that's subjective to me and hard criteria, but I'm with you. I mean, I think both Perry and Cam are the rare exception of guys that, I mean, I think I have a very high opinion of Malcolm and Bryce too. But Perry and Cam are NFL dudes, man. Like
I'll give y'all the top 5 that I have in the last ranking before we see what happens for the rest of the day. This is my top 5. Perry Thompson, number 1.
Yep.
Cam Coleman, number 2. Walker White, number 3.
Oh.
DeAndre Carter, number 4. And DeMarcus Riddick, number 5. That's my top 5.
I'll tell you what, talking to Walker and Jhead, talked to JG yesterday. He's fresh in my mind. JG Tate, by the way, not JG.
Oh, yeah. Friend of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say. What were we talking about?
You're talking to Walker and Jhead.
Yeah. So I cannot wait to see Walker White with all these all-stars and all these stud wide receivers. I'm very anxious to see him on the big stage.
I agree, because he plays a different level of competition in Arkansas. What is it like when he gets on the field with all these other guys? Is it too big for him? Is he just right? Is he better than we anticipated? What's that going to look like? And it's hard from an all-star game sometimes to judge that, because cohesion and understanding between a wide receiver and a quarterback of where you're going to be, the route you're going to run, how you're going to run it, that's really tough to get down in a week. But I think you can see the skill set on tape. And I'm with you, Jeffrey. I think how he shows in that all-star game could really kind of change certain Auburn fans' opinion on him, both positively and negatively.
Yeah, I think people are extremely hopeful, optimistic about him.
Mm-hmm.
I think people look at his stats, but you have to understand, like, he's not throwing to 5-star wide receivers. He's so I want to see him. I want to see how he does, and I think it's very interesting that Cole thinks so highly of him. Not interesting, but to me it is, because I'm high on the kid too.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm a layman when it comes to this, but I've got eyes, and so when I've seen him throw, I'm going, man, he's not perfect, but all of this is easily correctable.
Yes.
I mean, he's got what you want. The blueprint, he's got it. I'm a quarterback.
You're talking about
Walker.
You're talking about Walker. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm a quarterback and running back guru.
You are on running backs for sure, brother. You called Trey Mason when it was him and Mike Blakeney in the same class. And you guys remember Mike. A lot of fanfare on him coming out of Bonifay, Florida. Jeffrey said, I think Trey's the better player.
I love Trey Mason.
Proved to be very, very true.
Love Kenny Irons.
Yeah.
Love Brad Lester.
Yeah. Was Brad a 4 or was he a high 3?
He might have been. I thought he was a 4 at one point, but I believe he might have went back down to a 3.
I think he ended as a high 3. I'm with you. I think both Trey and Kenny were low 4. I think they were like borderline top 200.
He was a 3-star, 5.5 3-star on Rivals.
Right.
He was a nobody.
Let's see what Trey Mason was on Rivals at the time. See if my memory's good.
Brad Lester. Yeah, I loved watching him run the football. He was tough as shit, man.
How about this? On Rivals, Trey Mason, 5.8, ranked 199 in the country. I said top 200-ish. So
there you go.
Now let's take a look at Kenny. And he was a transfer from South Carolina.
Sure was. OG transfer. Had to sit out a year.
Sure did. Wow. Man, that's crazy.
Isn't it? Boy, that would make things a lot easier.
Yep, it would certainly cut a lot of it out.
Man, they don't even have, because it went back to 2002 for Kenny Irons out of high school. They don't even have him like the star system at that point.
Man, he was fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, I'm thinking old running backs. When I say old, like 20 years ago, Ben Tate.
Oh, never mind. There it comes. He was a 4-star, but not
Yeah.
nationally ranked.
Now, David, I believe, who was older than him, he came from JUCO. Man, those guys were such good athletes.
I just used to love watching David want to talk. David talked.
He was so much fun. He was awesome. That whole family was awesome. David is awesome. David Sr., David and Kenny, awesome fellas, man. I'd go sit down and talk with them anytime they wanted.
Now, David, what did Rusty just say? Rusty said, told UGA to pay attention to at
1. That's when KJ announces.
Okay. All right. Well, that means that Rusty's feeling positive, guys, which would line up with what you and I heard, Jeffrey. There ain't no way Rusty Manziel is tweeting that if it's about to go the other direction. Not in my opinion.
Yeah, now that the cat's out of the bag, like, I might want to pay attention. I know. Hey, I'll be doing the same thing. I know how it works.
Heck yeah, you do.
Oh, man, it's a tough battle right now. It's Auburn. So, UGA is really coming on strong. And Rusty's over there going, it's Georgia. I mean, it's Auburn. It's no deal. Y'all don't put too much stock in it. Don't waste your time. Don't get your hopes up. It's going to be Auburn.
Right. Because you want to – look, okay, you saw the pushback I got last night when I put my predictions out, and I didn't have LJ or KJ slotted to Auburn. And it was just immediate negative feedback from some people that were anticipating one or both of those guys landing in this class. I wanted to be in front of that with my information of what I had at the time to drive expectation. You know what I mean? Like the last thing I would want to do is sit on something that I think is potentially going to happen and have people caught off guard about it. So I think you give the most relevant information you can at the time.
Boy, I'm so curious about LJ McCrae.
That's the one, man. And we all three said that to start the show. If there's one that we could be wrong on, or one that I could be wrong on, I said that. I don't know that you guys had predictions on either.
So I found the Rusty post that they were put in the chat. His exact quote on the Dogs board was, "Just want to make sure you're not busy around 1 p.m. today." And they're Eastern time, so it'd be 12 p.m. our time. And it's funny. He's hilarious. The thread title was "Probably." That's it. That's one word, probably. And then someone in the chat put that one of the Florida boards was reporting LJ is still supposed to sign today, just not this morning. I'm trying to find that to confirm right now.
That'll be interesting, man. Because who knows? I mean, Hayes did not say that he wasn't going. I mean, he was just probably he wasn't going to sign at 9 o'clock. He did not sign at 9 o'clock. What happens later today, tomorrow, Friday, and then does everything get moved to February? Welcome again to last night. JeffreyLeeReporting.com.
All right, there's the Cam Coleman tweet.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Whew.
I've already put the story out. So
that lip pillow hits a little different, man, on the upper deck. I'm telling you. I'm telling you now.
Oh,
Cam Coleman's in.
big one. Guys, he is an immediate impact player for Auburn. He gets there in January. A guy that I've comped to T. Higgins. He's got the balance and body control on the outside to take advantage of the back shoulder fade. Can do the things in creating in one-on-one matchups that some of the receivers this year just didn't possess the ability to do. He's a difference maker for this class, him and Perry both. I'm with Cole in the assessment of the run after the catch is probably not as dynamic as Perry, but I still think he has the potential to be a difference maker there with the ball in his hand. It's just a little bit different. He's more of a long strider. I think Perry's a little bit more Anquan Bolden-ish.
Oh.
Field with the football, more speed, but I like the size and the frame comparison to Anquan Bolden. I think that's the kind of receiver that Perry's going to be.
Jamonta Waller should be signing. Damn, the hiccups, dude. Never fails.
I'm trying to keep a straight face, bro, watching you jump backwards when you do that. You need to reach
old lip pillow.
Old paper bag.
I say, how you tongue?
I can't help it. I'm too childish, man. I laugh at stuff like that, and I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. When somebody gets the hiccuping or something like that, it owns me.
It worked.
I've never heard of that one.
I tried it earlier and it didn't, but it worked just then.
All right, there should be. I mean, we pretty much everybody except for TJ Lindsay.
Oh, Bryce Kane just went.
Okay, there you go. So the freeze 4 is out because
did they tweet Bryce Kane?
Bryce Kane's mom tweeted it. I'm sorry. And Walker's just tweeted, "We won't favor Edwin."
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
No, you know how big favor Edwin is, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at this picture.
Look how big
Good
Walker
heaven.
White is.
And Walker's a legitimate 6'3",
dude. He's a big boy.
Yeah. Yeah, Walker White is not me standing there at 5'11", 175. You know what I mean? Like he's a legitimate 6'3", like 220. And Favor just dwarfs him. And there's not a lot of bad weight on Favor Edwin from the pictures I've seen.
No. Nope, he is a prospect, man. I know he's a 3-star, but and he's and there is the development that's got to take place with Favor Edwin, but listen, that is there's some clips of him where I go, wow. They wow me a little bit, a few of his clips.
I agree. And you put oh wow, okay. I saw Zach's update. But no, you put Favor Edwin on the right side and Tyler Johnson on the left. You don't get two more prototypical NFL offensive tackles than those two guys from a size and frame standpoint. I mean, those are legit NFL frames on both of those guys. And that could be your future in 2-3 years down the line. If you land Favor Edwin, with it being, and it's been reported by multiple people now, let's give credit where credit is due. Jeffrey made that update late last night, early this morning, that it seemed as though it was Alabama would be not a factor, but it would come down to Auburn and Florida today. But with Favor, I think we all are kind of anything could happen with that young man, and nobody would be surprised that it did.
Yeah, I am. I'm. My gut's turning.
I'm the same way
on the Favor Edwin.
Okay, I like it.
You know, it's 11 o'clock
on this time.
Usually by this time on a signing day, good news and bad news has happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess the good news for Auburn at this point is the bad news that could have happened has not happened yet.
That's right.
Yeah.
LJ McCrae is not signed anywhere.
No.
And Perry Thompson signed with you. Now you're waiting on KJ Bolden. That's not looking good. But, you know.
Guys, Jeffrey's calling his agent, making sure that that everybody knows he got the scoop first.
Right.
But no, I'm with you, Cole. You have averted catastrophe. Okay. So Perry Thompson flipping to Auburn would have been an absolute catastrophe on National Signing Day. That's all been squelched. He's squarely in Auburn's class. LJ McCrae, big 5-tech, maybe even possible 3-tech one day, contingent on how his body develops, has not signed, has put it off. And right now it feels as though the buzz is with Auburn as per the reporting of On3's Florida site. We have heard an uptick in LJ chatter. And then that was capped off by Hayes Fawcett's tweet of he will not make a commitment at 9 o'clock. What happens later today, tomorrow, Friday, February, we don't know yet. We're still processing that as we go, and we're still looking for information as far as when he's going to make a decision. And none of that has been made available to us just yet.
Is it possible that he is waiting to see what others do?
Yes, I think it is.
And that doesn't necessarily mean others tied to Auburn. It could mean those tied to Florida, commits at Florida. Is he watching to see what they do?
I think he's watching to see what happens with Florida's class. I honestly believe that. I think what happens with Florida's class is as important as what happens with Auburn's class, because right now Auburn we haven't lost anybody. He knows who we're getting. If you land Amaris Williams at 1240, and we think that we will, and Darius Haynes flips to Miami, and now you're looking at a class that's outside the top 10. The theme of guys want to play with other dudes, that's where it starts to come in.
Yeah.
Even more than money, am I going to be surrounded? Like, are the NIL deals comparable? And am I going to be surrounded by a defensive line coach that I believe can get me to the NFL? And am I have enough talent around me that I'm not taking on double teams every 5 minutes? That matters.
Right.
I mean, if you're an advisor around LJ McCrae, that should matter.
And as you can see here, Zach's got us at Jamonta Waller, 4-star edge, and he has signed with Auburn.
How about you?
Well, that was a big flip, wasn't it?
Cole, we got to give you some credit on that. You were saying you were saying this young man's name before it was popular by anybody else that we were going to get him.
Who is this?
LJ McCrae. I mean,
no,
Jamonta Waller.
Jamonta.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Cole, you were first on that. I mean, I think we all knew that Jamonta Waller was very much valued by the staff. Jeffrey, as far back as March, I can remember posing a question to you and I of like, who's the best edge in this class? And what do you think about Jamonta Waller? And then the group chat afterwards was, hey man, he's high on their board. So, but the fact that you, after the commitment to Florida, were the first to say, hey man, this is not over. This is a guy that Auburn's going to land. I thought spoke volumes to you sourcing on this, and you deserve a lot of credit for
Jhead and Cole shout out.
How about you on that?
What about me?
Comments?
Yeah. WDE Athletic. Make me feel special.
I don't care about you.
It's because you dropped to the back to talk to
okay. All right.
I mean, like you had Jerry Maguire stuff going on back there, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll touch on that.
But talk to us about, and let's get to Jeffrey's scoop after this.
Shout out to Auburn Live on 3. Pinkston. All right. We're taking over, baby. It's the Auburn Live takeover.
Get in there, guys. Show us some love. Show Jamonta some love he deserves. But Cole, talk to us about what kind of player Jamonta Waller is. What's his ceiling at Auburn?
Jamonta Waller, man, he is a pass rusher in every sense of the word.
Auburn recruiting.
Get up there.
Hey, what's up, Jay Lee? No, he's a pass rusher. He's your speed rusher. That's your Jalen McLeod, right? That was what you got in Jalen McLeod this past year. Now you got it coming in the high school class, and man, you're not going to find a more electric highlight tape than Jamonta Waller. It's my favorite one to watch. If you're looking for a highlight tape to watch on a new Auburn signee, go watch Jamonta Waller. Dude is a freak coming off the edge. He is fast. He's physical. He plays receiver a little bit for them at his size, which is about maybe 6'1", 240. So a little bit undersized as an edge. But you know what? Ron Roberts seems to like that. I think he likes that natural leverage that a maybe shorter guy gets. Whereas some go, I got to have the lengthiest guy, long arms, all this. I think that he likes a more of a sort of like a wrecking ball, if that makes sense.
He does.
And that's what Jamonta Waller is. That's what Jalen McLeod is. I think the two are very similar. Can you imagine having two Jalen McLeods?
It would be nice. The pass rush could use it. And you think about the way Ron Roberts' defense, it's a little unconventional. It's extremely aggressive. You bring blitzes from various launch points. You know what I mean? Attacking various gaps mixed in with good run stunts. I mean, it's It's a shape-shifting 3-3-5 to 4-2-5 where you bring pressure from all over the field. Right. And he has he was the godfather, if you will, of simulated pressures. Him and Dave Aranda kind of popularized that at Delta State, something that he later went on to kind of mentor Ole Miss's defensive coordinator in Pete Golding. Yep. Also underneath Rod Roberts' tutorial is Florida's defensive coordinator, Austin Armstrong. So some really sharp minds that have been mentored by Ron Roberts, but I think he's a perfect fit for the edge position / the jack outside linebacker and what Ron Roberts wants to do. And he won't ask Jamonta to do things he can't this early in his career. He's going to ask him to get after the quarterback. That's what he's going to be asked to do the day he steps foot on Auburn's campus. They'll give him the ability to be able to, like you said, use his leverage, convert speed to power, get off the edge, and probably work his pass rush game, some long arm some guys, swim some guys, use things to his advantage. So very, very interested in Jamonta Waller's progression at Auburn and the immediate impact he can have within the 2 deep. Jeffrey, you ready to discuss what you scoop?
Yes. So, feel like things are trending in the right way for AJ Harris.
Okay, that's good.
And now, Auburn obviously still working on KJ Bolden. They probably don't want to announce anything with AJ Harris if there is something to announce until after KJ Bolden, which makes a lot of sense, even going into the day.
That marries up with what I had heard about AJ yesterday, so that's good. It's good that the two different people are hearing it, and that you're hearing it on signing day, which is fantastic.
And you got to think, not getting KJ Bolden is probably going to help with AJ Harris if, in fact, he does want to play safety.
I would agree with that. It probably helps how Auburn sees him too, somewhat from each standpoint.
Sure. So, trending in the right direction with AJ Harris, probably want to get that nailed down as soon as possible. I don't think there's anything left to discuss with him other than position. If you can get that ironed out, I would imagine AJ Harris would be in this class fairly quickly. So keep an eye on him. We haven't heard anything on Derek Harmon, the transfer from Michigan State defensive lineman. Not that I have seen. I think Oregon, Ohio State, Auburn, and man, I tell you what, Ohio State's not playing big money games when it comes to NIL. That's just what I've heard.
I think that's fair. I think they've been I think they've practiced a lot of restraint. I think the majority of their NIL is designated to retain the players on their team. And I think they're giving fair market deals, but I don't think they're breaking the bank right now. Like, I think their thought process, we're going to offer you a fair deal. If NIL is what's most important to you, the most important thing to us is retaining the talent we have on this team. And so you need to come here and earn that deal.
Jeremiah Beeman officially signs with Alabama.
Okay. Expected.
Yep.
Good for them. That's a great player.
Has Alabama picked up anybody that they weren't expecting? Or maybe we weren't?
I'm watching for – give me just a second.
Has Daniel Hill made has he committed yet?
No, I think he's supposed to do it.
Who's the big defensive lineman out of Buford?
Edric Houston.
Yeah, Edric Houston.
Watch for that one. I think Alabama's in a really great position on that. I'm sure Auburn fans don't want to hear that, but that was the word I got a day ago. Watch for that one.
Jaquan McCroy has signed with Oregon.
That was big because Prime was trying to flip him.
Interesting.
For those that have a vested interest in Colorado and what Coach Prime are doing at Boulder, that was a big one that they had on their radar.
Alabama did pick up a commitment from four-star defensive lineman Steve Mbabua. I think I actually said that right.
I think you did. Mbamua, I think his name. Yeah. He was one that Auburn liked a lot But when he reclassified, it almost was like, it's like, well, you're not really maybe what we're looking for this class, because they didn't talk. I didn't hear his name come up anymore after he reclassified from 2025 to 24. But he's a kid from Canada. Ended up training at Madhouse Fitness.
Yeah,
training at Madhouse Fitness in Montgomery.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So the last two were Perry Thompson and Cam Coleman, as far as Auburn Twitter is concerned.
Right.
Caleb Harris, I noticed Thompson Football released him signing. Yeah, I was reading Zach's thing. Nick from the Florida site, Go Gators Online, said that his source said that LJ McCrae signed his letter of intent to Florida but did not send it in, which is why we were saying you can sign whatever you want to until you send it in. It means nothing. But that's great news for everybody still in that recruitment besides Auburn.
Correct. And let's go back to some of Jeffrey.
I mean, did I say besides Florida, or did I say besides Auburn? Either way,
said Auburn.
Yeah,
besides
Florida.
You're reporting circa 2010, 11-ish on a young man by the name of Cyrus Quanjo, who never sent in his national letter of intent. So it is not unprecedented for a young man to sign a national.
That dude had his whole announcement, though, didn't he?
He did. He almost fainted on stage.
Boy, man, Alabama put those kids through some stuff back in the day.
Jeffrey, you said you needed some big news. There's a lot of reports coming out that Jordan Seaton is probably going to flip to Maryland from Colorado.
Get out of here.
Is what was reported today.
That is massive, dude, because that was a signature victory for Coach Prime out there in Boulder.
Hey, I mean, that would be Matt Loxley is out there recruiting for Maryland right now if that happens.
Yeah.
He is, and that's a big win for Mike, who's a fantastic football coach, getting obviously a second chance there at Maryland. Good program that Auburn's going to play in a bowl game in the Music City, but that's some Kevin Plank Under Armour money if they get him.
Listen,
that's
going to be I'm going to tell you, I've taken a pretty good look at Maryland. They're good, dude.
They are.
I know they're not going to have Talia Tagovailoa, but their defense is good. They're just a pretty good football team, so that's a tough matchup.
Let me say it correctly, Talia, because Big Sexy got me the other day because I said Talia. And, bro, you talking about the enunciation breakdown he had. He said, Jhead. We heard that Southern y'all in the middle of that, my man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, why is he sitting out? Is he waiting on the NFL? Is he that good?
Who? I think
so.
Yeah. I mean, Talia.
Well, whatever.
I'll say it again before the show's out. I can't help it. I think he thinks he's got realistic NFL draft aspirations and does not want to get injured in a bowl game.
Man. Okay. I didn't know he was that good.
Late round guy, probably 6th, 7th round, I would think. A lot of NFL teams will take a shot on a kid late. This is a developmental prospect. It's got an NFL arm, and he does. Talia has a very live arm. There's no question
he can throw it.
He can spin it for sure. So, maybe even as a free agent. But here's the thing: if you get injured and you rip an ACL, you're not even getting signed on a free agent deal
for a meaningless bowl game. Correct. I hear you.
So for him, I think because of the NFL aspiration part of it, I get it. And that's why I even have more respect for a Jalen Simpson, a Zion Puckett, guys that also have NFL aspiration. And look, Jalen, he's a 4th-round grade or higher. Like, he's potentially a day 2 guy. So for him to put it on the line like that for Auburn, that says something about that young man and what Auburn University means to him. And so Auburn fans that are listening to this today, make sure Jalen Simpson knows how much you appreciate what his time here at Auburn has meant.
Yeah, he's been great.
And a good kid, too, man. What you got?
Freaking Pomo Steaklanese.
What he gets you with now? Because he will catch me from time to time.
Somebody took a screenshot of me coughing. Like he said, looks like he's enjoying an invisible San Francisco treat. Oh my God, y'all are idiots. Oh my gosh.
He's an interesting character, that Palmer Stackling.
Some people hate him. Yeah. There's another screenshot.
At this point, let's talk about this. Non-recruiting question: who has the title of OC next season? Montgomery, Ken Austin, or someone else? Okay, I think I was of the belief that there was the likelihood of a potential change at offensive coordinator. I have since heard not so much in that regard, that maybe Hugh Freeze and Philip Montgomery are going to make it work. But maybe Hugh will just have a much bigger role as far as how the offense is orchestrated. You know what I mean? The game plan, everything else. I don't want to speculate too much on this because you're talking about men's professions, and I don't think that's fair to them. But do you think we make a change on this coaching staff? Or do you think they decide, you know what, let's run it again in year 2 and see what happens?
I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it seems like if Freeze was willing to step in and call plays like he did, that he would probably move towards that a little more, if that makes sense.
I agree with that. I mean, I think he's going to be very involved in the offense moving forward in the framework of the offense, calling plays, everything. But do they change coordinators? I don't know that necessarily happens right now. Right. I think they may continue on with the setup that they've got.
Yeah.
All right, it's 11:22. So the next, unless Favor Edwin does something, we're looking at KJ Bolden at 12, right?
Yes. KJ Bolden at 12, Amaris Williams 12:40.
Okay. Let's see. And that's Favor Edwin whenever he's going to do it. Hugh is doing 1 hour.
Are they really going to continue on with this, or are they going to push him back?
Man, let me call him and tell him.
I'm telling you. He's like, look, man, we got a live stream. You want to jump on?
Yeah. Our for all you listening, though, our plan is to we're going to end this about 1 o'clock. We'll go after Amaris Williams, and we'll end it around 1 or sometime after that. Hugh Freeze goes on the podium at 12:30 right now. But you got to think now, I think they practiced today at 3.
Yeah.
Is that right, Cole?
Yeah.
It's probably why they can't move it any further back.
Yeah. So you're looking at Hugh Freeze at 12, KJ Bolden at 12, Hugh Freeze at 12:30, Amaris Williams at 12:40, and then you've got a couple of commitments to Marcus Riddick and TJ Lindsey at 1. DeAndre Carter is irrelevant now that he's just having a signing ceremony for his family and friends, classmates, teammates. But so really what we're looking for now is KJ Bolden, Amaris Williams, and Favor Edwin.
And then
maybe AJ Harris, maybe Derek Harmon, and then the kicker, Towns Magoo.
And then the LJ McCrae saga. What happened?
Oh, my gosh.
You know what I mean? What happens with LJ McCrae? I tend to believe it's going to – I don't know that anything's going to come out today. I just feel like the kid, if he's pushing back on a signing day ceremony that's been set for a while, you probably think he's going to do a pretty hard reset and look at this really hard for the next day or so before he makes any kind of an announcement, I would think. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know that it continues into February. I think there'll be more pressure than that.
No, I think he signs.
Yeah, me too.
Either it could happen today.
It could.
Something tells me it happens today.
Okay. I think that's fair.
What about, we haven't talked much about we have. It's going into today, you're thinking, man, pretty not looking great on all the guys that you have a chance with. But now, LJ McCrae still alive. I haven't heard anything to say that Auburn's out of it yet. That's for sure. Put it that way. Not feeling good on KJ anymore. I think I'm very much wrong on that pick that I made last night. And then Favor Edwin. Almost didn't even really count him,
Yeah.
But that one's alive. That one's alive for Auburn. And Amaris Williams, things are looking good there. So,
I've been holding on to my favorite Edwin pick that's probably been in there since I don't know when, or it should have been in there since I don't know when. Was waiting to either change it to Alabama or Florida. But like I said earlier, I'm okay with it right now.
Yeah, I probably should have not. I changed mine to Alabama.
Which at the time, Cole was, yeah. That's the thing, man. You just don't change it so quickly.
It does.
Like anybody you talk to anybody, you go look at Favor Edwin, all the Alabama picks besides yours, Cole. Everybody had him going to Alabama. What's today? Wednesday, so less than a week ago. I think he went to. Was it Bama this past weekend or the weekend before that? It was the weekend before that.
Yeah, 2 weekends ago. Real quick, just to get all of our ducks in a row here. Let me make sure. We've got Perry Thompson is signed. Joe Phillips is signed. Walker White signed. DeAndre Carter signed. Laquan Robinson signed. Jalen Crawford signed. Malik Blockton signed. Cam Coleman signed. And when I say signed, I mean the Auburn page has tweeted them out. That should be everybody right now. Got to change Cam Coleman to signed on here.
Now, you have other guys that I believe have signed.
Right.
Kinsley Falston, several others that have already done their signature. And Auburn just hasn't released it to this point. And I don't know. That'll be also interesting to me to see. Hugh Freeze talks about it at the signing day ceremony. And does he wait to give them their moment for Auburn Twitter to release it, or does he go ahead and discuss those because they have those LOIs? They just haven't put them out yet.
Right.
Well, yeah, we know Amon has signed. We know Caleb Harris has signed. They've tweeted it.
Right.
So what's the hold up, Auburn football? I just want to update the HQ because we actually had a guy on the corner going, "Hey man, I checked the HQ and Jamonta Waller was supposed to sign at 11, and he's still not listed as signed." And it's a legitimate concern, but of course, if you read the fine print here, it says, "Here we will post which commitments have officially become signees after Auburn University releases the NIL. We will move from commitment to the signee." So,
I've got stories on these guys.
There were a bunch of rumors about Jeremiah Smith flipping. He decided to stick with Ohio State.
Oh,
he just signed.
Look, and that's a big deal because Florida State thought they were getting Jeremiah.
Yeah.
And that was part of the reason they didn't go all in on Cam Coleman. They thought they were saving NIL money for that one. So that would be a tough look for Florida State to lose Jeremiah Smith and KJ Bolden today.
Yeah, I think I can go ahead and put the Waller story out. I'm going to do it.
Nick Gentry. Not Nick Gentry. Nick Gentry was the defensive lineman from Prattville back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Dylan Gentry is the Cam Coleman's best friend, almost brother. He's a little slot wide receiver from Central Phoenix City. He signed a PWO offer with Auburn, and he'll be a preferred walk-on slot guy.
Good for him.
Good high school football player, and certainly didn't hurt Auburn's chances with Cam Coleman having Dylan Gentry an opportunity to join him on the field. They'll be roommates and continue their Indeed campaign.
There you go. Or Magnificent.
Magnificent.
But guys that we think that have signed that they just haven't released: D'Angelo Barber, Caleb Harris, Kinsley Falston, Bryce Kane. Correct. Those are ones that we all believe have signed.
Yeah.
They have not officially released at this point. And
Okay,
then
they just released.
DJ Barber just got dropped.
There you go.
So there you go. There's DJ Barber. So they're going to slowly start getting them out here in just a minute.
Okay, good.
And we would expect
put that one up.
Our Jack linebacker to also Jamonta to come out here in just a minute.
Yeah, he's done. I'm probably going to put him up next. Let's see.
So, guys, don't worry. We're not hearing anything on anybody that's presently committed about flipping anywhere else. Maintain your focus on what's going to happen next with KJ Bolden. We're predicting him to Georgia, but stranger things have happened, and that it could end up being Auburn. I don't anticipate it, but it could. And then what happens with Amaris Williams? And then obviously Favor Edwin. When does he decide to pull the trigger? What does he decide to do? When does he decide to do it? Who knows, man?
You know, not many guys were like totally safe, like 100%. This guy's Auburn. And what I mean by that is, I mean, DJ Barber took an official visit to Ole Miss.
Yeah, he did.
He sure did. And people were freaking out on the board, like, what's going on here? We were told there was nothing to worry about, and it never was anything to worry about. So it's just, it's just all these – you got a bunch of guys that other schools want. And to me, that is a great place to be.
And DJ, to his credit, I think he only took 2 official visits. Maybe he took a third to Arkansas. I'm not sure. Did he visit Arkansas in the summer?
Yeah, he took an OV there.
So he OV'd to Arkansas. Did he OV to Georgia Tech as well?
Maybe. He might have.
Maybe he OV'd to Georgia Tech, but Arkansas, Auburn, the kid had an open weekend. Oxford's a great place to visit. Was there some concern when you see that happen midseason with a kid that's been as solid as him? Sure. But I think it was very quickly squelched. And Pete Golding's a heck of a recruiter. Give him credit for the job that he's done at Ole Miss. I mean, I think he is a fantastic recruiter. So even getting the young man to visit was a big thing, but nothing that I think that anybody should have ever been too terribly worried about. Concerned, but not like above a 3 or a 4 ever.
Yeah, some behind the scenes on that. His parents did not join him. DJ Barber's parents did not join him on his Ole Miss official visit. Also, he was at Auburn the day before.
Tells you everything you need to know, right?
Yep. I think he let them know, hey, this, that's something I wanted to do. They're like, oh, okay, whatever. It's fine.
Who was the game that weekend?
Because
that also factors in for some of these kids being able to see some of these teams live in action.
It was later in the season. I don't remember who it was.
Okay, let's check again to see. I don't think there's been any change in the national side of things.
D'Angelo Barber. Well, I tell you what, did he make that tackle against
I'm writing it on Twitter right now.
Are you? Are you?
I am. Yep.
I got a cousin. He's a farmer. And when he leaves or when you leave, he goes, see.
That's where you get the ye from.
See.
Like, how about you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you.
See, I didn't know that was. I've been hearing that a lot lately. How about you?
It's because Jeff is a trend starter, man.
I don't know if you ever listen to Rick and Bubba. They say it a lot.
Oh, yeah. You told me that. I hurt my feelings.
Y'all from the same part of the country, though. Maybe something to that.
Hey, or Yaddy. How you doing? Pretty good. How you? Oh, how I'm getting by highs and lows,
That's good.
You pick up a lot of things when you go to Woodland, Alabama.
I bet.
Feel the same about Elba, Alabama, my man.
How about Cecil, Alabama?
There you go.
How about Claude?
And Claude.
And Wilmer. Don't forget old Kevin down there in Wilmer.
Yeah.
We got any signings so far that are from little bitty towns like that? DJ Barber's from, they call it Birmingham. Pinkston is what we have listed because that's where Clay Chalkville is. But
The thing about high school football these days is if you're really, really good, by the time you're 11th grader, you're probably transferring to the bigger school.
True.
I thought you were about to go full McConaughey and say, what about these high school girls these days?
Yeah, that's what I used to say about living in a college town, I stay the same age. Okay. Get over there. We got DJ Barber, Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson. Those are your last three. And still another AJ Harris update. According to my source, it looks really good for Auburn.
Yeah. That's a massive pickup, guys. A guy that was, I think, a high 4, even a 5-star on one recruiting service this time last year. A local kid from Glenwood originally, but played at Central Phoenix City his senior year. Fantastic athlete. And look, you're talking about flipping blue chip ratio on your roster. That's another guy that you factor into that 2023 class that changes the trajectory. So do you go from I think we finished 17, or are you in the top 15 now with an AJ Harris? Because he was that highly thought of.
And listen, opening up that door at Central Phoenix City, something Auburn hasn't done since John Broussard in 2017.
Yep, that's correct. Before he went to Memphis.
And thinking about all the kids that you missed out on since then is Cam Coleman he's kicked that door wide open, because in the 2025 class you've got Mal Waldrop,
the
big offensive lineman from who Alabama wants, who Auburn wants. You've got Dalen Upshaw, and even going farther back, you've got Cam's little brother Bobby,
who can play,
who's just a 9th grader, or will be a 9th grader, who has already offers from Auburn and Georgia. This kid is good. And that's Cam's little brother, Bobby. And
he's a quarterback, correct?
He's a quarterback. Now, it's easy to say this now, but people that have seen them both said it would be difficult to choose one of him or Trent Seaborn, who is the 9th grade prodigy from Thompson, who I think won a national or state championship at Thompson. Was it last year? It's like 4th grader or something.
Yeah, he didn't even have any peach fuzz. Right?
No, dude.
4th grader.
So, so Bobby Coleman, keep an eye. Central High School, Cam Coleman has really opened that door for Auburn there, and it's Auburn will be a factor in everybody's recruitment moving forward, especially Dalen Upshaw, the 2025 wide receiver, and Mal Waldrop, the 2025 offensive lineman. There's some other guys, Tristan Williams, Tristan Lyles, a bunch of guys from Central Phoenix City. They've always got players. Patrick Nix is always going to have players there.
Mm-hmm.
So that commitment signing is so big for Auburn in so many different ways.
I agree.
It is.
I agree. To get that monkey off your back in the way that, with a player of the caliber of Cam Coleman, you didn't just take some random kid, some 3-star to say, hey, I got somebody out of Central Phoenix City. You went and got a dude, man. I mean, he's big time, and he's coming from a good program. Pat Nix is a fantastic high school football coach. I mean, he runs a really good program. I think he's a 3-time state champion head coach now. Maybe it's 2-time. I could be getting that confused, but he's got some state titles underneath him, and it won't be the last that he wins this past year at Central Phoenix City.
The thing about losing some of these players these past years, from the state of Alabama to Alabama. You've lost, guys from Thompson, guys from Central, these big schools that put out players every single year. It's not just that you're missing that player. Number one, that player's going to your rival. That hurts just as bad as losing them.
Mm-hmm.
That's a double whammy. You can triple that by going, the progress you thought you made there in that school just was lost. Because, guys know each other. That's just part of it. You want to keep building on that. Can't hurt. Well, now Auburn's doing it. They got a kid from Thompson, Caleb Harris.
There you go. Great point. Zach at the back says, speaking of Maryland, who we talked about earlier, he says they just flipped a 4-star cornerback from South Carolina.
Who did they get? Let's see. Let's take
Michael Loxley. He was on Saban staff at one time. He knows how to play, huh?
He absolutely. Look, Mike Loxley's a good football coach.
He is. They got a good football team right now that's fixing to take on Auburn.
Yeah, the offensive coordinator came over from Miami, and previous to that, he had been underneath Jim Harbaugh as his OC. I'm trying to think of his name. Long-time James Franklin assistant, and also was on the University of Alabama staff with Mike Loxley.
The guy's name is Braden Lee, flipped from South Carolina to Maryland.
Correct. And then here is – okay. So as far as Jordan Seaton is concerned, apparently he took a secret last-minute official visit to Maryland last weekend. Obviously, the kid's cover's been blown now, but it's legitimate that he may flip to Maryland today. Nothing done yet.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let's go over it for my own sake. Let me go over for my own sake. Who they have not released? Man, they still got a lot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 guys they haven't released yet. No, 8, 9 guys, because Dimitri's signing, and if he does sign, it will be in February. But where's Caleb Harris? Where's Amon Lane? Gaines? Where's Jamonta Waller?
Mm-hmm.
Where's Bryce Kane?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Nice. Listen. I'm just saying this. Like, hurry up, dude. I want to update this and move on.
I know. I do too.
So there's no concern.
I hope they don't do it all at once, because I got all these stories written for it.
Right. And so that's what I'm hopeful that, if they don't release them before the press conference, that Hugh still talks about it. So you can just go ahead and release those stories. Because if he's talking about them, guys, that means the national letter of intent, the NIL, the NLI, they've got it in hand. If he's openly discussing them, because you can't discuss a committed prospect. You can only discuss prospects who have signed with your university. So obviously, administratively speaking, that'll help us out. But who knows?
But all of those guys have at least indicated on X that they have signed.
Correct. I don't think there's no concern on our part or anybody else's part as far as their status with Auburn.
Let's see, 11:45. So we're 15 minutes away from KJ Bolden. Zach, have you heard if there's going to be a stream for that?
Buford High Facebook.
I'm too lazy for that, man. My back hurts, dude. I got this kitchen chair in here at my desk.
I know. I'll keep moving around because I'm sitting on a bench.
Oh, how long have we been sitting here for? Like 6 hours? I think we have been sitting here for 6 hours. No, 7, 4, 5. 6, 7, 4, 5.
Taking me back to boot camp, keeping you here waiting, man.
Great. Hey, my back. Oh, I got a pile of lip pillows over here. And my trusty big Tetons.
I think I'm going to have to go get me some more Viennas.
You might, man. I had to turn the camera off for a minute to eat an apple. And then I realized I didn't have it muted, so you guys were probably hearing me much.
Okay. I got to start thinking about I got to go. I'm going to go after KJ.
Yeah.
I'm really wanting to stop and get something to eat.
Yeah, so we're doing this through Amaris Williams.
Yeah, we're gonna do it through Amaris, and then me and you will put a nice bow on it, man, and we'll hop off, and you can handle.
That'll be the end of.
We'll have we will have a lot of content for later today. I'm gonna take me a lunch break when we get done, and then we got to rank the class. We got to do all that good stuff. So
right, and you may have to wait till Favor Edwin comes out.
Yeah, who may not do it today.
Oh, really?
I mean,
okay.
We don't know.
No, he'll do it. He'll do it when I get halfway. He'll commit to Auburn while I'm in traffic.
Yep,
guaranteed.
100% every time.
Never fails.
Never fails.
I'm just hoping for an uneventful Christmas Eve and Christmas Day this year.
Yeah, man, you guys. That was obviously it was big for the Auburn fan base, but for the people in this industry, Dylan Wade coming on Christmas Eve was brutal, man. You're at a Christmas party, Jeffrey. I know you're enjoying time with your family. It's hard to have to write a story and get all that posted at one time.
And you know what I've learned? I've told a lot of people today. I've told a lot of people in my family and friends who ask about what I do for a living. I said, just tune in today and you'll kind of understand it maybe. Because I can't explain it to you. Because if you're not in this world, like if you're not a part of this world, you don't get it. Like, what? Okay, recruiting? That's a big deal to people? Yes, it's a big deal to people. It's a huge deal. I've tried to explain it to several people and they kind of give me that look like, okay, and you do that for a living? Like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, is that like your side job or?
No, it's full time.
Is that what you do on the weekends or?
Yeah, I get that a lot. So that my point in saying that is on Christmas Eve when Dylan Wade committed to Auburn, I was at a Christmas party, tearing through a present, I believe, at that moment. Phone starts buzzing, and I run to get my computer. I don't say anything to anybody. And they're like, hey, what are you doing? You're going to have to give me 30 minutes. That's what I'm doing. Sorry.
With a little less than 15 minutes until 5-star plus KJ Bolden announcement, Chad Simmons reports that Georgia is the program trending to land him.
Yep. Sounds right.
I will say, man, apparently when was it? About 10 o'clock when we started to see him post about there were some predictions of KJ to Auburn. Was that?
Yeah, I think.
Was that real or?
So let me give credit on the sourcing from that. So Caleb Jones of the Auburn Rival site, who is a counterpart of your guys in the industry, made a prediction of KJ Bolden to Auburn, which kind of obviously started the fire there. To this point, I haven't seen anybody else make that prediction. Doesn't mean Caleb's not right and that I'm wrong. Caleb's really good at his job. He's a very smart guy. And so he obviously had a lot of conviction to put that kind of a pick in this late in the game.
Hold on, Jhead. You said he put a pick in for Auburn?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe the Georgia Rivals moderator did as well.
Really?
I looked at that and didn't see anything.
Okay.
I did not see.
I saw it in the comments. I didn't know for sure.
That Roddy put in as far as the pick goes. I may be wrong on that, but I looked through their rival site and I didn't see anything over on Dogvit.
Yeah. Now Roddy, I would take notice of if Roddy, because Roddy's the one he was the first one I saw. Roddy is the UGA publisher for the Rivals Network. He's the first one that I saw come out and say, KJ Bolden's not going to Florida State. This was last week, wasn't it? Or was it earlier? It seems like a week ago.
I think it was a week ago. And then you started to hear murmurs from other places. But he's the one that said, hey, he didn't say where he was going to go, but okay.
New tweet. Who you got? Who you got this time? Can you get it?
Caleb Harris or Amon Langanis?
Bryce Cole.
Give me your second one, Jhead.
TJ Lindsey.
Golly. It's Malcolm Simmons.
Come on, ref.
I thought he's already been announced.
Great day in the morning.
Now by Auburn Twitter. We already knew he signed. I'm just talking about Auburn Twitter putting it out.
Okay, I thought that they already put it out.
My fault.
Okay.
I didn't explain that one well.
Okay, all right.
But all these other cats who have publicly come out on Twitter and said we signed, and they won't put them out.
Yeah, I know.
Get
I guess they're
somebody on the
spacing them.
phone.
Are they spacing them out? I don't know.
Who knows?
Well, they better hurry up.
Who's running the Auburn social media department these days?
I don't know, but I'm gonna have him on the phone here shortly.
You better call old Caldwell and go to the top.
He will. Caldwell get things done now.
Oh, that made me laugh when you said that the other night because it's true.
Yes, I'm going to the top. He'll go. Is it Cohen? What's the AD's name? John Cohen.
Yeah, John Cohen.
Yeah. Caldwell will have his ass on the damn line. This Whataburger ain't gonna get it, big dog. Hey, what if they're holding like a bunch that is gonna flood
I hope they
Twitter when KJ commits, if he does in fact go
to try to drown it?
Yeah.
Well, if they feel like they're getting AJ Harris, putting that out would be pretty good.
There you go.
Finding a way to get him to put that out or whatever. Tell you what, we tried to talk to AJ Harris the other day, get an interview with him. Jamon Dumas Johnson too. Tried to talk to those guys. AJ was, I'm pretty sure the first thing he said, and he said it nicely. Hey, no media. I don't want to do media. Okay, all good. Try to get a picture because he's wearing some Auburn gear, and he's like, no pictures. Don't want it to be about AJ. That's what he said. Don't want it to be about AJ. Just want to play football. No, I respect that for sure.
Zach's going to have the feed for the KJ Bolden announcement.
Yep.
Or somebody's feed.
Cool.
So you're looking at 2, 4, 6, 8 more to be released. Let me stress that again. These guys, as far as I know, Bryce Kane, Seth Wilfred, TJ Lindsey, Jamonta Waller, DeMarcus Riddick, Amon Lane Gaines, Kinsley Falston, and Caleb Harris. There's absolutely zero concern on any of those guys. We're just waiting for Auburn to officially release them. And they won't. They won't do it. Oh, my God. I wonder if people know what I do for a living and what today is.
Probably not.
Nope. Apologize. Trying to get Malcolm Simmons out, guys.
No, I don't blame you, Zach. You got any questions in the thread you can bring up as we move into KJ, just to clear up some of this dead space?
I'm starting to drag a little bit.
Is DeMario Tolan still a possibility of returning to the team? I have not heard that. Last I heard is that DeMario Tolan was pursuing mental health or some kind of medical attention, and that he would be stepping away from the team for an indefinite period of time. And I don't know that he will come back. I think he's liable to land elsewhere. 8 is so what is the predicted class rank if we get Amaris? It would be nationally ranked 8th.
I will say this. The preview for National Signing Day came out last night on the Auburn Football Twitter, X, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it had an interview with Hugh Freeze, and he said some really good stuff, some really interesting stuff. And he said something about, having a top 10 class and stacking those every year. And I just thought that was interesting.
His wording was, if everything goes as planned, we should have a top 10 class.
Right. Not top 5.
Nope. Which to me is very telling in the comments. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Dimitri Nicholas just tweeted his senior highlights.
There you go.
That kind of might tell you where he's at today. Not signing today. What are our final predictions on KJ Bolden as of right now? 5 minutes away from the announcement. Georgia. Yep, got to take the L on that one. I predicted Auburn last night. Well, I didn't predict. I chose Auburn at the time. I didn't put in a prediction or anything.
Sure.
Yeah, happens.
I just shake my head.
Yeah, the comment or something you just got?
No.
Check your text message.
Check your message. Yeah.
Rivaldo Fairweather back. Do we wait till next year to grab a tight end? No. I don't think that's the plan. They've already brought in Jaleel Skinner. Probably going to hold off on him. Don't forget about, you know what? I need to check on Willie Rodriguez. He's the in-state kid. He's a Kentucky kid committed to the in-state Wildcats. Auburn offered him in the last week or two, and they want him to wait. They want him to not sign today with Kentucky and instead come for an official visit in January in hopes that they could flip him.
Checked on that one. Just some Twitter searching. Sounds like Tennessee has some confidence, maybe.
Oh, really?
Tennessee has confidence with who?
He's already signed.
Willie Rodriguez. Did he sign with Kentucky?
He signed with Kentucky.
Okay.
Good to know.
But I thought that offer
unfollow.
Yeah. Big offer went out yesterday as it pertains.
Yeah. Rico Walker.
Let's talk about that. Auburn.
Boy, that is I think there's something to that.
I agree.
I think there's something to that.
Look, we know they're looking for a guy with 3 years to play. Rico did not redshirt this year, right? He played in I think he played in more than 4 games. But big time athlete, 6'4", 245 pounds. So right in the same realm of what you have in Rivaldo Fairweather. And I think if we're being completely honest, the potential to add weight might be a reason that you shy away from the young man who just visited this past weekend. It seems like in 2 years, he hasn't made a huge transformation in his body. And I'm talking about Jaleel Skinner for those that don't know. And he seems like he's still a little bit light at 210. Is that too much wide receiver-ish? I don't know. I think that they could still turn on Jaleel Skinner, but Rico Walker to me makes a lot of sense if you're looking for a body type, frame, a kid that's a big time athlete. I think he was ranked a consensus 4-star athlete by the entire industry this time last year. So that's definitely someone to look at. And who's his dad? I know he's a legacy, but who was his
Ricardo.
Yep. That's right.
He played for Auburn
back in the 90s. I thought it was I had a story on him from last year when he visited Auburn, and I think his name was Ricardo Walker, and he played for Auburn in the 90s. The name doesn't ring a bell. As far as I don't remember him.
Well, Rico Walker, I remember doing some film, a little film on him last year, whenever he was a recruit that Auburn was looking at. Boy, he could have played edge. He could have played D-line, tight end. That's the kind of athlete that guy is.
Mm-hmm.
He's legit.
Yeah, Auburn was looking at him as an edge, weren't they?
Correct. Yeah, I think
they were.
Yeah, he was definitely on Rock Bellantoni's short list as far as guys that he wanted in the class. Now, he made a decision to go elsewhere pretty early on. And did he correct me if I'm wrong? He committed to North Carolina originally and then flipped to Maryland on signing day.
Maryland pulled a signing day flip.
How about you? Wouldn't be the first, huh?
No, you're muted, Jeffrey.
Yeah, there we go. Man, my back, dude. I'm gonna have to holler at Santa, bring me a damn chair.
Are we getting KJ's stream?
Oh yeah, it's 12 o'clock. No, Zach. Yeah, if they're on 3, we absolutely can stream from there.
Yeah. I forgot
And
to
it
answer you, Zach. My fault.
looks like, and I don't think we'll be able to stream Amaris Williams. I think he's going to be announcing live on Rivals. I think they have the copyright on that one.
Okay.
So we'll just have to update as that one goes, Zach.
Sure.
So I've been checking in on that.
Hey, what y'all order from McDonald's?
Quarter pounder with cheese.
A Royale with cheese. For those that don't know, we're talking about Pulp Fiction here.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, hands down. I knew when I said Royale with cheese and saw you laugh, I knew I had a Pulp Fiction fan here.
English. Do you speak it?
Yeah. Yes. What?
I edited that.
Yes, you did.
What do you get, Cole?
Number 3. That's a double quarter pounder.
Oh, you get the double.
Bro.
Yeah. You see me?
So I got I got 2 different orders. One is 2 double cheeseburgers and a 10-piece McNugget.
2 double
yeah.
cheeseburgers
Oh yes, son.
and a 10-piece McNugget.
Dude, that's child's play.
Great day in the morning.
And
I'll
then
throw a 10-piece in there.
yeah, and the other
On top of a double quarter pounder.
If I get a 10-piece, I usually get a McChicken and a 10-piece.
but my other one is the McFish. Bro, I will eat
Really?
some sandwiches from McDonald's. Dude.
The filet of fish?
Yeah, man. Add a little
Ain't
lettuce.
no fillet about it. That's the whiskers and the fins all chopped up. Dude, I ain't had a fish sandwich at McDonald's since I saw Airplane back in the day.
I didn't know people ordered that.
Bro, I will put some lettuce and tomato and just the right amount of tartar sauce on there and go to town with with 2 fish sandwiches. I promise you.
Oh man, wow,
Hey,
really?
Some
Yeah.
Florida, since we've been kind of tracking Florida a little bit, they just got them a big win.
Who'd they get?
The running back?
Flipped Jaden. Well, I guess he had already decommitted. Jaden Ball, 4-star running back.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It is.
Alabama had some buzz there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, that's important to note, I think, because they're looking for perception wins. And if they can get the perception moving back in the right direction, then LJ McCrae, you know, maybe there's something to that. That's just you have to look at it from every angle here.
I would agree with that. I think that's fair. I don't know how much that affects probably the 2 targets that we have on the board with Florida, but that absolutely is a big statement win for them. And that's one I think Keith predicted last night.
Yeah.
That they thought would happen. So that's good for them. That's good that happened. And, you know, I don't want to see any programs suffer. Obviously, it behooves me for Auburn to have the best class that they possibly can. But for Keith's sake, I would love to see them do okay.
Khalil House signed with Stanford.
Good. Good for that young man. He's going to get an education that's going to take him real far in life.
Oh, hell, we got –
look at here. Dylan Raiola with the Nebraska.
He's got him a perm going on there, doesn't he?
He's got him the Peyton Thorne.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, him and Peyton got the same stylist.
Got the red bow tie for KJ Bolden.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
In the pocket square.
Yep.
Damn, they got that many people?
Just wait till the next class.
We'll be here till 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, you might need to go ahead and
I'm going to dip out, man. I got to get there. I got 25 minutes to get up there. Hey, I might get up there and check back in with y'all.
Okay. You go ahead and plug back in. We'll fill you in and close the show, man. Because my guess is Hugh's not going to start till after Amaris. I just don't think
I agree.
Yep. All right, Jhead. It's just you
Zach
and me and
yes,
Zach.
you and Zach, come on to the front now, my man.
I don't know if he can, if he has that going. He may not can put his screen up while he's doing that.
That's true. That's true.
Guys, I'll talk about this a little bit with Bolden. I've had a couple sources that have been telling me for a long time that Auburn was never going to be out of this no matter what, which is true, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
None of that ended up being true. I mean, that was after he committed to Florida State. Like, hey, you know, I know what happened, but this is going to happen all again. is what I was being told, and that was exactly what happened. It's Auburn, Florida State, Georgia. So it's like we're right back at square one with KJ Bolden right now. And you know what? I called it gut feelings last night. I think if I had truly gone with my gut, I picked Georgia the first time.
Yes, you did.
I just felt like it was not going to be Florida State, and it may still be Florida State. I mean, nothing has happened yet. I know he's wearing a red tie and all that, but
I think that's more about attire and less about who he's signing with today, Cole. I'm with you on that. I think it could still be Florida State. I think Auburn's still a possibility. I'd lean towards it being Georgia. I predicted it last night, and we'll see how it all shakes out today. Zach, do we have any volume there at all on this, or are we going to?
What I'm saying is, the amount of work this man puts in for this day to happen, for these kids to have these opportunities, countless hours, the multiple cell phones, the phone calls in the middle of the night, everything that he does to help these kids get to where they get to. All these parents tell you, all these kids tell you, he's a thankless guy in this situation, but he does a great job, and he takes a lot of weight off of my shoulders as the head football coach of this program. So I want to say a special thank you to him, and also I want him to say a couple words about some things parents are in here for younger kids and just anybody in here. Your kids in fourth grade right now, this thing is changing, and he's a expert in Buford, Georgia on what's going on with recruiting. So
he looks nervous, man.
I think he needs to say that.
I get nervous watching him. I can't imagine being the guy sitting there.
To be standing here today,
having to make that
Coach Brian Apple and our staff. Just wonderful group of young men that are signing today. Today's time, people, I get a lot of credit, but we have an amazing staff. Coach Conley and Coach Michael May, and I'm out in the building doing track season, and I cannot be there. And without, we don't drop the ball. Recruiting has to stay the same. And in today's time, the transfer portal, kind of work high school kids out. We continue to box it out. I told somebody the other day, I will continue to fight the portal as hard as I can. I will continue to box every day to make sure that your kids have an opportunity to go to school. It doesn't matter what it is. We want the education for these young men to be able to pursue their career in the next 4 years. So understand this, young man, you guys are special because of what's going on in college football right now. And one thing about Buford High School, we don't make no excuses, and I don't make any excuses about a kid not getting out of here. I'm not never tell a parent what the portal's doing. I got a job to do. I'm gonna work my tail off to make sure that you parents, are satisfied for whatever I can put on the table for your kids. And so that's why I tell you today's time is different, but you at Buford High School will continue to box, we'll continue to fight, and we're gonna do what we have to do for the collegiate game. And so we don't get caught up. So young man, thank y'all so much, Brian Apple. Thank you so much, man, for everything you've done for me and allowed me to stand in front today. And thank Coach who's our phenomenal AD, whatever he is in our program, Coach. You've led this thing the right way, and I continue to follow your footsteps. Thank you so much, Brian Apple. Like I said, I'm just gonna go down the road and start on my left and work all the way down to the right, talk about each one of these players and where they will be signing their letter of intent today. First off, we have Dale Green.
That's a sweet mullet.
Dale Green will be signing a letter of intent to Western Carolina University in Caloe, North Carolina, which is between the valley between the beautiful Smoky Mountains and Blue Ridge Mountains. Western Carolina is a public university that was created in 1889 to serve the people living in the mountains of Western Carolina. It has 9,000 undergraduate students. The Catamounts play in the Southern Conference in the football championship division, the FCS. They're coached by former University of Florida great Kerwood Bell and are coming off a 7-4 season. They play their home games at Bob Waters Field and Whitmire Stadium that seats around 14,000 fans. Dale was a 2-year starter on the offensive line, mainly a right guard. He averaged around 86% blocking grade, around 30 big-time blocks, as well as 30 knockdowns over his career. He was part of the offense that set records of rushing last year and passing this year. Dale was a true embodiment of AAA excellence, taking AP classes as well as being in chorus. Dale's positive attitude, work ethic, and athletic ability has served his team to achieve the successes that we have had. Mr. Dale Green.
Ooh. Zach, can you bring that audio down for just a second? All right, so According to Hayes Fawcett, some of you probably have him on notification. 5-star Edric Houston tells him he will be sticking with Ohio State.
Okay.
That's it's has nothing to do with Auburn, but I guess it does since it's Alabama. So.
It absolutely does. And Cole, look, that was something I heard 2 days ago that Edric Houston was definitely flipping to the University of Alabama. So to see that flip backwards that's a big win for Ohio State, because this person felt that, and they were tied in there, felt very confident that he was flipping. So big move for Ohio State, tough loss for Alabama on that one.
And Tyler Buckner is transferring back to Notre Dame to play lacrosse.
Okay. I knew
not football.
No, I knew that. I knew he was playing lacrosse. I did not realize he was going to come back to – I didn't realize he was going to go all the way back to Notre Dame to play lacrosse, though. He's from California originally. All right, there we go. Is that KJ?
No, that's that's not him. All right, you can bring sound back, Zach.
College, and now has 6 academic schools offering everything from undergraduate up to a doctoral degree. Jacksonville State is a recent addition to the NCAA football bowl division as a conference member of Conference USA. They're coming off an outstanding season that resulted in the first bowl win in school history as they defeated Louisiana in the New Orleans Bowl this past Saturday. Their mascot is the Gamecocks, and they are coached by Rich Rodriguez, former West Virginia and Michigan head coach. They play their home games at a 24,000-seat capacity Burgess Snow Field. Jeremiah is joined by his parents, Justin and Kia Colbert, and his mother, Shanice Henderson. Jeremiah brought an elite explosive skill set to our offense and special teams. He has been blessed with a superior speed that led to a kickoff return touchdown as well as a long touchdown reception. He made our offense and special teams hard to defend just by his presence on the field. Jeremiah has also excelled in track, running a 10.75 and the 100-meter dash. We're going to get that down to a 10.5, right? 10.51. I'm sorry. That's Coach Gilbert. That ain't me. 10.51. That's my fault, Jeremiah. I'm sorry. All right. But proud of Jeremiah and what he brought in this program. Just looking forward to what you can do at the next level. Jeremiah Colbert. Next, we have Mr. Jalen Neal, whose mom dressed him today. He swear he dressed himself. You know I had to say that to him. Jalen know I love him. Jalen is signing a letter of intent to Florida A&M University, or FAMU, as most people know them as. Florida A&M is a public land grant, historically black university. It is the third largest HBCU in the country. It is located in Tallahassee, Florida, and was founded in 1887. It currently serves 10,000 undergraduate students. FAMU's athletics are known as their mascot, the Rattlers, and participate in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, or the SWAC, which is in the NCAA Football Championship subdivision. Their home games are played in a 20,000-seat Bragg Stadium. They are coached by Willie Simmons and went 11-1 this past year, earning the SWAC championship this year, as well as a Black College National Championship, defeating Howard in Mercedes-Benz Dome this past Saturday. Jalen is the son of Nicky Cook. Jalen's career for the Wolves as a running back in a corner. He has been a value contributor that had a skill set of physicality, speed, and ball skills. Jalen grew steadily throughout his career and emerged as someone who could be dependent on in practice and in games to help our team be successful. Jalen has shown he has all the skills to be successful at the next level, and there is no doubt the arrow is pointing up for his future at FAMU. Congratulations, Jalen. Next, Mr. Kobe Blackwell. Kobe Blackwell will be signing a letter of intent to attend the State University of New York at Buffalo in Buffalo, New York. Buffalo is a large research-based university focusing largely on medical education. It is one of the 2 flagship public universities in New York. It serves around 22,000 students. The Bulls play in the Mid-Atlantic Conference, or the MAC, and are in the football bowl subdivision. And they are coached by Maurice Mo Lindquist. They defeated Georgia Southern in the Camellia Bowl last year. Kobe is the son of Janita Ramos and Emmanuel Blackwell. Kobe has had a productive career as a two-way player at cornerback and running back. Offensively, he was a multiple threat, as well as at both running back and a receiver, and receiving balls out of the backfield. Defensively, he competed successfully against any of our opponents' top receivers. He was one of the 2 players in our program to have a touchdown rushing and receiving, as well as an interception. Kobe has taken every challenge that has come his way and will continue to excel at the next level. His abilities and athleticism continue to grow and will no doubt serve him well as he takes the next steps in his career. Congratulations, Kobe. Next, we have Tashawn White.
This guy.
Ty White will be signing a letter of intent to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Located in the Research Triangle in central North Carolina, UNC is a public research university that is a flagship of North Carolina University system. Their enrollment is around 20,000 undergraduates and has a prestigious academic reputation that is not the easiest schooling to get into.
I wonder how the
Tar Heels are one of the most recognizable logos, even it has its own color. They are in the NCAA football bowl subdivision that is charter member of the Atlantic Coast Conference and is coached by legendary national champion Coach Mack Brown. Ty's parents are Angela Farley and Mark White. Ty has been a 3-year starter and played a lot as a freshman for us, even getting some playing time early on in his career. He has multifaceted player that has played safety, receiver, kick returner, even probably was emergency quarterback for us at times. Ty had over 40 receptions for his career and was a consistent threat all over the field on our offense. On defense, he showed instinct and command of our advanced schemes that helped him get the defenses lined up and be in the best place to make plays. At the same time, he brought a superior physicality to stopping the run. Ty White will go down as one of the most skilled players to ever play here, but most importantly, he never had a bad day. He consistently has a smile on his face and exudes confidence and positivity to make a difference around his teammates, around his peers, and around his school. Congratulations, Ty White. Next, Dylan Rowland. Dylan will be signing a letter of intent with the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, Nebraska. Nebraska is the state's oldest academic institution, founded in 1869. It serves around 24,000 students and is a highly respected institution for academic research. Their teams are known as the Cornhuskers and play in Memorial Stadium at Tom Osborne.
And we just lost the feed.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. We're getting closer to KJ Bolden. I'm sure that that our audience that was following along probably was ready to see what he's going to do. Okay, Zach's moving to KG's IG stream.
That's probably for the best.
18 passing yards, 63% completion percentage.
Keep it live on
touchdowns and 1 interception. But what sets him apart is his work ethic, mind for the game, his character, his love for his team, and most of all,
think about how talented that team was.
All his accolades and praise from the football world, but Dylan is an outstanding young man that cares deeply about others as well as his faith. There's no doubt that Dylan Rowland will make a difference to those around him, whether it be on or off the football field. Mr. Dylan Rowland.
That's 4 P5 guys on that team: North Carolina, Nebraska, Ohio State, and who knows what KJ is going to do.
Next, Edric Houston, signing with the Ohio State University.
Here's that.
Ohio State is the largest public research university that has 50,000 undergraduate students and is located in Columbus, Ohio. The Buckeyes are a charter member of the Big Ten Conference as well as NCAA Football Bowl subdivision. They have 8 national titles and 41 conference titles. They are coached by Ryan Day and are yearly contenders for conference and national titles. They play their home games at the legendary Horseshoe that seats 102,000 fans. Edric's parents are Sarvin Leslie and Peter Moon. Edric leaves a legacy as a 3-year starter on the defensive line and a tremendously disruptive force.
He consistently made opponents run away from his side, greatly benefited the stats of his teammates. In spite of that, Edric is one of the top sack artists in school history with 21 over his career, as well as a great kick blocker with 5 over his career. That might lead us in pretty sure it's most of history. Honestly, I don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty sure it is. Besides all this, if you ask anyone in the community, Edric is probably one of the most beloved players that has ever been a part of our program. Young and old, teacher, athlete, Edric is embraced by all and takes time to encourage all. His kind heart, community up in Columbus. Edric Houston.
All right, guys. Conclusion time.
Here we go.
Last but not least, KJ Bolden. KJ will be signing a letter of intent to play at the University of Georgia.
All right.
Okay, University of Georgia it is. So.
Yep, y'all had some good intel on that one for sure. The first time around, it seemed like it was going to be Georgia.
Yeah,
it really did. Florida State did a fantastic job to get him committed the first time, but you got to hold on to him. That's the hard part.
And we just talked about that with Perry Thompson and how difficult that is to do, particularly with a recruiting power like the University of Alabama. You talked about it with Joe Phillips, being able to take him away from Georgia. So that's not an easy feat, guys. I do feel bad for Florida State a little bit on National Signing Day, and obviously I think KJ would have been a phenomenal add to this Auburn class. But good, Georgia got it done. And I will tell you guys now what I learned probably yesterday around lunchtime as I started getting texts from people that I truly trust that are in the industry that have been right on a lot of things before, and it was Georgia's making a move. Georgia's prioritized KJ. Georgia's not letting KJ out. They're going to get it. It's, you know what I mean? And then last night, probably around 1-ish, I got a text that said it was done. So that was kind of backed up by what Jeffrey heard today. And I didn't want to be right. I would have preferred to have been wrong for those that are following this stream and those that didn't appreciate my update last night. I get it. I understand it. But I was trying to shoot you straight with regard to what I was hearing. It wasn't just me going out on a whim and saying, hey, I think it's UGA.
Yeah, and me saying in the Gut Feelings article that it was going to be Auburn. That was my guess. That was my pick. And it was a little bit of a guess based on what I was hearing. I was hearing the Georgia buzz too, but I had some sources at Auburn that felt like it was not over. So right. I stayed with that. I felt like Auburn had made huge moves in the past weeks, and that is true. Auburn did make some big moves with him, but Georgia was quietly there and always was. And that's how this – it could have gone any of those three ways. It really could have. It honestly makes the most sense that he chose Georgia.
Sure. I get it completely. Auburn needed him in this class. Does it if you get AJ Harris, does that offset some? It does. Would you have liked to have had both? Yes. Absolutely. I think both of those guys make your secondary that much deeper and more talented. But if you get an AJ Harris, that softens the blow significantly. And I do think that Auburn fans should be on the look for that. I think there's a potential that hits at some point today, and that you can feel better about your secondary and the job that Zach Etheridge and Wes McGriff have done with recruiting talent to the back end there.
Right. And now the fun part, what does Auburn do if they're still looking for a perception? Well, now you have Amaris coming up here in supposedly 5 minutes.
Yep.
That we think, again, we don't know exactly what he's going to do, but we think what we're hearing is that Auburn is in good shape. We have been hearing that for a little while. Ohio State was in the mix. Honestly, we had been hearing that Florida was probably running third, even though he's committed to Florida. He never made he never reopened his recruitment publicly. So I don't know if we're going to have a live feed of Amaris Williams. I don't know if he's actually having one. We can check like maybe the school Facebook page, like I've been saying, but we may not have one. I don't know.
Right, guys. I think it's being syndicated on Rivals. So for those that don't understand, that would be a copyright violation for us to live stream that. So we'll try to keep you as updated as we possibly can. But if you want to follow along, I do think that the Rivals website is going to have that live.
It's possible he goes live from Instagram like some have done. What's Clinton?
And I hope that he does. Yeah, it says Rivals National Signing Day live stream, 1:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So
let's see. Clinton High School. Nothing there. All right, so we may not have one for that, but again, try to check his Instagram. His Instagram, Zach, is, let's see. It is, all right, I'm just going to type it because it has nothing to do with his name. Never mind, you found it. Okay. I guess all eyes now are on AJ Harris and what he decides to do. Guys, it's just my gut feeling on this again. I hate to be wrong again, but who else would be? I think the two options for AJ Harris are sign with Auburn soon.
Yep.
Or go back to Georgia. I don't know if there's anybody else really involved in there. Could be, but what do you think, Jhead?
I was told that potentially watch Florida State. They might be a team that tried to get involved with AJ Harris, and that would make sense from a regional standpoint. I think a lot of other schools would have interest in AJ Harris. I don't know that AJ Harris has a lot of interest in other schools. I think he's a kid that's from a small town close to Auburn, wants to get closer to home. Zach Etheridge developed a fantastic relationship with him the first time around. I think both you, I, and Jeffrey as well, and even Keith had heard that Zach Etheridge had a great relationship with AJ Harris, and he thought that he could get him the first time around. Now, obviously, that didn't work out, but that's why you maintain these relationships in the day and age of the transfer portal, right? Because sometimes finishing second makes a difference. And now you've put yourself in position to have hosted him on a massive visit this last weekend. Couldn't have picked a better time to come into Auburn versus that USC basketball game. Also getting to watch bowl practice, getting to hear the pitch from Hugh Freeze and Zach Etheridge and defensive coordinator Ron Roberts as far as how he'd be utilized in the scheme. And so that is a fantastic, if that's the way it works out, AJ Harris is a massive, massive pickup for this signing class from a need standpoint. And then, like you said, Amaris Williams, that is the statement today. I think with LJ McCrae postponing things, KJ is off the board now to UGA. Amaris Williams is the guy. He's the one.
Yeah. If you can close the day out with Amaris Williams like we think is possible for Auburn to do.
Right.
Then it's been a pretty good day for you. Really, the only bad thing that's happened is KJ Bolden. I mean, Perry Thompson signs, that was up in the air a little bit. I say that. Mm-hmm. Our sources never really were worried, so that's why we haven't portrayed that. You know, there's never been a worry from our sources. They always felt pretty good. But it's always worth looking into when Alabama wants somebody because the percentage of them winning against Auburn is still really high, even though that's starting to change a little bit. That's why I said it was such a big deal that Auburn was able to pull that off, finish the deal with Perry Thompson, and say, "Look, you know, you're not gonna push us around anymore. That's not how this is going to be." And
right.
It was a little bit of a message, and I think that was what was so huge about that today. Number one, and then LJ McCrae, still nothing from him. Now that could change in the near future. We're watching him today. I don't know if he's going to do it today, but I wouldn't be shocked For those, if you're tuning in with us, hadn't been with us all day, we talked about this, but I would not be shocked at all if LJ McCrae did something today or tomorrow or Friday. I don't know what he's going to do because he was supposed to go at 9 o'clock today. It's 12:30. So that one's super interesting. We will keep tracking that. I haven't heard anything. We've been on the show, so it's kind of hard to just been checking around and everything's been the same. Auburn feels like they got a shot and they feel like he's torn from what we understand based on sources, intel and people we've talked to. That was the word last night, and apparently that was very true. I think he is torn.
I would agree with that. Look, LJ's a super talented kid. This has got to be – I can't imagine being him in this position and having to make a decision between these two schools and the amount of pressure that he's underneath right now as it pertains to his future at one place or another. That for the kid in and of itself is, it's the tough part about recruiting is watching them go through having to make a tough decision like that. He'll be fine once he makes the decision because both Florida and Auburn are great schools. And I'm talking about LJ, the person, not necessarily what this means for Auburn.
Sure.
He's going to be okay once he makes a decision. But with all the people that get involved in recruiting, from the high school coach to the parents to the people that are in their circle, to the amount of money that's now involved from an NIL standpoint, all those decisions. Yep.
There's a big one. Florida linebacker Adarius Hayes flips to Miami.
There you go. And I got the live stream up for.
Okay. Good.
So I'm watching that in the background. It is on the Rivals Network for those that are interested that want to put that on the backdrop.
Boy, Adarius Hayes was committed to Florida for a long time.
He was, man. That's a huge loss for them.
Phew. How many have they had?
Zach gave us a stat the other night when we were doing our show on Monday, the preview show that we were doing for this week. And I think they had lost 7 4-star better players. Zach, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is what it is.
So now 8. Now they've lost 8 4-stars from this class. And potentially if Amaris Williams flips to either Auburn or Ohio State, I think it's going to be Auburn. But if he flips to either one of those two schools, well, now you're talking about losing 9 4-star players out of a class. That is a massive drop for them, and just a really tough look overall for a team that's looking for perception wins coming off. I think the fan base probably expected more than the coaching staff did. I think the coaching staff thought they could get to 6-6 this year. They came up short at 5-7. And I think you and I both know, Cole, that while one win doesn't sound like a whole lot in the perception game between going to a bowl game and not, for a second-year head coach, that's a massive, massive deal, man.
Yeah.
It just makes things look from a recruiting standpoint when you're talking about other schools being involved in the negative recruiting that happens, and you and I have both heard negative chatter as it pertains to Auburn. Well, if they're saying certain things about Auburn, what do you think they're saying about Florida right now and that staff down there?
Definitely. That's what I tried to say earlier in the show. Boy, you need to be I get it. Losing KJ Bolden is not fun. Maybe Cohen Eccles, when it looked like Auburn was going to get him. That one seems to be trending away a little bit.
Right.
That's not fun. But boy, just be glad that as Auburn, you're in a place right now. Now look, expectations. That's the scariest thing in the world for Hugh Freeze. There's nothing scarier than that. Ask Jimbo Fisher.
I'm telling you.
Okay. It's scary as a head coach. You want to build good press. You want to have good perception out there. You want to have these big wins. But that just builds expectation, and it keeps going up and up and up until people go a little overboard. and you may not be there yet. Okay. It's a building process. It's what you do. You don't just build an entire roster in 1 week. It takes years.
I couldn't agree more. It takes layering good talent each and every year and finding the right pieces to mix and match, especially with the day and age of the transfer portal. There's so much transition now that bringing the right kids in and having the right pieces that mesh with one another is more difficult to do than at any time in the recent past. I could not be, because now at this point in time, what used to be called the director of player personnel is really kind of your GM, right? That's the guy that's trying to put all these pieces together to put coaches in perspective and potentially in a good place from a roster management standpoint.
Yeah.
Obviously, the coaches are extremely involved in recruiting, but it's that director of player personnel that's trying to look 2-3 years down the road of, hey, this is what we're going to have a need here. We're going to have a need here. We're going to have to fill this hole. That's really hard to do right now because you don't know who's going to hit the transfer portal and when they're going to do it. There's no rhyme or reason to it sometimes. And I do think you have to tip your hat to OTV because Auburn has not lost, with the exception of maybe Tyler Fromm, who left due to playing time. It had nothing to do with money. It had everything to do with him going to a place where he could be the man for his last year. He went to Georgia Southern, which I think is a great fit for him. And then potentially Var Johnson transferring out. I don't think that the coaches have necessarily wanted that to happen, but you know what I mean? It did, and I think they'll be able to compensate for that loss, but that's still somebody. But talk about how strong OTV is. You haven't lost anybody to the portal that you wanted to keep on this roster. Truly, like you didn't lose a Jarquez Hunter or, you know what I mean, anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, big update. Zach just put in the chat from the Auburn Live account that he says we will post the IG Live from Amaris when he goes live. So it seems like he's going to possibly go live here.
Okay.
And we can watch it. But here's the big announcement right here. Auburn is now number 9 in the team rankings because Florida has fallen out of the top 10 to number 12 with the loss of Adarius Hayes. So that bumps Auburn up one spot. Now you're firmly in the top 10.
Yes.
And I believe 9 was the number I said Auburn might end up at on the last show or a couple shows ago. It's not over yet. There's still a lot of things to happen here. But hey.
Yeah, I think if you land Amaris Williams and you drop Martavius Collins, that you actually leapfrog Oklahoma as well. And Zach, can you scroll up to the top for me? Let's count where that would put Auburn in the SEC. So Georgia and Alabama are squarely at 1-2. Texas, let's go ahead and count them because they're moving into the league squarely at number 3. And if you leapfrog Oklahoma, that would make Auburn the number 4 team in the SEC as it stands in SEC recruiting rankings. Guys, that is huge to go from where you were underneath, let's go from the end of the Malzahn era through the Harsin era. And even into last year, I think we finished 6th or 7th to make a jump 2 whole spots in the recruiting rankings. That is a major accomplishment by this staff.
Yes. That's huge right there. Big update right there, man. Big update. 5th in the SEC now. Gosh.
5th in the SEC.
Yeah. It's amazing that you're 9th in the country and 5th in the SEC, but that's what you're dealing with in this conference, and that's why it's so important to build the roster the right way. And look, I think the transfer portal is absolutely very good for you. I think that it helped. Well, let's put it this way. Where's Auburn without their portal additions last season or this past season?
Yeah, let's go through them. While we're waiting on Zach to pull up the IG account from when they go live, let's look at who we landed.
Look who we got commenting there.
Oh, yeah, baby.
He's sitting
Jeffrey
there
Lee, get back in here and join us, man.
Yeah.
You got to get the Amaris Williams announcement, big dog.
He posted a picture on Twitter. He said, got to keep informed with the Auburn Live crew here. And he's sitting in the complex waiting on Freeze to come out. So obviously Freeze probably not going to come out until Amaris Williams makes his decision. And again, we feel pretty good about Auburn here. We'll see what happens. These things are just unpredictable, man. They really are. We do our absolute best to give you the up to the date, up to the minute, whatever on all this stuff. But that is, we've checked around. Everything still seems like it could go Auburn's way here. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Now, let's talk about transfers from last year and probably, how important they were. Rivaldo Fairweather, that's your starting tight end. Elijah McAllister, quality 2-deep player for you. Dylan Wade, starting left tackle. Gunnar Britton, starting left guard. Messiah Nasili Kite, it is a shame that kid got injured.
Gosh.
He was off to a really great start.
All right. Amaris is live, Zach.
Okay. Here we go, boys.
Dang, Jay Lee ain't hit that like button, man.
Get in there, big dog. Come on now. All right, here we go for Amaris' ceremony, guys. This is the big one right now. So hold your breath, pray to whatever God you have, and let's see how this one goes down, okay?
Yep, we'll let y'all we'll let the audio go here and we'll kind of just watch with you.
Yep.
All right. Part 2 of our signing, our 2-day signing. Our 2 people signing today. Amaris Williams. Okay. First thing that I want to say again, you need 4 things to go to college and to receive athletic scholarship. You need to be a good person. You need to have good tape. You need to have the measurements, and then you need to fit what the program wants. Okay. I think Amaris checks all those boxes for a lot of people, just like Joe. He, just like Joe and a lot of other players on the team, can play multiple positions. He's going to college to play defensive line, but for us, he played running back, fullback, tight end. He played some receiver. He split out some. He's on offense, he's kind of a flex spot. I don't know what you kind of define his position as. Defensively, he played everywhere on the defensive line. He even played some stand-up outside linebacker, edge rush type. I can't speak highly enough about how good of a human being Amaris is. He did a great job during the year leading the team, as did the rest of the seniors. One thing that, in particular, that stood out to me about Amaris was that he was very selfless. And I had in my mind, on the way up here, a story to tell about Amaris. We're in a 2-way program. We were short lined in one practice. And Amaris, who is a big skill player, right? Who is a big skill player, actually played offensive line for a whole practice, didn't even hesitate. And to get a skill guy to do that, that speaks volumes of their character without them even asking. Okay? He's amazing on the football field. Again, he wouldn't be signing if he wasn't. But the thing that's going to take him even further is how good of a human being he is. Coach Hunt, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, just to piggyback off Coach Thompson. I've been playing with Coach Amaris for a year and a half. His family is kind of become like my family. Like I said, he's a real selfless player. I love him.
And so we're going to let Amaris, because Joe was fully committed and he had a spot. We're going to let Amaris take it off from here.
First, I just want to thank my family, for all being here with me. Thanks.
You good?
But I just want to thank my family for being here with me today. It means a lot to me. Family is a really big thing. I want to thank the man above for giving me the ability to play football and taking me through this process. Just give me 1 second.
Uh-oh. Looks like his stream may have paused there.
Yep.
Let me make sure. Let's check. All right. I've got it on my phone, so still talking right now. There we go. There we go.
Oh, sorry about that. I had a little complication. But I want to thank the man above for bringing me, being able to play football. I want to thank my mom for all the sacrifices she made since I was a little kid. All the times I moved, Actually coming from Auburn Hills, it was a big step for me. I didn't really get the attention I had when I was there. Coach Johnson, Coach Hunt, they brought all that attention to me with college coaches, sitting out my film, and putting me in the spot. So that's really, really important to me. And another thing is, I will not be signing to the University of Florida. So for the next 3 to 4 years of my college career, I will be committed to Auburn University.
Yeah. Big one, guys.
There it is.
Oh yeah. Where my fucking money at?
Did somebody say, "Where's my money at?"
Yeah, disregard. All right. There it is. There's the big signing day win right there.
That is it. That was a signature win, guys. That probably, like I said, we'll see what the adjusted rankings are. But I think we leapfrog Oklahoma, and we are now squarely number 8 and number 4 in the SEC.
Jhead, I'm gonna get this broken here. If Zach, you want to jump in and talk for a second, I'm gonna be occupied for just a minute here.
Absolutely, Zach. Come on in. But let's talk about Amaris Williams, a gifted athlete, line of scrimmage player that has the rare athleticism, the physical traits that you don't see in a lot of players. A guy, and his high school coach talked about it for those that were paying attention to the stream. He was a diverse athlete for them this past season at Clinton, North Carolina, where I believe that he played running back, wide receiver, flex tight end, outside linebacker, and also played at the nose tackle position, I believe. So a guy that played all over the field. His natural home at Auburn, he's 6'3", 270-ish, 265 right now, is probably at the 5-tech position. So he's going to be that end that's going to be head up the tackle. Probably going to even slide inside to the 4-eye, which is the inside shoulder of the tackle. So that B gap there in between the guard and the guard and the tackle, he's going to be playing that position. And just a big time win. Look, Zach, I want you to talk about the importance of line of scrimmage play in the SEC, line of scrimmage play, period. But that's where Auburn really 4-5, not even 4-5, back 2019 when they were really in every game. And unfortunately, our offense wasn't exactly what we wanted it to be. It was because Marlon Davidson, Derek Brown, Nick Coe, and several others controlled the line of scrimmage for us. Zach, what do you think about this young man, Amaris Williams? How big is his impact to this class?
It's a major pickup. We talked even coming into the year, me, you, Cole, Jay Lee, even Justin, about how uncertain we were about the potential of the defensive line. And when you look back over the past, 10, 15 years, the trend of Auburn being good and the defensive line having elite talent correlates perfectly. You look back and even like the 2017 teams and everything, Marlon Davidson, Jeff Holland, Carl Lawson going back a little bit, Derek Brown, you're going to have to win the line of scrimmage. And everyone talks about that's what separates the SEC from other Power 5 conferences is the talent at the line of scrimmage, the size at the line of scrimmage, and the physicality. I think that this is a massive pickup. As we talked in the preseason, wide receiver and defensive line and offensive line were the 3 biggest concerns, especially in Hugh Freeze's first class. I think it's fair to say that he absolutely nailed wide receiver and defensive line. The influx of talent into those positions is bigger than we've had. And when's the last time that Auburn's landed a wide receiving class that big and a defensive line class this big?
I can't remember when you start looking at per capita and quality per player. It's been a long time, Zach. Now, obviously, the defensive line class was really good last year with DJ Reed, Keldrick Falk. Those were 2 quality players. But pound for pound, because I think Malik Blockton's underrated, I honestly do. Malik Blockton, TJ Lindsey, now Amaris Williams. You could potentially still add Dimitri Nicholas should he choose to sign in February with Auburn. I think we've got a ways to go there as far as what he's going to do with potential official visits to Auburn, Texas, and Louisville starting in the new year. But just like you said, hit all the needs. And let's throw linebacker into that as well. You also had needs at linebacker, destroyed that class as well. So really huge pickup in him. I think he's the cherry on top for today. And the top-rated defensive lineman that you signed The line of scrimmage is always important. Auburn just got a big one. Cole, are you ready to come back in, or are you still working?
Yes, I am. I'm going to have to help Jeffrey cover this press conference here as well. Well,
then let's put a bow on it.
But real quick, Auburn did jump Oklahoma in the national rankings. They're number 8, very, very close to Florida State, very close to number 7, which means if there's anything that changes in Florida State's class, or Auburn can land one more person, potentially we could end the day at number 7, which, I mean, I think we all agree that anywhere in the top 10 was great, but to be in the top 8, top 4 in the SEC is an elite start to recruiting for Hugh Freeze and the staff.
Agreed. And you've got 2 big targets that are still out there, Favor Edwin, LJ McCrae. Cohen Eccles is still a target that's available, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen there yet, even though the information that we seem to have at the moment is he's trending towards LSU. But Cole, because you have to get off, and Zach and I probably need to do the same thing as well, give us your closing thoughts on this class, what Amaris Williams means. What do you think of this class in its totality as far as where we are now, and what do you think we need to add circa 2025 to kind of build on top of this?
I think the class is pretty complete. You're missing maybe one offensive lineman right now, which that's not over. There's still a possibility to add one more, maybe 2, but 1 probably, right? That's what we're thinking, maybe.
I think so. I think it's an Auburn, Florida battle for Favor Edwin.
Sure. And if they don't, they go to the portal. So the class in itself, I mean, strong at receiver, strong at linebacker. The front 7, boy, you've rebuilt it here on defense. You've got pretty, I would say, maybe quietly good secondary in some of these guys. Kinsley Faustin's a guy that hasn't signed yet officially. Yes. I think he's going to sign. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a very good player. I love Laquan Robinson. But Amaris Williams was such a nice addition right there. We talked about it. Auburn needed one of those big dog defensive linemen. We didn't know at the time when we were talking about the 3, Cam Franklin, LJ McCrae, or Jeremiah Beeman, that Amaris Williams was even available at Auburn.
Right.
And here he is. He is committed, going to sign here shortly. And Auburn's got the number 8 class, man. Absolutely killer. I don't know if they could have done much better, and there's still time to go here. See what happens at the end.
Still time to go, may get into the top 7. When's the last time we had a top 10 class?
It's been a little while.
2020, maybe.
Yeah.
In Gus's last class.
Yeah.
Or not, it was second to last. I guess he got fired in that transition year. But
yeah, right.
It's been a minute, and Hugh Freeze has continued to do the job of retooling this team and rebuilding this team from the inside out, relayering the depth on this team and adding quality talent to get us to where we want to be, which is competing with Georgia and Alabama, building for the playoff, contending in the top tier of the SEC. That's why recruiting is so important. That's why this is the lifeblood of any program, is that if you don't have talent on the roster, I don't care how good of a coach you are, you're still going to be working from a limited hand. So you got to increase the talent. Increase the talent ceiling each and every year. They've done that with this class, guys. This is massive. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being in the stream with us today, being a part of the Auburn Live family. Love each and every one of you guys. And Cole, Zach, any more parting shots? Or we can wrap it up from there and you can get to the press conference, my man.
Yeah, no, man, that was legendary stream on signing day once again. I mean, our numbers were out. I mean, unbelievable, off the charts. Chat was going so fast I couldn't keep up with it. Y'all are awesome, man. We appreciate you. If you're not, sign up. If you're not already signed up with Auburn Live, please do it, man. $1 for 1 month. I think there's still a YouTube code. AU1 gets you in for 2 months for $1. So definitely, guys, join us. You want everything that you got here today, you get it over there at Auburn Live. We're going to have a lot more to come with this today. We're still watching a couple guys.
Yes.
Don't leave us because we're still watching to see what happens. So appreciate y'all for being here, man. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And from Jay Lee, for Zach, for Cole. See you guys later.
Stay out of that left lane.